Hi guys, it's Shadow. Uploading high-quality audiobooks for you, it's very time-consuming and hard-working process. So please support me so I can keep uploading for you. This is how. You can donate directly through my PayPal or Ko-fi. You will find links in the description. Or you can subscribe for a tier monthly in my Patreon, where you will find many novels there that can't be published here in YouTube due to copyrights. Or you can make a one-time payment to join a Telegram group for a specific novel. You will find the novels list and the price to join in the description. If you can't support me financially, just like and subscribe our videos. Before our audiobook starts, this is a list of our big donors in our Patreon this month. Thank you guys, your support means a lot. And as always, enjoy Shadow. Chapter 426, Our Greatest Ally, 4. Only I know the end of the journey to the west. Where have I heard of that introduction before? I decided to enter and confirm the situation of this chamber first. Player 8 Nim has entered the 6731st Fable Chamber's waiting area. Thankfully, it seemed that their fable hadn't started yet. But then again, they shouldn't be able to start without the role for Sun Wukong filled up, so there was that too. After I entered the chamber, the surroundings changed and a large round desk suddenly materialized. Square chat windows were floating above the desk's chairs, rather than actual people. They signified the participants playing the other roles. Player 1 has currently selected the role of Zhu Beiji. Player 2 has currently selected the role of Sha Wujing. Player 6 has currently selected the role of Tang Sanzang's White Horse. The faces of the players were all obscured by question marks. It seemed that this was done in order to protect the personal information of the actual players. Okay, but never mind that for now. There were so many players here, yet no one had selected the role of Sun Wukong yet. Player 8. Hello everyone. Maybe they had all logged off or something, because no one bothered to write a message in the chat room even after I made an appearance. But then, Scenario Master? Scenario Master. Which role you wanna? I quickly inputted my reply in the chat room in the middle. Player 8. Is the role for Sun Wukong still vacant? Scenario Master, vacant. Player 8. That's so strange. Scenario Master. Had someone we want, but got delayed. Wanna do Sun Wukong? This guy, he seems to have a habit of not typing proper sentences. Just as I was getting worried about if it'd be okay to have someone like this guy as the scenario's master, a message popped up with a suspiciously good timing as if its sender had read my mind. Scenario Master, me know that genre inside out. No worries bout scenario qual. Yup. It was just so hard to trust anyone with that type of grammar. Still, I decided to test a couple of things out anyway. Player 8. ID like ask you about the chamber's title. That, I've become the retired SSSS grade Sun Wukong. Scenario Master, me responsible. Player 8. Why are there 5S letters? Scenario Master. Need that many to attract aggro. Maybe he does know something after all? It got on my nerves a bit that he didn't bother to use any polite speech, though. I continued on with my questioning. Player 8. Sun Wukong really is the protagonist, yes? Scenario Master, yup. Player 8. Wouldn't the audience feel fed up with leaving the original work's MC as is? I thought it was a trend for the side characters or extras to become protagonist lately. I thought I had accurately picked on his weak spot, but the master's response was surprisingly calm. Scenario Master. Oh, looks like you did some market research. Player 8. It was a mere simple browse through. Scenario Master. True about Nim's words regarding extraterrestrial stories doing good business. But Sun Wukong has to be MC if we want to be numero uno. Think from POV of a judge. Player 8. Scenario Master. Important bit not who's MC and whatnot, but how much unfamiliar character he is. And too many extraterrestrial stories out there. Would you look at this guy? At a glance, he might seem to be yapping on whatever came up into his mind. But well, what he said just now was not wrong. More often than not, the ones to take the top spot at times like this would be stories featuring the traditional heroes. For instance, Fei Hus. The Real Journey to the West featured Sun Wukong as its main protagonist. Player 8. Is that why you went with retired Sun Wukong? Scenario Master. Player 8. What will the retired Sun Wukong be doing? Scenario Master. Nothing. Player 8. Scenario Master. It's a spoiler so no talking. So, you in or not? I was in a dilemma. Scenario Master. If you're not, hurry and leave. We don't have much time. No answer in next 5 seconds and I eject you. I was kind of curious about how would a retired Sun Wukong work as a protagonist too. The 4th Fable Chamber list will close in 5 minutes. I'd be cutting it too fine if I were to search for another chamber now. Damn it, I don't have a choice here. Regardless of what kind of scenario it was, as long as I do my best, it'd be fine, right? Player 8. I'm in. Scenario Master, Then my turn to ask questions. Player 8 regarding? Scenario Master wishes to confirm your details. Please select the information you wish to reveal. He wants to view my information? Player 8. Is it really necessary? Scenario Master. Just want to know your name. My name, was it? I decided to reveal some of my info. Player 8 Nim is a constellation. Player 8 Nim's modifier is the Watcher of Light and Darkness. The applicable information is made available only to the Scenario Master. The Scenario Master didn't respond for a while. He must have been shocked by what he saw. Scenario Master. Ing? You were a constellationum? But why here in a low-rent chamber? I replied quickly. Player 8. I may come across that way, but I know how to fight a bit. I dearly wish to become the retired Sun Wukong. Scenario Master. Something smells fishy, though? Player 8. The real fun is in raising an unpopular fable from ground up, wouldn't you agree? Scenario Master. By the way, what's up with the dumpling? Dumpling? You're currently accompanied by your pet Murim dumpling. Damn it. I forgot that this guy was here with me. Scenario Master. But we ain't got no roles for pets, though? Player 8. It's just a dumpling. It's not even strictly a pet per se. Scenario Master. It's a bit awkward. In it? Your opinions, please? Surprisingly enough, the Scenario Master actually went and asked for the opinions of other players. Player 1 Nim says that it's fine if it's a Murim dumpling. Player 4 Nim says that Master should do whatever takes their fancy. Player 3 Nim says that I want to play this game right now. Thankfully, other players didn't object. Scenario Master. We doing it, so might as well ask for Murim type PPL. Player 8. Thank you. Scenario Master. A short while later, the countdown began. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fable Chamber. I've become the retired SSSS grade Sun Wukong has begun its storytelling. This Fable Chamber's plot will follow the one set out by the Scenario Master. The main plotline of the Fable Chamber can be interfered with by the judges or the audience. The Journey to the West remake will commence. Bright light dyed my vision ash gray next. I've become the retired SSSS grade Sun Wukong. Letters appeared in a stylish manner from the darkness. And so, I had become this story's main character, Sun Wukong, and would participate in this play from now on. Honestly speaking, my heart was palpitating just a bit. To think, I'd really become the protagonist of an actual story. Kim Dok Jakun Ting Chi Ken's LRE. Along with the fourth wall-est voice entering my head, messages floated up before my eyes. Prologue is starting. Prologue will be told through a flashback sequence. During the applicable section, players can only speak the assigned dialogue. Scenario Master's narration is now commencing. Finally, a voice came from beyond the darkness next. At the end of the lengthy travel alongside Sanzang's company, Sun Wukong had eventually arrived in the western regions and succeeded in obtaining the sacred Buddhist texts. Oh, so it's begun. The scene actually changed as well, and before I even realized it, my body had morphed to that of Sun Wukong's. Folks that could be my companions were around me, but maybe because this was a flashback sequence, their faces were blurred out, and my lips began moving all on their own. Finally, retirement, is it? It sure was a long itinerary. At the same time, Sun Wukong's memories fleeted past my eyes. Getting chased away by Tang Sanzang, getting stabbed in the back by Zhu Beiji, and even abandoned by Sha Wujing. Memories of dragging around a ragtag bunch of utterly useless morons as his companions, fighting against countless Yogo creatures until I became a bloody mess. Now that I saw those things, it did seem somewhat saddening and bitter. So, this was how the journey to the West looked like from Sun Wukong's perspective then. But it was then when I heard a strange voice. Are you planning to end it like this? I looked down to find the scared text suddenly talking to me. Are you really satisfied by this sort of a story? I was somewhat impressed by this. So, our story's plot would start in this manner, now was it? Words continued to rise above the sacred Buddhist texts. Do you not resent the unfairness of it? You've experienced expulsion by Sanzang because of illogical reasons and had to suffer oppression many times over. Was that all? You've been tortured by the constrictive headband because of crimes you were not guilty of. Nothing more than the reason of walking on the path of Buddhism, you had to protect Tang Sanzang and stick to a grueling itinerary, even though you'd have arrived in your destination in the blink of an eye by riding on your somersault cloud. For sure, the journey to the West did have cruel aspects when it came to treating Sun Wukong. And the result of such an arduous journey is for you to ascend to paradise? Are you not truly incensed by this conclusion? Now that I heard it, this did sound like a great injustice somehow. You can restart from the beginning. Restart from the beginning? You can start this journey from the beginning once more. It was around then when I got this ominous chill creep down my backside. God damn it, this was a regression story? My lips began moving all on their own again. What the hell? I got here after going through so much rubbish, yet you want me to go through that crap again from the beginning? No, you won't suffer this time. What? Exploit your comrades to the fullest, and become an existence that does not save anyone. Indeed, you shall become a demon king that only lives for himself. Right then, blinding rays of light exploded out from the sacred texts. Flashback sequence has concluded. The play will begin in earnest. It seemed that the story up until here was all a part of the prologue, which meant that the real episode would start from now. As if it was waiting for this moment, the words Episode 1 floated up to the view, and I grandly freaked out next. Episode 1. The Demon King of Salvation. Wah! As if it had read my mind, the narration started again. It was not a well-known tale, but once upon a time, Sun Wukong used to be called the Demon King of Salvation. I wondered what kind of dog's hit crap this was, but for the time being, decided to hear it out till the end. This small stone monkey had a nasty habit of sacrificing himself to save other people, and many of those who received his unwanted rescue attempts ended up with psychological scars. Gods and Buddhas of the heavens all criticized him for it, yet that dumb rock-for-brains continued to throw his life away to save other people over and over again. No, hang on a minute here. The heaven's great Jade Emperor and Buddha felt that they could no longer accept such actions from Sun Wukong anymore and imprisoned the Monkey King inside the stone crate under the Marble Mountain. And our story starts from there. Judge, King of Stone Monkeys, likes this particular backstory. Portion of judges have awarded points for the plot that mirrors the current trend. 2 points have been awarded. My attention was drawn to the mirroring the current trend message. So could this be the reason? First episode has begun. Unrestricted speech section has begun. Do your best to create an interesting and enjoyable fable by acting according to your role. I shuddered greatly and regained my wits. Chills crept up from various parts of my body, and my back hurt like crazy as well. I heard the noises of pitch-black soil fall around me. My current situation was that only my head was peeking out from beneath the mountain. Currently, you're sealed under the 5 Elements Mountain. Well, it seemed that I was currently being squashed flat by the 5 Elements Mountain. Audiences are curious about what your reaction will be. Scenario Master is urging you to say something fitting your role. This was the very first scene after the MC had just finished regressing. Since I saw this situation appearing frequently in genre novels, I figured that I'd be rather familiar with what to say here. But after finding myself in those characters' shoes, I couldn't even imagine what to say anymore. Still, I decided to say something regardless. Where am I? Wasn't I returning with the sacred texts just now? Obviously, no normal, sane-minded person would be talking to himself like this. 0.5 Elements Mountain? Holy cow, did I really regress? So, I couldn't help but get shocked at myself capable of muttering out such lines with ease. Audiences now understand your current situation. Scenario Master is nodding their head in approval of your instincts for dialogue. Scenario Master has acknowledged you. God damn it. I wanted to hide in a hole so bad right now. Portion of the audience is waiting in anticipation for the next scene. I recalled the journey to the West's plot points. According to the original, Sun Wukong was supposed to wait for 500 years below the 5-element mountain. And so, 5 minutes passed by, then 10 after that. There's no way, right? Sun Wukong's ears perked up after hearing noisy voices coming from afar. I breathed a sigh of relief. Now, according to the original, the first person Sun Wukong met was Tang Sanzang. As he looked at the familiar people approaching him, Sun Wukong began reminiscing about the ancient past. 2 children were walking closer to my location. 2 kids that wore cute-looking Buddhist robes and sporting toy-like crowns on their heads. The memories of that day when he first met Tang Sanzang. Sun Wukong was lost within the rose-tinted reminiscence. Chills slowly crept down my back now. That faintest sense of déjà vu I felt earlier was now gradually becoming reality. The fourth wall, buzzing noisily, then asked me, "Why you re-allied in KNOW?" I couldn't answer back. That suspicion I had when I saw those 5S letters, even though I believed it couldn't be possible. A part of my heart still hoped against hope. I gritted my teeth and did my best to hold onto my consciousness, trying to slip away. He's over there. I think it's that Juicy. Let me go ask him. They were perhaps the world's smallest pair of Sanzang. Yigiliang grabbed my head to lift it up and asked me next. "You bastard, are you the Demon King of Salvation? Sun Wukong?" Episode 80. Our greatest ally for Finn. TL, okay, lots of Korean internet lingo to go through. Means hello is yup, so when used multiple times simply means yup. Yup means okay finally equals go go, also can mean see ya. Chapter 427, Our Greatest Ally, 5. Not knowing whether to laugh or cry, all I could do was to look at the kids and reply, "I am." And then, I heard the warning message next. Warning. You have come in contact with some of Kim Dokja Company's members. Chaos residing somewhere deep inside you have begun wiggling. Judge, King of Stone Monkeys, has revealed his displeasure. The contest this time doesn't have anything interesting to watch. A young monkey covered entirely in a coat of rather beautiful golden fur roughly scratched his mane and, while looking at the screens displayed on holographic panels, yawned over and over again. Another monkey wearing a cowboy getup watched that from the sidelines before making a retort. Judge, manager of Heaven's Stables, is chastising the king of stone monkeys. Mai Hao Wang, handsome monkey king. You truly are an impatient one. If you took your time perusing, then you'd have found one or two interesting stories by now. H&G, Baimawin, keeper of heavenly horses. So was it your lofty patience that allowed you to clean up horse shit for over 2 weeks straight? Comma.id like to talk about only the refined matters in this place if we could. I can already tell what you're going to do with my eyes closed. I mean, you'll just slap high scores to any story that doesn't feature stables in it. Anyway. But don't you also lose your mind in excitement whenever a story features mountain of flowers and fruit? Great sage. What do you think? Have you found something interesting to watch yet? That question was directed to a certain pure blonde-haired man yawning loudly with his chin supported by the Rui Bang. He lazily opened his lips. This year doesn't seem to have anything fresh. That's for sure. Thought so. We had quite a few people running around with wild imaginations in the past, hadn't we? Like, how we were portrayed as members of a battle-maniac species that grew stronger by overcoming deadly hurdles. Yeah, that was really fun back in the day. But I didn't like the way they portrayed us as humans. Baimawen's words elicited a smirk from the great sage. Oi, looky here. You guys might be monkeys, but I'm almost human, you know? Comma. But you changed only because of that fable's influence, didn't you? Mai Hao Wang, Baimawen, and the great sage. They were different fable bodies of the one that enjoyed the true name of Sun Wukong. At first, they were all one being, but after each of the fables developed separately, the various personalities split apart from one another as well. This kid, Fei Hu's rate of growth is no joke. At this rate, we might have ourselves a brand new Sun Wukong. Yeah, sure. Something that hasn't happened in the last few thousand years will suddenly happen now. Sure thing. 3 separate Sun Wukongs had gathered inside this large judge's office to take a gander at the various fables of the Journey to the West remake being played out on the holographic panels. Some of them were boring, while a few seemed to be promising enough. They even pressed the like button on a couple of unfamiliar but interesting ones, too. They also didn't forget to assign scores as the 3 of them constantly bickered among themselves. Mai Hao Wang asked, "Hey, great sage, I forgot to ask you. What happened to those guys the last time?" "Which guys?" "You know, back when you asked us for help Baimawin and I lent you our powers." You mean the Great War of Saints and Demons? It worked out all right, but their representative went missing. That prompted a retort from Baimawin. "Are you talking about that fool whom you kept chasing after but never chose you as his sponsor?" Comma. "Hey, I never chased him around, got that? I only responded once or twice at his ardent pleas. That's all." "Oh, but for that once or twice, I remember you willingly sacrificing some of your scant hair, though." "Shut up." The great sage roughly dug his ear with the Rui Bang and changed the topic. "By the way, why hasn't Duzhen Shengfo, victorious fighting Buddha, arrived yet? All the Sun Wukongs have gathered in one place, so how come he's missing from this occasion? You know that nerd's always late. What about Beiji and Wujing? They went to speak to the Heavenly Palace people." Comma. "That Jade Emperor dude, is he thinking of butting in during the judging again? As long as our opinions don't clash, it doesn't matter if that side wishes to interfere. But our opinions have never matched before, so there's our problem." As if they were waiting for this very moment, the door to the judge's office was pushed open, and Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing made their entrance. "Excuse me, Hyungnims. The higher-ups say that it's about time we announce this year's best candidates." "Shut it. Can't you see we're still busy?" Both Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing flinched from Mai Hao Wang's threatening voice and took hurried steps back. The great sage asked them, "By the way, who's the lady behind you?" Apologies for the late introduction. She's this year's new judge. I heard that she's also Sakyamani's successor." Comma. Sakyamani had a successor. Someone entered the office in a calm, composed gait. However, the moment the great sage saw the woman wearing a fine, elegant Buddhist robe and a slender crown, his eyes trembled from shock. Baimawin sensed that and asked him, "Someone you know?" The great sage didn't reply and simply stared at her face for a while. The woman didn't reciprocate that gaze, instead choosing to cross the table and head towards the panel displaying the fables. Baimawin used his chin to point and speak. "This is actually good news. It might not be a bad idea to hear the newbie's opinion. Hey, Miss Sakyamana's successor, which fable takes your fancy?" The woman's robe, busy swaying about, came to a stop in a certain spot. Sakyamana's successor stared at a certain story with a pair of still eyes. Her hand slowly reached out and touched the display, causing ripples to spread out like the emotions of longing itself. I seem to like this fable the most. Youknewl re audi kim dok ja dot. The fourth wall was right. In a way, you could say that I knew something like this would happen. I kind of suspected that the folks in this fable chamber might be the Kim Dokja Company's members. The agreement with the Weni King is in danger, and also I thought that it'd give rise to such a result too. Even then, I could not make this choice. 999, sitting on my shoulder, whispered to me. Just by meeting the kids, a change was already taking place within my incarnation body. The transformation to the outer god is accelerating due to the risk to the agreement condition. I haven't gone against the agreement itself. Technically speaking, the content of the deal was to never reveal my identity to Kim Dokja Company, wasn't it? I know that already, so stop worrying. Outer God transformation progress percentage. 3%. Most likely, I'd end up as an outer god like the secretive plotter when that percentage maxes out. I was thinking that honestly, it shouldn't matter as long as I fulfill our agreement before that. For now, I was happy to see the kids walking in front of me in such great harmony. A small number of audience members complained that Sanzang can't be two people. While listening to the messages streaming in, I continued to walk behind the kids leading in the front. I heard that children grow remarkably fast every day. That statement really hit home, after realizing that they indeed had grown so much taller already. Now that I thought about it, it sure had been a while since I spent some time with them like this. I had no idea what either Lee Gilyong or Shin Yusung were thinking about most of the time. It was what the scenario master had said. I saved them on my whim, and abandoned them behind with no thoughts of taking any responsibility. Just like how it was like for me in the past, these two kids had been left alone and neglected by me. I, Demon King of Salvation. Yes? So, this was more or less the punishment that I deserve. Shin Yusung, watching on from the side, spoke up. You shouldn't be so rude to someone you don't know. But, Suyong Nuna said I should act like this, you know? Even then, you should still stick to basic etiquette. As expected of my incarnation. She studied me with pitying eyes, before whispering to Lee Gilyong via nebula chat. Of course, since I was also a member of the same nebula, I could hear her words just fine. I felt goosebumps break out on my skin. For sure, I didn't buy the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal avatar set sold by Emperor, so my current attire consisted of nothing more than the 500-year-old standard ragged clothing. Shin Yusung patted the dirt away on my clothes and politely greeted me. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Constellationum. Well, it'll be in yours as well. Also, how should I call you both? Lee Gilyong replied as if he was waiting for that. I'm the monk Shen, and she's the monk Zong Dong. Call us that from now on. His voice was full of mischievousness, as if he was playing a game. So then, Lee Gilyong was the monk Shen, while Shin Yusung was the monk Zong. Was it? To think they'd split the name of the monk Xuanzong and give it to the kids. It was indeed a rather adorable idea. A portion of audience members think that the two monks are quite adorable. Portion of judges find the setting of two monks interesting. 4 points have been acquired. Lee Gilyong, still drunk on all these new settings, continued to yap about himself. Meanwhile, Shin Yusung whispered in my ear. I'm sure you're a little bit confused by all these strange setups. Yes? I'm really sorry. Our scenario master is a bit of an eccentric, so... No, it's fine. I could guess who the scenario master was already. Well, there could ever be only one person capable of coming up with such an out-there story in Kim Dokja Company, after all. Still, you don't have to worry about anything. We'll definitely look after you well. All you have to do is to ride the bus well and just quietly follow us. Tears almost broke out from my eyes after being subjected to all this friendly treatment. It would have hardly been enough for me to console the kids first, yet they were worried about me instead. What a shameful thing this was. At that moment, Sun Wukong swore to protect Sanzang in this life as well. That's right. I'd definitely protect these kids. I might not have been able to do my role properly in the past, but at least, from now on I... Kugagagugagu. Noises of explosions came from somewhere. I reflexively scanned my vicinity. Kadoo-doo-doo-doo. It did sound like explosions, sure, but something also felt a bit off about them. Something must have exploded. But why did it sound as if the noise was made by someone's mouth? Shin Yusung hurriedly approached my side and whispered again. Please don't panic. We're simply mirroring the original setting. Pardon? I heard that in the original story, all onomatopoeia were written in between quotation marks. A portion of the judges are impressed by the unexpected mirroring of the original work. 10 additional points have been acquired. What the hell? I thought such a thing was a mistake solely reserved to mass-market fantasy genre novels. I wasn't even given enough time to get flustered by the unexpected level of observation by the scenario master on the original work. The kids pushed me behind them and took large steps forward. Having a look again, I realized that the so-called explosion noises seemed to have originated from a large canyon in front of us. Sun Wukong stared deeply at the Shipan Mountain's Ingcho Stream Canyon. Since this was his second stab at life, he knew what would pop out from that canyon. If my memory was right, then the second being the group encountered in the journey to the west was the third son of the Dragon King of West Sea, Jade Dragon. Right, it's him. And he would become. He was the existence that would be reborn as Tang Sanzang's white dragon horse. Well, since the narration took care of everything, I didn't have much else to say here. I stepped forward and spoke up. Both of you, please hide somewhere. I shall handle this. If my memory was working fine, then one of the players took on the role of the Tang Sanzang's white dragon horse. I was pretty sure that he was the one behind the current event. Seeing that the kids were participating in this fable chamber, the rest of the players should also be from Kim Dokja Company. But if someone with ill intention had somehow butted in here, we told you, you just stay on the bus. A small but pretty darn strong hand grabbed my shoulder. I looked back to find Shin Yusung forming a rather scary smile. A guy who can't even afford proper clothes wants to show off? Step back. Lee Gilyong cracked his knuckles and took a step forward. As well, I tried to urgently chase after the kids, but they had already ran ahead to the canyon and started fighting a blue-hued dragon that flew out from there. Kwakwa. Lee Gilyong shouted out the onomatopoeia and rushed forward, and the blue dragon jumping out from the canyon also roared out in response. I immediately recognized who that dragon was. It's the Chimera Dragon? Kids fought with the blue dragon as if they were having a dance-off in the air, and through taming, subjugated the creature in no time at all. Audience members are impressed by the Kid Sanzang's martial prowess. A small number of audience members are lodging a protest, complaining that Sanzangs are too powerful. A portion of judges are surprised by this unexpected turn of events, and a short while later, player 6 Nim has joined the group. The Chimera Dragon was transformed into Xuanzang's white horse, and was dragged over here by the two children. While trying to understand this situation, which was resolved without me needing to do anything, I recalled the conversation I had with the scenario master earlier. Only now did I understand just a little bit. This story seemed to be created for this from the word go. And right in the next instant, a message from a familiar constellation landed in my ear. Judge, prisoner of the Golden Headband, finds the current fable's plot quite interesting. 10 additional points have been acquired. A day passed by like that, then another day went by. I was gradually waking up to the identity of this fable chamber. It's a grasshopper. Demon King of Salvationum. Do your legs hurt? This fable is one for Sun Wukong's benefit. Sun Wukong was really comfortable. This would be my first time to be all relaxed and leisurely ever since the scenarios began. My brain had almost seized up after it got submerged in the sea of comfort for too long. New fable is germinating in you. Fable, Sneezing Without Hands, has begun its storytelling. I could just about make a guess as to why Han Suyong came up with a scenario like this one. Judge, prisoner of the Golden Headband, likes this plot development very much. The journey to the west was a story built around Sun Wukong's sacrifice. Even the later variations had similar themes, too. So, what would happen if a fable specifically for Sun Wukong made its appearance? Judge, prisoner of the Golden Headband, is envious of you. Judge, manager of Heaven's Stables, is envious of you. Score: 312. It seemed that Han Suyong's claim of being a popular author was true. The fable's total votes had already surpassed 300 and we were enjoying smooth sailing so far. And well, such a plot wasn't necessarily bad for my companions either. Nominally, the MC of the story was Sun Wukong, but as every battle was handled by my companions instead, all the shares of the fable at the end of the scenario would naturally belong to Kim Dokja Company alone. What a well-thought-out scheme this was. Get a nice score tally, and also ensure you'd walk away with fable shares too. Arg, I want to play some games on my phone. But you played so much before coming here. Even though the kids adorably bickered with each other, they didn't forget to feed me, helped me fall asleep, and hell, even groomed the fur on my head, too. Lee Gilyong asked me with a pout. So, what do you do originally? It's bad manners to ask about his private life, you dummy. Shin Yusung, pulling out premature gray hair on my head, tackled the boy immediately. I was slightly worried whether such a meta-conversation was allowed or not, but for the time being, I decided to answer him. I thought about it and realized that I hadn't had a chat like this with the kids up until now. I just enjoy reading novels. Novels? Oh, I like reading them too. Lee Gilyong liked reading novels? Really? That was an unexpected piece of info. He was now really amped up as he continued on. Can I recommend you a novel? He dared to make a recommendation to me, a veteran of over 10 years in reading genre novels. Fine, let's hear him then. It's SSSS grade Infinite Regressor. It's a super duper awesome novel, so make sure to read it later. Okay? Before I noticed it, my second ego jumped out to the fore. But, as I understand, that novel was a resounding failure. Failure? I heard it was really popular, though. I guess you don't have a discerning eye. Han Suyong, that moron. Did she boast her novel to these young, gullible kids? Shin Yusung, listening on, quickly joined in as well. I also really like reading novels. Oh really? May I ask what kind of novels? I kind of was looking forward to her answer. Indeed, if it was Yusunji. Yes, you may. Raymond Carver. Murakami Haruki. Now that was a lineup of authors I had heard of before. I was able to figure out who was in charge of the children's education during my absence. Yusang Asi. She should have reincarnated safely by now. Shin Yusung looked at the dumpling on my shoulder and asked me a question. By the way, you must really like murim dumplings? Yes, I do. And Ajusi, I know, also really likes them too. I knew well who she was talking about there. Lee Gilyong rubbed his stomach and muttered to himself. Ah, I wish I could eat some dumplings right about now. I thought I could sense the murim dumpling on my shoulder suddenly flinch a little. Indeed, it had been way too long since I had a proper meal. But suddenly, the aroma of dumplings began wafting out from somewhere. The majority of events taking place within the journey to the west all began with suddenly, just like this. We exchanged glances and tracked down the origin of that fantastic smell. And so, how long did we walk on the mountain trail? A huge factory now stood before us. Can a thing like that even exist in this era? Just as I began wondering if Han Suyong's version of the journey was set in the steampunk universe, several humanoids began running outside the factory and headed this way. You, everyone, run away. However, the escapees were caught by some kind of an invisible force and were dragged back to the factory. Now, wondering what on earth was going on here, we quickly sneaked our way inside the factory. Not too long afterwards, we got to witness the spectacle of thousands of slaves busy kneading and manufacturing something while sticking very close to the moving conveyor belts. Could that be? The dumpling, 999, on my shoulder whispered. Thousands upon thousands of murim dumplings were being carried away by the conveyor belts to a destination unknown. I stared at the unending river of dumplings and began wondering about the person we were about to meet this time. There was only one creature in the whole of the journey to the west that lusted after food this badly. As if he was waiting for us, a man suddenly began speaking to us. Episode 80. Our Greatest Ally 5 Finn. Chapter 428 A Dumplings Reminiscence. 1. Hello there. Are you all out-of-towners? The one who spoke to us was a man on the wrong side of middle-age. The well-mannered Shin Yusung stepped forward first and offered up a greeting. We were on our way to the western regions to visit Buddhism. Oh Buddha, is it? Unlike how you look, I see that you are high priests of Buddhism. Lee Gil-hyung saw how the middle-aged man was impressed by the revelation and began standing tall with his hands behind his back while going ahem. The older man studied both children with unreadable eyes before finally shifting his gaze in my direction. In that case, the gentleman next to you is Haik? His complexion paled instantly as he stared at the murim dumpling on my shoulder. That's a murim dumpling, comma. This guy's just a doll. I like dumplings, that's why. Yes, that's so? You really surprised me there. The middle-aged man patted his chest down, still looking somewhat freaked out. Judging from the armband slung across his upper arm like that, he must have been the supervisor of this factory. Thinking that this was a fortunate turn of events, we decided to ask this man some questions. What is this factory exactly? Why are you making lots of dumplings like that? Could it be that you came here without knowing anything? The middle-aged man studied us with a troubled look on his face, before carrying on as a lengthy sigh escaped from his lips. This is all the fault of that scary Yogo. A Yogo, you say? Indeed. Originally, this place wasn't a factory. According to the middle-aged man, this place used to be a peaceful little rural village. But on a certain day, a tall, hulking swine-type Yogo with jet-black skin suddenly made his appearance, kidnapped every female in the village, enslaved all the men, and created this very factory. That bastard took my daughter and wife as his concubines and locked us up in this place. I'm sure you can tell that there's a strange supernatural power swirling around here and it prevents us slaves from leaving this factory. Not only that Yogo devours so much too. We're forced to make dumplings all day long, but it seems to never be enough, you see. The factory's manufacturing system is searching for the supervisor. Damn it. I have to get going now. The middle-aged man hurriedly put on a pair of sanitary gloves and a face mask before rushing towards the conveyor belts. Before I could step up and say something, Shin Yusung reached out and grabbed the middle-aged man first. It's unfair for you Ajusis to perform slave labor like this. Not only that, you said that Yogo even kidnapped females of the village too. We can't overlook this. As expected of my incarnation. Sure, we had to do this in order to advance the plot, but still, we shall help you. Where can we find that Yogo? Even if it's you monknims, that Yogo is... Will you really help us? Of course we will. The middle-aged man kept rolling his eyes around for a bit, but eventually told us the direction where we could find this Yogo. We leave it all up to you. Please defeat that Yogo. We nodded our heads and walked in the direction pointed out to us. The dumpling Yogo was waiting at the end of this dumpling road. We walked alongside the so-called dumpling road, created out of the conveyor belts. As if he couldn't hold it any longer, Gilyong began picking up and chowing down dumplings every couple of steps. Hey, this is really tasty. Of course they were. These were none other than Murim dumplings, after all. However, it seemed that the foremost expert on all things Murim dumpling was thinking a bit differently than us. The aroma is a little off. What? Hand me a dumpling. While walking behind the two kids, I cautiously picked up a dumpling and handed it over to, the dumpling on my shoulder. And sure enough, watching one dumpling eat another one proved to be a rather grotesque sight. The combination of ingredients is wrong. It seems that he has not mastered the art of Murim dumplings. Murim dumpling number 999 formed a somewhat dissatisfied expression and began ordering me around out of the blue. Take half a spoon of the substance inside the green container and add that in. Since we still had a long way to go anyway, I decided to follow this little guy's orders and began adding the ingredients inside the dumpling skins. You must familiarize yourself with the flames of true samadhi fire. Place the steamer so that the yellow flames are touching it in the middle and then heat it. This had to be some kind of a dream. To think, I was learning how to make dumplings from a dumpling while walking on the dumpling road. And so, how long did I walk on this dreamlike road? At the end of this road, I was rewarded with a packet of appetizing Murim dumplings. While looking at 999, nodding his head triumphantly, I began wondering what the hell I just did here. Looks like that's our destination. I looked in the direction Shin Yusong was pointing at. There was a pathway at the end of the conveyor belt leading to large stone walls and a newly built residential area. A handful of workers were delivering the packaged dumplings over there. It seemed that we had arrived at where the dumplings consumer was. We walked closer, prompting the security guard to approach us. Who are you people? Shin Yusong grinned brightly and replied. We are but humble monks on our way to the west to seek an audience with Buddhism and acquire the sacred texts. We coincidentally stumbled across this place during our journey. Will it be fine for us to enter? Are you by any chance the party of the Tang dynasty's monks? That's correct. I was dumbfounded by that conversation. It had been only a few days since this journey had begun, so there was no freaking way that the rumors of us would have arrived here already. You've learned of the fable, words swifter than feet. Shin Yusong whispered in my ear. I heard that this is how it's like in the original. Da-da. So that's how it was? A portion of the judges are impressed by the scenario master's high level of research. 10 additional points are awarded for the excellent reflection of the original work. To think that they would judge us imitating the improbable timing as seen in the original as research. How shocking. The gatekeeper spoke. My apologies, but our village doesn't permit entry to any outsiders. I'm sorry that you had to walk this far to get here, but I implore you to turn BA. Kek. Gilyong must found the gatekeeper's explanation long-winded, because the boy punched the poor man in the belly and knocked him out flat. As if he was making an excuse, he quickly spoke. Let's just rush inside and beat up that dumb Yogo. Suyong Nuna said that the audience members like speedy plot development. Han Suyong, that idiot. She seemed to have taught these kids something really nice. A portion of the audience is satisfied by Tang Sanzang's decision. One additional point has been acquired. I looked at Shin Yusung and Gilyong and spoke to them. In that case, let's go in. Nope. Ajusi, you stay here and relax. Excuse me? We told you Sun Wukong is supposed to ride the bus and that's it. But, haha. I really didn't want to do this, but seriously now. Shin Yusung held the rosary beads and began reciting something. Prajnaparamiter Dea Kim Dokja. Don try anything Ganesaser Yan Stay Put Sutra. Wah. Tang Sanzang has recited the Constrictive Sutra. Jinggujo. Item. Constrictive headband. Jingur. Is reacting to it. I was immediately overcome with pain akin to my head shattering into pieces and blacked out on the spot. So, that must have been the Constrictive Sutra that I had read about. By the time I woke up, both Shin Yusung and Gilyong had disappeared into the village. I looked to my side to discover a damn dumpling staring at me with a mocking leer. What will you do now? Go after them, obviously. Now normally it should be fine to let those two kids be. They had become strong incarnations that didn't require my help, after all. However, something felt off to me here. If Sun Wukong's gut feeling was right, then it was pretty obvious which creature they would encounter here. I could think of someone when it came to all things Murim dumplings related. But to think that idiot would use slaves to operate a factory, and even become a villain that kidnaps women, couldn't wrap my head around it. It was then someone discovered Sun Wukong. Kayak. It's a yogo. I turned my head to find several women standing over yonder. Ladies who saw Sun Wukong's appearance were greatly shocked. They pointed to my pointy monkey-like ears peeking out from the golden hair and began backing away. But then, they spotted the dumpling on my shoulder and became rather chatty all of a sudden. He must like Murim dumplings. Does that mean he's a good yogo? I wasn't sure how these ladies got to that illogical-sounding conclusion, but I figured that, what with things developing like this, I might as well exploit the situation a bit. By any chance, are you the kidnapped villagers? My question caused the ladies to stare at each other, evidently confused about something. Kidnap? We've never been kidnapped, though. But I heard that a pitch-black-colored swine like Yogo has kidnapped you all? A swine? No way. Are you perhaps talking about Zhu Bajienim? Zhu Bajienim? Sure, our Bajienim skin is somewhat tan, but it's not to the point of calling it pitch black. But he does resemble a swine in some aspect, doesn't he? Like his thick biceps or those tough, strong thighs. But that's not the same as being a swine. Something was definitely going down the wrong direction here. With an excellent timing, a huge commotion broke out in the middle of the village, so I quickly ran over there. It was pretty obvious who was behind that disturbance. Stop right there. A boy's voice loudly resounded out. I pushed my way past the wall of women until I came face to face with the village's large plaza. A large litter in its middle, and the two children standing in front of it. There was no need to mention that they were Yi Gilyong and Shin Yusung, of course. The boy stepped forward like a kid general and shouted out, "You're the Yogo that kidnapped many of the village's women and constructed a dumpling factory to satisfy your selfish interests and desires, aren't you?" A portion of the audience is singing praises of Tang Sanzang's adorableness. Judge, successor of Sakyamuni, has added 5 additional points. Right, he was really adorable. Didn't matter who was inside that litter, there was no way anyone would be able to fight this kid after hearing. No, hang on, if it was that bastard, yeah, he might actually. And like clockwork, an incredible level of status whipped up into a frenzy from inside litter currently covered in screens. Lower the litter. A heavy-sounding tone of voice came out from inside the carrier. It seemed to contain the surprising power to change the mood of the surrounding atmosphere with just a single word. I swallowed my saliva and walked up to the kids. We told you to stay back because it might get dangerous. Leaving me behind like that is actually even more dangerous. Soon, the screen of the litter slowly rose up, and the problematic Yogo finally made its appearance. Sun Wukong knew who that was. Martial Canopy, Tian Peng Yuan Soi, Zhu Beiji. Shin Yusung's jaw dropped in dumbfoundedness. That's the Pigsy? Sun Wukong thought that something was definitely wrong here, because what he saw was not the Zhu Beiji he remembered. For a moment there, I had this feeling that this world's balance of beauty had tilted to one side. A nonsensical amount of cheering erupted out all around us next. Oh, dear Zhu Bajienim. For sure, calling a face like that Yogo didn't seem all that out of place. Because, well, it was inconceivable that a normal human would be blessed with such looks after all. Eyebrows seemingly drawn by a single, uninterrupted stroke of a famed artist's brush, a nose and a chin shaped in perfect angles that defied attempts to measure them through mere devices of men, a pair of deep eyes seemingly carved out of a beautiful jewel containing all the misfortunes found in this world. If someone saw those features and not get immediately drawn in by them, then there must be something wrong with that person. And sure enough, the villagers, regardless of gender or age, were pouring out their praises towards this Zhu Beiji. Zhu Bajienim, hooray. The creator of Murim dumplings, hooray. The so-called Pigsy, half of his black-colored vest unbuttoned and wearing a pair of black jeans, climbed down from the litter. Finally, the day we decide the victor has arrived. You sooty bastard. Yi Gilyong triumphantly roared out as if he was expecting this. He began swinging his small fists around as if he was playing Dribble Nori and dashed towards Zhu Beiji. Of course, there was no way such a thing was going to work. Let me go, you pig. Zhu Beiji easily picked the boy up by the scruff of his neck, glanced at Shin Yusung briefly, and strode over to where we were. You bastard must be Sun Wukong. Episode 81. A Dumpling's Reminiscence 1, Fin. Chapter 429, A Dumpling's Reminiscence 2. Right, I had a feeling that he'd be Zhu Beiji from the beginning. However, just in which aspect was he anywhere remotely Pigsy? A small portion of the audience cannot comprehend the outer appearance of Zhu Beiji. A small portion of audience members are complaining that this is an insult to the original work. Judge, Mai Hao Wang, argues that this doesn't even make sense. It seemed that there were some members of the audience with a similar train of thought as me. And then, in the next moment, the majority of the audience welcomed the choice of the current Zhu Beiji. Number of votes obtained is increasing greatly. Fable Chamber's ranking has increased greatly. Judge, Cleanser of Altars, is satisfied with his outer appearance. Those in the know should already be aware of it. This cleanser of altars was Zhu Beiji's modifier. Judge, cleanser of altars, is deeply satisfied by the casting of his role. 150 additional points have been awarded. As Yu Jung Hyuk glared at me with his trademark piercing eyes, large letters slowly floated up before my eyes. Episode 2. The Conquering King Zhu Beiji. Congratulations. Your Fable Chamber's ranking has broken into the top 100. Han Suyong looked at the message floating up before her eyes and scrolled to the next page with a wry grin on her face. The folks inside the panel screen were acting according to the plot she had cooked up. She pushed up the horn-rimmed glasses on her nose that didn't have any lenses and muttered to herself. These kids' sucky acting might cause me a heart attack at this rate. Fortunately, though, her Fable Chamber broke past the 1,000 voting points mark and had entered the upper ranks. There was a knock coming from the door behind her, and Yi Su-jiang stepped into the room. "I brought some fruits. If you bothered to even knock, you should at least wait for an answer. Or don't knock at all. How is everything going?" "About as I expected. That Fei Hus rank is way too high and it's not as easy as I thought to catch up." Yi Su-jiang confirmed Han Suyong's Fable Chamber ranking over the latter's shoulder and spoke. "It's only been a couple of days, but you're already so high up. Amazing. Compared to my heyday, this sort of achievement is nothing, you know. Besides, we don't know what'll happen next." Han Suyong bit into the apple as she fiercely burned the torch of determination. She could see the dumbfounded face of Sun Wukong within the panel screen. "From here onwards, it'll depend on how well that Sun Wukong does his job." "You're right. I'm Sun Wukong." Yu Jung Hyuk heard my reply and glared at me with questioning eyes. Right afterwards, his right eye glowed in the golden light. The usage of appraisal skills isn't allowed within the applicable scenario location. Due to the worldview's restriction, his Eye of Sage didn't activate. Since I had already expected that to happen, I wasn't even remotely surprised by it. "Looks like you wanted to shoot lasers from your eye," said I with a refreshing grin on my face. Whatever the case might have been, Zhu Beiji was fated to become my underling, according to the original story. "Shin Yusung, what are standing around dazed for? Quickly defeat this guy." Yi Gilyong, still dangling in the air, began to thrash about frantically. She glanced at him as if it was none of her business, and asked Zhu Beiji instead. "Even if you like dumplings that much, how could you build a factory and use people like slaves? And why did you kidnap women in the first place?" While listening to her yell, I studied our surroundings. Zhu Beiji was a demon king of lust and gluttony in the original Journey to the West. If you thought about the original storyline, then the episode we were currently experiencing wasn't a complete impossibility. However, even if she detested Yu Jung Hyuk, Han Suyong wouldn't have stuck this closely to the original. She even changed the ways of survival to that minute degree, didn't she? Besides, even if she wrote such a scenario, Yu Jung Hyuk wouldn't have agreed to. "I didn't kidnap these women." His words quickly prompted the surrounding ladies to yell out. "That's right. We weren't kidnapped at all." I studied their expressions. Not one of them looked to be under the mind control spell. Meanwhile, Yi Gilyong yelled out in response. "So what? Didn't you enslave people to make lots of dumplings so you can eat them all?" "Right, that's what the slave in the factory told us." However, there was one thing that I couldn't understand. Yu Jung Hyuk really liked Murim dumplings. It was verging on obsession even. But would someone like him ever touch dumplings mass-produced in a factory? "I do not eat what others have made." Yu Jung Hyuk even declared as thus, so it didn't make sense for him to use slaves just for the purpose of eating mass-produced dumplings. And as if to prove me right, Yu Jung Hyuk spoke in a slightly sorrowful tone of voice. "I haven't eaten these Murim dumplings." "What are you talking about? You dumpling psycho. Shin Yusong, do something already." Rather than answering the boy, Yu Jung Hyuk stared past the crowd around us. Dozens of houses were lined up along the alleyway. The delivered dumplings were placed before each house's entrance. I could see the village's young kids flocking around them to happily eat them. Could it be? It was at this point that a warning message suddenly appeared over the whole village. "A revolt has occurred in the dumpling factory." The village's entrance, once guarded by the gatekeeper, crumbled and the factory's slaves rushed in. "We will no longer labor for you. Dumplings over here, dumplings over there, dumplings freaking everywhere. Kill him. Kill that pig bastard." The eyes of the slaves gleamed viciously as they wielded hoes and rakes. Women were greatly astonished and began shouting out. "Those Yogos still haven't learned their lessons." "Yogos? But this guy here is the real Yogo, isn't he?" Yi Gilyong shouted out, still oblivious to the situation. Yu Jung Hyuk put the boy down as his expression hardened. "Indeed, I should have killed them from the get-go." In that moment, I figured out what was going on here. Currently, I was the Sun Wukong, so it'd be possible for me to borrow some of his powers. I stared at the waves of Yogos rushing over here and strengthened my vision. Stigma. Fiery golden eyes LV. O is activating the fiery golden eyes, the great sage's unique stigma that allowed him to discern yogos and demons. The color of the world gradually changed, and the appearance of the humans rushing over here transformed. Twisted figures emerged, their eyes filled to the brim with murderous intentions. As expected, they were not human beings. Zhu Beiji is not our enemy. Yigilyong's eyes went extra round after he heard me. He even looked disappointed for some reason. What? Dang it. Rather than ruling the village, Zhu Beiji has liberated it, instead. It's those creatures that had been tormenting this village as they are not humans, but yogos that previously ruled this place. The slave yogos finally revealed their true colors and unleashed their status to destroy the village. Yigilyong and Shin Yusung only then realized what had happened and began directing the crowd. Everyone stepped behind us. The revolt of the factory slaves, was it? This situation was the complete opposite of the demon world revolution in the past. What we had to do now was not liberation but suppression. Yu Yunghayok stepped forward first and unsheathed his dark heavenly demon sword from— No, hang on a second? A portion of the audience members are puzzled by Zhu Beiji's choice of weapon. Several judges are curious as to why Zhu Beiji is suddenly using a blade instead. Judge, cleanser of altars, is complaining about the whereabouts of his 9-tooth spike rake. According to the original story, Zhu Beiji didn't use a bladed weapon, but a rake called 9-tooth spike rake. Many audience members are overwhelmed by the conquering King Zhu Beiji's fighting spirit. A portion of audience members are deeply arrested by the handsome Zhu Beiji's charms. A portion of judges are accepting the change in weapons that reflect the current trend. Judge, cleanser of altars, coughs awkwardly and says that hell overlook it this time as it looks cool. 5 additional points have been awarded. Damn it, were you implying that one's face could even serve as probability? Yu Yunghayok stepped forward and suddenly brandished the dark, heavenly demon's sword in my direction, then drew a very tiny circle on the ground around my feet. You do not step beyond this line. Move 1 step and he'll kill you. And then Yogo's next began flying away next. His sword technique on display was beautiful enough to entrance the viewers. His swordsmanship had taken yet another major leap forward when compared to before, making it impossible to imagine just how far he had to push himself to reach such a realm. You're doing okay, Pigsy. Go get them. Even before I noticed it, both Yigilyong and Shin Yusung were standing next to me and cheering on. We stood there and spectated on Yu Yunghayok soloing the great army of Yogos. Judge, prisoner of the golden headband, feels happy about this pleasing and relaxing progression of the story. Only now did I finally understand the deeper meaning of Han Suyong Authornam's firm resolution. Indeed, the story of the retired son Wukong was a pretty good one. Judge, cleanser of altars, is drunk on the coolness of himself. Judge, Mai Hao Wang, is slightly dissatisfied by the cool-looking Zhu Beiji. 30 additional points have been acquired. It was around this point in time that I heard a rather numinous voice resounding out from the skies above. Wait, stop your actions. The half-dead Yogos screamed loudly and began prostrating on the ground. The skies above the village opened up, and a constellation kicked out in a Taoist robe made his entrance. Judging from his attire, I was pretty sure that he was Taishang Laojun, the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord. Oh, conquering King Zhu Beiji, those Yogos you have slain are pigs that I reared back in my palace in Tishita. They escaped after fearing their fate of being served up on the heavens dining table. So show them sympathy and allow me to take the surviving ones away. Yup, that pattern had finally shown up. The entirety of the journey to the West's plot unfolded in such a fashion. An event would occur, the culprit would be revealed as a Yogo, and when it was about to be vanquished, some weird Taoist dude would suddenly pop up and say actually, that Yogo is XX that I'd been rearing before taking it away with him. A portion of judges are awarding extra points for the development that reflect the original work. 30 additional points have been added. Of course, there was no way I'd let such a development slide without saying something, what with my twisted disposition and all. If you were planning to take them away anyway, why didn't you come and help the villagers from the beginning? My apologies. I was somewhat occupied earlier. Nope, actually, you couldn't be bothered earlier. Even in reality, countless constellations of Emperor rarely tried to aid their incarnations, just like now, when they had prior knowledge on what was going on in the scenarios. Take them away. Thank you. Yu Yunghayok gave his permission, and Taishang Laojun ascended up to the sky along with his pigs. Once Taishang Laojun took his pigs away, peace finally visited this rural village. A normal story would have come to an end here. But then, my fiery golden eyes suddenly stung and the outer appearances of the Yogos leaving alongside with Taishang Laojun wavered about greatly. Don't want, go, for how long? I heard the Yogos' voices, their tones sounding eerily familiar. Even though they luckily avoided getting killed, None of them looked happy about it. How should I put this? It was as if they wanted to die in this place instead. This village is now yours. Although you'll have to operate the factory by yourselves, you won't go empty-bellied like in the past. With that, Yu Yung Hyuk joined our little group. The villagers held a tearful farewell party for us before we left. Or more specifically, they seemed to be disappointed not of us leaving, but due to Yu Yung Hyuk going with us. Chet. I wanted to beat him up and then drag him away. Once the party ended, Lee Gilyong and Shin Yusung set off on the road again, and I followed after them as well. Meanwhile, Yu Yung Hyuk was keeping a few steps of distance away from us. What an awkward atmosphere this was. Now that I thought about it, I had no clue what Yu Yung Hyuk was like around my other companions when I wasn't around. I ended up worrying about him, and so I had to say something. Excuse me, junior brother. Why don't you walk closer to us? And who's your junior now? That idiot glared back at me with incredibly intimidating eyes, and I couldn't say anything else. Meanwhile, the kids sidled up to my side and began chatting away in happiness. Hey, Demon King of Salvation, you did all right back there. If you haven't discovered the truth about those Yogos back then, we might have ended up in a big disaster. Discipline him. To be honest, I hadn't done anything of note. Yu Yung Hyuk killed Yogos, and the one who saved the village was also him. All I did was spectate from the sidelines and say a couple of lines. Even then, kids were busy praising me, not him. I glanced at him, as if he hadn't heard anything. He concentrated on polishing his dark, heavenly demon sword. In that moment, Kim Dokja began wondering for the first time ever. How did my companions see Yu Yung Hyuk while I'm not around? Not too long afterwards, it became evening. Gathered firewood burned brightly, and we formed a small circle around the campfire to bathe in its warmth. It felt almost as if we were out camping. It was Yu Yung Hyuk who also suddenly decided to act like a wet blanket in this pleasant atmosphere. I shall act on my own from now on. His voice sounded utterly disinterested, as if he was still polishing his damn sword, prompting me to respond unconsciously. What do you mean by that? Going to India and fetching the sacred texts will end this journey. Is it not? I alone will be sufficient for this task. I shall go there and… You must not do that. Indeed, Zhu Beiji using his cloud riding technique, or even me utilizing the somersault cloud, would reach India in the blink of an eye. For sure, Sun Wukong mentioned this fact back in the original story too, and when I was much younger I also questioned the logic behind it as well. Why didn't Sun Wukong go and get the texts by himself? I now had a better understanding of why he didn't. If you do that, then there will be no meaning to this story. Taking over 14 years of slow crawling to cross the distance short enough to traverse in one night, that time existed for the sole purpose of completing the story that was the journey to the west. However, Yu Yung Hyuk's thoughts were different. I don't have the time to waste here. This trip should not be that long. ITLL definitely not take over 14 years for us, so please be patient. Progressing according to the itinerary while meeting the rest of our companions should prove to be a good experience for you. He must found it unexpected that I said those words, because he began staring at me while speaking up. You are not one of my companions. Yup, of course. There was no way that this deeply suspicious Ephevrion Yu Yung Hyuk would believe me. I know that. Silence descended among the group. Lee Gilyong wordlessly tossed a pebble inside the campfire, while Shin Yusung nervously studied Yu Yung Hyuk's and my current moods, her fingers fidgeting around with the soil on the ground. It was then we heard the sound of a stomach growling loudly. Lee Gilyong frowned tearfully and rubbed his belly. I'm starving. I grinned slightly and pulled something out from my inner pocket. Would you like some dumplings? It was my secret stash of dumplings that I made while walking on that dumpling road. Lee Gilyong warily eyed me but still received a dumpling anyway. He eventually bit into it. His eyes opened up real wide, his irises trembling powerfully. What the heck? This is so much tastier than what I ate back in the factory. Of course, it was tastier. It simply had to. A portion of the audience members are getting really curious about the taste of Murim dumplings. I sensed Yu Yung Hyuk, 999, flinch ever so slightly on my shoulder. In the meantime, I handed the dumplings over to Shin Yusung and Yu Yung Hyuk as well. The latter frowned and shook his head. I don't eat food made by other people. Other people didn't make this. He seemed deeply puzzled by that. Most likely, he had no idea what I was talking about. He then glared at the Murim dumpling, resting before his eyes with some suspicion, but eventually made up his mind and cautiously reached out to it. And very slowly, so very slowly, as if he was studying his new enemy, brought the dumpling near his nose. This aroma? That's right, eat that damn dumpling, you bastard. Yu Yung Hyuk continued his pained deliberation over and over again, and in the end, brought the dumpling towards his lips very slowly. As if he was tearing into the neck of the enemy commander, he took a small bite out of it. Lee Gilyong, Shin Yusung, and I tensely observed the sight of him chewing the dumpling. Even the chef, 999, on my shoulder had stopped moving and waited for the dude's reaction. Gulp. Yu Jung Hyuk finally finished swallowing his initial mouthful, then proceeded to take another bite. Very, very slowly, the frown on his forehead disappeared. His lips bobbed up and down in great haste. The speed at which he consumed the dumpling increased. Second bite, third bite. Eventually, his hand reached out to the second dumpling. But then he flinched and stopped, and began glaring at me instead. What are you looking at? I sneakily averted my gaze and began chowing the dumplings as well. If I used the omniscient reader's viewpoint, here I might have heard something much more entertaining just now, but well, I swore not to use that anymore, so it's not that bad, I suppose. I heard Yu Jung Hyuk's nearly inaudible muttering and quietly looked up at the sky. The stars of the night sky sparkled as they looked down at us, as if the destruction of the world was a story belonging to a distant realm. While chewing the dumpling, I began thinking this for the first time, that I wouldn't have minded this story going on for a little while longer. Deep night has arrived. Journey to the West remake system will enter 1 hour of maintenance. The darkness descending was pitch black. Everyone had fallen asleep. Sun Wukong used his arm as his pillow and began snoring away, and as for the pair of Tang Sanzangs, they used each of the Monkey King's legs as their own pillows to sleep as well. They must have been fatigued by the journey. However, a shadow quietly stood up, utilizing this dead of night where the messages from the audience members and the judges had disappeared temporarily. It was Yu Jung Hyuk. He silently unsheathed dark heavenly demon sword and approached the sleeping Sun Wukong. And very slowly, he pointed the tip of his blade against the sleeping figure. Episode 81. A Dumpling's Reminiscence 2, Fin. Chapter 438 Dumpling's Reminiscence 3. Yu Jung Hyuk pointed the tip of his blade at Sun Wukong and slowly opened his lips. How did you expect me to respond when you were emitting that much demonic energy? The voice projection was meant to send one's voice to a designated target. However, Sun Wukong didn't reply. Instead, it was the Murim dumpling on his shoulder that did. Dark heavenly demon sword is a good weapon. That voice was thick with an untold length of time it had lived through, prompting Yu Jung Hyuk to strengthen the sword aura permeating on his blade. The dumpling spoke while opening its eyes to stare at the dark heavenly demon sword, buzzing with the transcendental power. However, will you be able to cut me down with a broken weapon? Indeed, there was a faint crack running in the middle of the sword. By using the repair tools sold in the Dakibi bundle, it had been patched up somewhat, but as that statement implied, it was nothing more than a temporary measure. After it broke once, dark heavenly demon sword couldn't even display half of its original might. Yu Jung Hyuk spoke. We can find out right now. And that's precisely why you couldn't win against the secretive plotter. Yu Jung Hyuk's dark brows quivered noticeably at the mention of the secretive plotter. The outer appearance of the Murim dumpling seemed to slowly morph in the darkness, and the coma Yu Jung Hyuk number 999 regained his former look. Indeed, it was the miniaturized version of Yu Jung Hyuk. The regularized Yu Jung Hyuk's eyes trembled faintly. Are you an underling of that bastard? What is your goal here? The current you will never defeat the secretive plotter. If you came here to pass on such a meaningless message, then it'll be the same story even if you try your luck hundreds of times. Exactly the same as your pathetic repeated regressions. Surely you must be aware of this by now. The tip of the dark heavenly demon sword trembled faintly as well. Perhaps that was true. Even after he borrowed Han Suyong and Zhang Huiwan's powers, he still failed to defeat that enemy. It was obvious that he'd not be a match even if they met again. The coma Yu Jung Hyuk, 999, spoke in the tone of voice indicating that he understood that feeling. Yu Jung Hyuk of the third turn. How much do you know about the secretive plotter? An ancient slumber. This dream was from the days when he was still called Yu Jung Hyuk, Hanja, Liuzhonghura, from 0th turn all the way up to 1863rd. The story of when he was still the puppet of the most ancient dream, repeating countless lives and fighting over and over again. Kamadado, you foolish puppet. You can't save anything. Yu Jung Hyuk finally reached the 1863rd turn, only to lose every single one of his comrades. The maritime war god, Yi Jihai, the beast lord, Shin Yusung, the emperor of steel sword, Yi Hyansong, the god of medicine, Yi Seolhwa, the demon of delusions, Kim Namwon, the hermit king of shadows, Han Donghoon, the breaking the sky sword saint, Namgung Minyang, his little sister, Yumiya. Just like how he had many comrades, he also had as many enemies to contend with, such as 10 Evil Gong Pildu, Anna Croft, Ranveer Khan, Fei Hu. I told you, I won't become your ally. However, some enemies remained hostile until the end. Maybe this regression turn will be your last. Some enemies realized he had succeeded and congratulated him. And then the final war began. Oh, the Iron Blood conquering king. Fighting alongside him as his sworn friend, the prisoner of the golden headband, the great sage equal of heaven. I'm helping you because the star stream is an even greater evil. Working as his ally at the final hurdle, demon-like judge of fire, Uriel. This one is simply avenging the death of his incarnation, that is all. Standing on his side for the sake of avenging Kim Namwon, the abyssal black flame dragon. Why, oh you foolish constellations? They advanced forward while breaking past the waves of the outer gods. They cut down countless packs of tentacles rushing at them, and faced off against the enormous statuses emitted by these gods from the other world. Stars in the sky fell non-stop. Lights from the great nebulas continued to disappear. Olympus, Vedas, Asgard. Along with the noises of one era coming to an end, the skies of the star stream were covered by the falling rain of shooting stars. The Korean peninsula's constellations also died. The Gorios #1 swordsman and the maritime war god fought bitterly right till the end, but they still couldn't avoid their deaths. It was the same story for Yu Jung-hyuk's comrade in arms. What an amusing life it was. The first one to lose his head was the abyssal black flame dragon. Gabriel. I'm sorry. Not too long after, the wings of the demon-like judge of fire were broken. By that time, however, even the majority of outer gods had perished as well. The one to land the final, deciding blow was the great sage. That's the end of all stories, it seems. His Rui Bang grew to an enormous height. He then dispersed into tens of thousands of clones and utilized every single fable he possessed to open up a path. As he scattered away in a golden-colored fable, the great sage spoke up. Complete your story. Conquering King Yu Jung-hyuk. Yu Jung-hyuk could never forget the moment he ran on that path. It was the moment that his life, continued on breathlessly from the zero-tage turn-up until now, was about to be completed. Slice. The head of a god from another world fell in vain. Regret will be the on lytng that kueps you alive. And that curse completed Yu Jung-hyuk's conclusion. You have acquired a new great fable. Great fable, Pilgrim of the Lonesome Apocalypse, has completed its meaning. The conclusion, Jaya, for your final great fable has been completed. Hidden scenario, a single fable's final condition has been met. The only one remaining on the battlefield where everything had perished was Yu Jung-hyuk. The conclusion he finally reached by using the deaths of everyone as its fertilizer. What he wished for at the end of this lengthy fight was just this one thing. To see the end of this damn regression. For that sole purpose, he persisted and got himself here. Unfortunately, a wall prevented him from going beyond. There are 3 methods to survive in a destroyed world. I've forgotten some of them by now. However, one thing is for certain. The one reading these words, you will survive for sure. Incomprehensible texts were written on that wall. That was where Yu Jung-hyuk met the Dakibi king. Oh, hear ye the poor, tragic puppet. You have come far too quickly. I'm sorry, but past here doesn't exist yet. Yu Jung-hyuk couldn't understand what that meant. To figure it out, he threatened the Dakibi king. But the damn guy didn't reveal its true meaning even as it died. You can't complete this universe. It was a gigantic wall that Yu Jung-hyuk couldn't go past with his power. But he still instinctively understood it. Past this wall is where he'll find the answer I've been looking for. Unfortunately, his breaking the sky swordsmanship that shattered the heavens and destroyed stars failed to break this wall. It was as if this wall didn't possess the nature of breaking in the first place. Yu Jung-hyuk despaired. He came this far while losing everything, yet he couldn't go past this one wall? Your conclusion is guiding you towards a brand new existence. He needed to become stronger. He needed many more fables. He needed the force capable enough to break past this wall and go beyond it. You have become an outer god. And that was why Yu Jung-hyuk had become an outer god. He now could drift along the countless world lines he had lived through, and eventually he was no longer Yu Jung-hyuk. Other gods respected him who wandered among the universe of stories, and Dakibis from other world lines feared him. The Wenis liked him, though. One of the recorders of fear even created a title for him, too. The great schemer who dreams of journeying past the wall. The secretive plotter. 0th regression turn, 1st, 2nd. 1863rd. He aimlessly floated around all these numerous world lines and memorized the stories of his life once more. He had earned many fables along the way, but his overall power remained the same after paying for the probability of traversing through different world lines. However, he got to learn many new pieces of information that he failed to notice when he used to rely on regression only, such as the origin of all of his regressions, his sponsor, the most ancient dream. The secretive plotter wandered around again and again for the sole purpose of finding this being. Once, he discovered its traces in Eden, and he also discovered the records of it within Vedas as well. But he couldn't find its actual, real body anywhere. And that was why the secretive plotter became even more convinced. He was sure that the answer to everything was beyond the final wall he encountered at the final scenario. Sadly, though, he failed to discover the method to breach that wall even after searching through all of the world lines. His hope slowly withered. His will that not even regressing for 1863 times could break was slowly becoming dimmer. He dreamed many times of falling into an endless slumber. If only he really could. If only he could find the eternal rest he'd been searching for. It was at this point that he discovered a single planet shining so brightly. The secretive plotter was quite familiar with it. The 8612th solar system, Earth. The location where the tragedies of all scenarios began. However, something was wrong. An unfamiliar sensation wrapped around this world line stabbed into his memories. Was there a regression turn like this one? And it was here that the secretive plotter witnessed an existence he had never encountered before. The secretive plotter slowly opened his eyes. He saw the nice forest above the cold darkness. His jet-black exhaled air dispersed within the now chilly air. It was unknown for how long he was there, but nonetheless, the coma Yu Jung Hyok number 41 was next to him. You had a nightmare. Someone like you who had witnessed the conclusion still can't escape from dreaming, it seems. Well, I too am nothing more than a mere puppet, that's why. Such it. Chut. Perhaps as the aftereffects of spending an exorbitant amount of probability, thin layers of sparks danced around the entire figure of the secretive plotter. 41 quietly observed that phenomenon for a while before opening his lips. I see that the effects from the 1863 RDS story changing is rather considerable. Your business here? All contact from 999 has been cut off. The irises of the secretive plotter drew in deeper after hearing those words. Dark and deep light flitted in and out of his eyes as if he was reading something, before he opened his lips again. 999 hasn't died. Then, the meaning of his contact being cut off is, the secretive plotter didn't reply. 41 spoke with a voice containing a faint trace of rage. It was a mistake to send him. Send me instead. 999 is too soft. He is not as soft as you think. Faint vestiges of a fable brushed past the eyes of the secretive plotter, as if he was rereading the events of the 999th regression turn. Even if it was through sheer luck, 999 is the only one besides myself to reach the edge of the conclusion. Because of his experience, I too was able to witness my conclusion as well. That reply prompted 41's expression to crumple. However, he's also the one who willingly gave up on the conclusion. Think about this. He can mess up our goal. It doesn't matter. He is also a Yu Jung Hyok after all. The plotter's unfathomable eyes now stared at the skies of the nice forest. No one could tell what exactly he was thinking about. He too has the right to pursue the end he wishes to see. 41 quietly observed the plotter's eyes before lowering his head slowly. The secretive plotter. Yu Jung Hyok, who had lived the longest time in all of the universes out there. No one in the star stream could understand the depths of his sorrow. If that's what you want. Even if it was another Yu Jung Hyok. Scenario maintenance will conclude in 5 minutes. The channel will reopen soon. As the message reverberated throughout the empty air, 2 Yu Jung Hyoks were still standing face to face. 999 was the first one to form a wry grin. It seems that you don't know anything. But then again, I guess it's only obvious. Don't know anything, those words really got under Yu Jung Hyok's skin. This bastard or that other one, they were all saying the same damn thing. Yu Jung Hyok who doesn't know anything. Just what the hell didn't he know? The blade of the dark heavenly demon sword faintly shifted over to Sun Wukong as if he had managed to swallow back his anger. Just spit out what you're plotting here. Why did you come? Is this Sun Wukong one of your collaborators? 999 glanced at Sun Wukong after hearing that threat and replied. He isn't an outer god. We're simply using each other. In that case, it'll be fine to kill you both. 999 then stepped up slightly as if to defend Sun Wukong and spoke. If you wish to give up on this regression turn, then go ahead. What rubbish are you talking about? Complete this journey to the West remake with this guy. If you do, I shall teach you a way to defeat the secretive plotter. Why should I believe? Almost at the same time, blue sparks danced around 999's body. The existence pledge. Yu Jung Hyok's eyes trembled from unrest. You said that I'll never defeat him even if I regress hundreds of times. And I merely meant that you can't defeat him by regressing hundreds of times. 999 lightly leaped up and landed on the blade of the dark heavenly demon sword. Yu Jung Hyok reflexively took a step back, but his mini version approached him regardless. You always thought that your life so far has been a living hell, because you've been dealing with everything all on your own. A chaotic fable instantly spread all around. Yu Jung Hyuk flinched and stared at it. It was of an eternal nightmare that a certain someone had lived through. Fable, Hellscape of Eternity, has begun its storytelling. As if it was reacting to this fable, the dark heavenly demon sword permeating with shining light shuddered greatly. Yu Jung Hyuk, who experienced the 999th regression turn, spoke again. How many such hells do you think exist in this world? Episode 81. A Dumpling's Reminiscence 3. Fin. Chapter 431. A Dumpling's Reminiscence 4. The ensuing scenario afterwards proved to be plain sailing. Zhu Beiji had a big role to play in that. Current rate of journey to the West's progress: 24%. The journey to the West had the storyline of overcoming a total of 81 different adversities in the 14-year period. But, as the original work used the stories passed down orally as its foundation, this level of changes didn't seem to matter one jot. Even then, I couldn't help but wonder if the story was progressing a bit too fast when we hadn't even met Sha Wujing yet. And I also kind of wondered who'd play that role, too. Kawak. Currently, Yu Jung Hyuk's dark heavenly demon sword was busy cutting the heads off the unlucky bandits that showed up as a sort of intermission event. A portion of judges are dissatisfied by the viciousness of Zhu Beiji. Audience members are satisfied with the taste of the journey to the West cider. 10 additional points have been acquired. Even back in the original story, Zhu Beiji and Sun Wukong often killed all human-type villains they came across. That resulted in Tang Sanzang lecturing them, or when the matter became too serious, they even suffered expulsion, too. There were quite a few readers who felt turned off by the stuffy uptightness of Tang Sanzang. Though, Jung Hyuk Ajusi, how about sparing those people? A portion of judges are satisfied by the reflection of the original work. Many audience members are arrested by Tang Sanzang's adorableness. 20 additional points have been acquired. For sure, the question of who was playing the role seemed to make a big difference overall. The leader of the bandits, beaten up to within an inch of his life by Yu Jung Hyuk, yelled out as if he was furious about his treatment. Kuhyuk. Who would have thought that a mere Zhu Beiji was that strong? Surprisingly, he was someone that I knew. Kids next to me whispered to each other. Poor Myung-o Ajusi. The department chief Han Myung-o activated, one-legged swift horse, and while running away as if his butt was on fire, sent us a knowing wink. To think that Han Myung-o was one of the players participating here, too. It seemed that he was hired to perform multiple roles, specifically as leaders of various bandit troops. Shin Yu-sung softly muttered as we watched his distancing back. Hui Wan Uni said that it was okay. Yu Jung Hyuk returned to our side while lightly polishing the dark, heavenly demon sword. He especially paid more attention to the center of the blade. When I took a closer look, a minute crack could be spotted there. His sword was broken on the battlefield of the Great War of Saints and Demons. This would be his second sword to be broken after the heaven-shaking sword. Even if he didn't show it, he must have been hurting over this whole thing. It'd be good if he could get himself a new weapon from this journey to the West. But I couldn't recall any weapons that might suit him. Sun Wukong's Rui Jingu Bang wasn't the type of weapon that Yu Jung Hyuk was familiar with, and Zhu Beiji's nine-tooth spike rake didn't match his taste. No need to even mention Sha Wujing's demon-slaying staff either. Maybe he found me, deeply submerged in my thoughts, suspicious, as he suddenly addressed me offhandedly. Thankfully, you behaved yourself. Interpretation. Senior brother. Are you injured anywhere? I couldn't help but glare at the narration floating up in the air. What the heck was that now? Behave yourself even in the future. Then I won't kill you. Interpretation. Fufufu, senior brother, do not worry. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I shall definitely protect you. I became slightly dismayed and glared at the sky. Hey, there's just no way he'd be thinking like that. Besides, Yu Jung Hyuk would never laugh Fufufu in his life. Han Suyong, you dumbass. A fair number of audience members are greatly moved by Zhu Beiji's inner thoughts. A fair number of audience members have fallen deeply for Zhu Beiji's magnetism. One of the audience members wished to sponsor coins. Judge, cleanser of altars, is greatly satisfied. 50 additional points have been acquired. What an outstanding author she was. The journey proved to be rather uneventful. Sun Wukong began thinking, is this what it means to lead a retired life? In any case, the trip was indeed quite stress-free, as long as I excluded the constant war of nerves with Yu Jung Hyuk, that was. As for yogos or bandits that periodically appeared, either the kids or Yu Jung Hyuk took care of them even before I could spot them. Why, I, Mr. Demon King of Salvation. You must be really comfortable, aren't you? Yes. It's all thanks to you, the masters. I should also thank Han Suyong for me getting referred to as the Demon King of Salvation even though my identity hadn't been revealed yet. This, I've become the retired SSSS rank Sun Wukong, had a strange backstory of Sun Wukong being nicknamed the Demon King of Salvation in his past. I couldn't really figure out why Shed used such a nickname here, A portion of audience members like the story where the Demon King of Salvation is treated poorly. 10 additional points have been acquired. Nope, I think I know now. Stop picking a fight with someone you're not familiar with, you dummy. No, that's not it. I mean, he should earn his keep, right? Dokja Hyung told me that even if your boat is relaxing, your head should still be working overtime. I definitely never said that. When you were relaxing, you should relax your mind, too. Lee Gil-yong narrowed his eyes to a slit and stared at me, while adding a few more words on top. That's why you should give up some tasty info already. I mean, you're supposed to be a second-turn son Wukong according to the backstory, right? Don't you know where we can find some hidden elixirs or something? Sure, I know of a few. Indeed, the journey to the west did feature quite a few useful elixirs, such as the peach of immortality that Sun Wukong ate, or the ginseng fruit the group finds during the journey itself. One of the best elixirs can be found nearby. Really? Where? I didn't reply and simply stared at Lee Gil-yong. Where is it? Hurry up and spit it out. Before I could explain, the narration began first. In the original journey to the west, Tang Sanzang was kidnapped by Yogos dozens of times because of the legend that any creature devouring the monk would ascend to the heavenly world. But that made sense, considering that Tang Sanzang was the reincarnation of Golden Cicada, the disciple of Buddha who had gone through 10 cycles of rebirth. While watching the jaws of the two kids drop gradually, I added an extra explanation on top. Most likely, you masters are the best-known elixirs found within the entirety of the journey to the west. Lee Gil-yong and Shin Yusung flinched before taking quick steps away from one another and glared fiercely at each other. Hey Shin Yusung, you don't need a finger or two. Now do you, You probably don't need anything above your neck, though? Watching the kids growl at each other like that, I couldn't help but snicker on the side. The dumpling on my shoulder didn't seem to be happy with my current actions and whispered to me, "This is no time to snicker like a fool. It's you who needs an elixir or two, not them." Along with his rebuke, a window popped up in my view. Outer God Transformation Progress Percentage, 48%. The rate of assimilation was chill-inducingly fast. I didn't expect this one to be quicker than the journey to the west's progress. It's because your incarnation bonus rate of recovery is too slow. This was not a part of the deal. And you sneakily cooperating with Kim Dokja Company was not a part of the plan, either. I bit my lip. As expected, the Weni King was a scary guy. But then again, he had been fighting the Dakibi King for his entire life, hadn't he? It was highly likely that he even foresaw the current situation. 999 spoke as he studied my incarnation body. You only have around 4 days. You need to fulfill the agreement before then. That's impossible. I need to finish the scenario first in order to do that, but I don't have enough time. The deal with the Weni King was to create a great fable that contained an outer god. I was planning to fulfill that agreement through this great fable, but 4 days simply was too short. At the bare minimum, I needed over a week. In that case, there is only one method remaining. We need to strengthen your frail incarnation body. I nodded my head and checked out my bonus condition. Current incarnation body recovery rate, 45%. Damage to your foundational fable is critical. You can consume a new type of elixir to boost the rate of recovery. The reason for the rate of transforming into an outer god speeding up was simply because my incarnation body hadn't recovered fully from the damage I suffered during the Great War of Saints and Demons. Fable Fragment, Young Gold Dragon's Broken Heart, is unable to function properly. Now that I thought about it, I was too focused on gathering fables and neglected on enhancing my incarnation bonus durability. Well, I half gave up on the idea after I kept dying and stuff, so as for the Young Gold Dragon's Broken Heart, now that was a fable fragment I acquired a really long time ago. Just like what the one invincible fist Yu Hosong told me, though, I needed to train my incarnation body if I wanted to bring out the full might of the fables. Because if fables were words, then one's incarnation body was the paper those words could be written on. Every elixir that can be found in here should all be replicas. Still, ITLL be better than not consuming one. Score, 2,963. Currently, 5 judges are watching the applicable fable chamber. Currently, many audience members are interested in the upward trajectory of the fable chamber. Current ranking of the applicable fable chamber is 31st. In a fairly short period of time, the scenario created by Han Suyong managed to earn the support from many people out there. And a story where many were sharing the cost of probability could exhibit pretty strong power as a result. As the fable chamber's ranking rises higher, the grades of star relics found within the applicable chamber will also rise up. As the chamber's ranking climbed up, every item that showed up here would get closer and closer to the grade of their original counterparts, and if we managed to win, then they would become originals outright. In other words, everything we find in this fable chamber would become real things. If our chamber's ranking continues to climb as smoothly as it had done so far, and if I manage to successfully gather the elixirs, then, great fable, season of light and darkness, is currently asleep. You don't have the qualification to use the applicable fable. Then maybe I might get to utilize the power of this great fable that I earned but hadn't been able to unleash until now. Great fable, torch that swallowed the myth, is afraid of season of light and darkness. Even the torch that swallowed the myth was scared of this fable. Right now, I couldn't even begin to imagine how incredible the power of this fable was. Stop. It was at that moment when Yu Jung Hyok walking out in front came to a stop. The sky that used to be clear and blue was now dyed in a yellowish hue. I took a closer look to find that the yellowish fog had blanketed the surrounding landscape as well as the sky above. You have arrived in Yellow Wind Cave at Yellow Wind Ridge. Yellow Wind Ridge, was it? This was the residence of one of the journey's villains, Yellow Wind Demon King. If my thoughts were correct, then one of the elixirs I need should be found nearby. It was here that we heard an incoming message. High number of players are joining this fable chamber. The original number of players for this chamber was 8. However, there was a sudden influx of additional players. Lee Gilyong muttered as if he was dumbfounded by it. But why now? It was logically difficult to explain. The newly entering players to a fable chamber that no longer recruited roles could only become extras and not much else. And these extras would not get any proper rewards even after the chamber was concluded successfully. That was the situation for the top 10 ranked fable chambers, so there was no need to even mention participating in this 31st. No, hang on, there was. A small number of audience members are wary of the 6,731st fable chamber's rise in the rankings. A portion of audience members are looking forward to your destruction. Many audience members are paying attention to the fable chamber's sudden upheaval. The current situation was this. Our fable chamber had shot up from the bottom of the ranking all the way up near the top in a proverbial blink of an eye. Yu Jung Hyok spoke, his expression hardening. Bastards are trying to ruin our scenario. It was unknown who might be the instigator in this case, but I could think of something. Most likely, these guys were spies sent in from the Great Nebulas participating in the Journey to the West remake, as well as from other top-ranked fable chambers. They must have been fearing what might happen in the Star Stream if Kim Dokja Company managed to snatch away yet another great fable here. Kugugugugu. The fog rushed forward in an instant and swallowed us up. The first one to disappear under the fog was Yu Jung Hyok's figure, looking back at us and issuing a warning, and then the surprised voices of Shin Yu-sung and Lee Gilyong resounded out next. Discipline him. Hurry and hide behind us. Stay behind and don't step forward. Got th. Even before I could make my reply, the kids disappeared as well, and the fog came to a stop right before my nose. Soon, I heard the sharp noises of weapons clashing coming from here and there. The dumpling on my shoulder asked in a quiet voice, "Aren't you going in?" "I want to, but," said I, as I felt the presence approaching me from behind. I think their aim is me this time. I looked back and saw the extras hurrying over here on the Yellow Wind Ridge's pathway. Constellations disguised as the underlings of the Yellow Wind Demon King were walking closer while emitting unfriendly auras in my direction. So that's the Sun Wukong? He must be a weakling, judging from his status. Did they really think we'd be scared by them attaching the Demon King of Salvation moniker onto a weakling like him? Only then did I figure out what their real goal was. No matter what, the main protagonist of the Journey to the West was Sun Wukong. If he dies, the journey would end too. A portion of judges are worried about your safety. A portion of audience members are worried about your safety. I watched the constellations come closer and felt really conflicted about this whole thing. Retired Sun Wukong didn't want to fight. Why? Because it was annoying. Retirement penalty has steeply decreased your will to fight. Yup, it was all because of that damn retired setting. Judge, prisoner of the golden headband, is digging his ear as if he can't be bothered. Judge, Baimawin, is opening a book to read with a refined expression. Judge, Mai Hao Wang, is yawning out in boredom. Those Sun Wukongs, feeling sick and tired of hard carrying the Journey to the West by themselves originally, wouldn't enjoy this type of development at all. Utterly not caring about that, the extra constellations wielding scary-looking weapons finally arrived in my near vicinity. Kill him. Interpretation. Ha-ha. Kill that baldy monkey. Kill him. Interpretation. Fuck. It's the bastard that cleans up the poo of the heavens. Kill him. Interpretation. A rock for brains monkey. I was about to throw a tackle, arguing about the validity of such interpretations, but then, the channel was suddenly flooded with an explosion of messages. Judge, prisoner of the golden headband, is enraged while holding onto his hair. Judge, Baimawin, is shuddering angrily at the filthiness of this story. Judge, Mai Hao Wang, wishes for the heads of those fools to roll. A portion of judges are providing a great amount of probability towards the progression of the applicable fable chamber. If this story's direction is changed, then a large amount of additional points will be acquired. Ing? A private message has arrived from the scenario master. Hey, you said you can fight a bit, right? The narration began even before I had time to reply. There was one thing that all these yogos rushing in didn't know. Without a doubt, he was the retired Sun Wukong. However, he was also Sun Wukong that didn't hide his own strength either. Along with all the messages clogging up my view, the title card for the new episode floated up as well. Episode 3. The Demon King of Salvation isn't hiding his powers. Episode 81. A Dumpling's Reminiscence. 4. Finn. Chapter 432 Outer God 1. Chapter 432. Episode 82 Outer God 1. The constellations rushing and flinched after checking out the title card floating in the air. What's up with this episode? He's not hiding his powers? What? I sighed out grandly while looking at all those weapons brandished at me. That damn Han Suyong. I began wondering if this was how every character felt inside. Characters that had to follow along with the plot that the author had cooked up, and had no choice but to overcome the obstacles set before them. Yu Jung Hyuk had overcome such trials and tribulations for tens of thousands of years. If I had one advantage over him, then that would be me knowing who the author of this particular scenario was. Swish. 2 strands of sword auras tore apart right before my eyes. I easily avoided the attacks with airy footsteps and thought to myself. I had a chat with Han Suyong in the past about a certain something. There are 2 types of writers in the world. One, a diligent type of writer who plots everything out in advance. And then, the genius beautiful girl writer who entrusts herself to the feelings of the moment without relying on prior planning. Oh, and which one are you? Hey you dumbass. You asking me because you really can't tell? So then, that genius authornim had written this very scenario, did she? Judge, Mai Hao Wang, is readying some beer. Judge, Baimawin, is readying some drip coffee. So, you want to abuse me a bit for the sake of satisfying the tastes of the main readership, was that it? I stared at the sky and muttered out. Hey listen, you know that this is a trade, don't you? Scenario Master is tilting her head after hearing your words. Even if that was her reaction, Han Suyong should have realized what I was talking about here. In the meantime, the constellations had me surrounded. You came riding on a bus this far, so it's time that you make your exit. Making an exit. Now, where would these idiots learn such a scary phrase from? We'll have to wait and see who will make their exit first, now don't we? I couldn't activate either the lightning transformation or Way of the Wind. Not only that, I couldn't use my usual, unbreakable faith either. After all, it'd be troublesome to let others know that I was Kim Dokja. Still, there was no need to utilize my main attack options when dealing with these low-leveled mobs right now. Such a chuchachit. Because I was none other than Sun Wukong. Judge, prisoner of the Golden Headband, is nodding his head. You've been permitted to use a portion of Prisoner of the Golden Headband's stigmas. If I was a regular constellation, dealing with such a stigma would have been a tall order. However, I was a fable-grade constellation and possessed 3 different great fables to boot. Kugugugugu. This time, the onomatopoeia was not made by someone's mouth but from actual thunders cracking in the sky for real. As the lightning bolts flashed in the air, I yanked out a handful of hair and blew them into the air. Stigma, body outside body magic, is activating the body outside body technique. Simply put, it was Sun Wukong's version of the skill, Avatar. What is this? Kawak. The clone Sun Wukongs proliferated in the blink of an eye and began pummeling the enemy constellations to pulps. Suddenly, narration speech bubbles floated up above the heads of the clones rushing forward. The Demon King of Salvation isn't hiding his powers. It seemed that she had momentarily forgotten that she was the narrator here. Suchu-chu-chu-chu-chu. I only borrowed the power of a single magic skill, yet the condition of my body worsened noticeably. It was exacerbated by the fact that I was gravely injured already. God damn it, why hasn't Yu Jung Hyuk come out of the fog yet? Your incarnation Bodis recovery is being delayed. Condition of your incarnation body is worsening. I gazed at the murky interior of the fog and pretended to be unconcerned. The retired Sun Wukong needed to look strong, no questions asked. And I must never go all out no matter what. Kim Dokja thought to himself. Yu Jung Hyuk. I bit my lips and formed the expression similar to the coolest person that I knew. Screw this. We're retreating. It seemed that my ploy worked, as the constellations began retreating from the perceived threats to their lives. A great number of players are exiting the scenario. In the blink of an eye, the only things remaining around me were the empty husks that the constellations left behind. However, even these husks possessed egos. They were creatures tasked with acting as yogo extras in this world. Suddenly, my heart began beating irregularly. Chaos is writhing within in your heart. Rate of outer god transformation is accelerating. Stigma, Fiery Golden Eyes LV, has been forcibly activated. As my vision burned in the crimson hue, the collapsed yogos revealed their true appearances. Where is this? Where is this? Where is this? Ah! Again, 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 again. Yogos carrying suffering expressions had their heads shoved against the ground while screaming out. It wasn't that difficult to understand why. I had witnessed similar existences to them on the Isle of Reincarnators already. They were creatures mobilized to fill up the lacking probability in the fable chambers of this Journey to the West remake. Expendables, cursed to eternally repeat the life of being used as extras of other stories. The problem here was, what was the real identity of those creatures? Power of chaos is writhing within your heart. Pain welled up in my chest like vomit. I staggered unsteadily and approached one of the yogos. The moment my hand touched its slick body, its appearance changed to that of a tentacled cephalopod-type monster. Pages of the Ways of Survival flipped open in my head. Some nebulas deliberately nurture the cast-off skins of the lower-ranked old beings. They use these beings as sacrifices to fill up the necessary probability of the scenarios. My heart was beating much louder than before. Indeed, such sections did appear in the Ways of Survival. However, it never revealed which nebulas did such things even until the end. Can't be, it was the Emperor? Pilgrim Sun, stop right there. I looked up into the sky and sure enough, one of the constellations in charge of the heavenly worlds was busy making his descent. I wasn't sure of his name. Probably some loser like Metal Lord of the West or Lingji Bodhisattva or something. Well, there were literally hundreds of constellations with similar names like that in the Emperor, after all. Those yogos are beasts that used to cultivate at the foot of Yangshi Mountain. However, they stole and drank the sacred oils from the Great Leiyin Temple, where Buddha was residing, and became yogos as a result. Please, show them mercy and graciously pardon them of their sins and hand them over to. After realizing the truth, I finally understood why Emperor folks wanted to retrieve these so-called yogos. From their perspective, these creatures must be like their resources. A must-have resource in order to operate the scenarios. A portion of judges are satisfied by the story's reflection of the original work. 5 additional points have been awarded. Judge Mai Hao Wang is yawning in boredom. The defeated yogos either dying or reverting back to the property of the deities. That development, without a doubt, truly reflected what happened in the original work, something that hadn't changed in the past thousands of years. However, if that was the correct flow of events and the correct rules of the Journey to the West, then, womai. Then what meaning was there to the lives of these yogos? Judge, prisoner of the golden headband, is looking at you in puzzlement. When I didn't say anything for a while, the Lingji Bodhisattva opened his mouth once more. In any case, it is fine for me to take the yogos away, yes. In the end, the narration decided to step in first. Sun Wukong nodded his head and towards the Lingji Bodhisattva. I can't let you do that. Said that he can't allow that. I sensed the angry gaze of the scenario master bearing down on me from the sky. It was a reproachful gaze, seemingly asking me what I was thinking of when making such a reply. The Lingji Bodhisattva was stunned just as much as she was, it seemed. What did you say? Whatever the case may be, you people don't look after these guys properly anyway. What are you talking about? You'll just mobilize these yogos as extras in other fable chambers. Judge Mai Hao Wang is looking at you with deeply intrigued eyes. Judge Baimawin has closed the book he was reading and is now looking at you. Judge, prisoner of the golden headband, is paying attention to your words. The panicking Lingji Bodhisattva yelled out loudly. They are nothing more than simple yogos. You're chasing after a greater purpose in this journey. So why are you minding the fate of these worthless creatures? They are folks who also carry out the scenarios as well. You're supposed to pursue Buddha's teachings or discuss the true meaning of the universe and be on the righteous path. So how come you're so disinterested in the lives of those that are not human? While saying such things, I began thinking about Han Suyang. Did she already plan out the conclusion of this scenario? Many audience members are intrigued by your argument. Just like what Han Suyang said earlier with her own mouth. She was the so-called genius-type writer who relied on the feelings of the moments to create the overall narrative. But that also meant she'd suffer the torture of creation, always wary of the potential responses the readers might display. Scenario Master is waiting for your next declaration. She probably had to participate in this scenario in a hurry and didn't enjoy the luxury of time to come up with a satisfying conclusion nor to establish an overarching theme. Indeed, it'd be already pretty tough to create storylines that would constantly excite the audience members. But what if I aided her in her quest? I slowly got up and, while standing in front of the yogos, raised my voice. I shall take these guys with me. As the Lingji Bodhisattva's expression was filling up with pure astonishment, I could also see the yogos falling into confusion as well. There were some things that could only be seen from the perspectives of a writer or the reader, and some that could only be understood by being one of the main characters. Judge, prisoner of the golden headband, likes your unwillingness to concede defeat. Judge, Baimawin, likes your unwillingness to concede defeat. Judge, Maihawang, likes your unwillingness to concede defeat. 150 additional points have been acquired. The theme of the applicable fable chamber is beginning to change greatly. Yogos were now looking up at me. A possibility of a new great fable is germinating. Shares for Outer God has been generated for the new great fable. As I expected. However, the messages didn't end there. The agreement with the Weni King is activating. In order to fulfill the agreement, you need to increase the shares of Outer God for the applicable fable to over 30%. Currently, shares of Outer God for the applicable scenario is 0.0003%. 0.0003%? As I began despairing at that nonsensical percentage, the Lingji Bodhisattva began yelling again in midair. You fool. You're truly boundlessly arrogant, aren't you? Do you think you're the real pilgrim's son or some such? This Bodhisattva must have forgotten about his role for a second there, because he began pouring out powerful status at me. It was right after I had finished dealing with the great sage's probability, so I no longer possessed enough energy to contend with that. But, just before the waves of status, fired like lightning bolts, could stab into me, hey you, did you know that you sound exactly like Dokja Ajusi? Along with that voice, the lightning bolts split apart in the air. I looked around and saw that the sandy fog had died down already. My companions were approaching me from the distance. And then Yu Yunghyak was standing before me as if to shield me. He glared at the sky and pointed the dark heavenly demon sword, scattering electrical energy at the opponent. I won't say this twice. Scram. You bastards. This insult I will definitely. The Lingji Bodhisattva sweated buckets out of sheer fright and quickly disappeared, leaving Yu Yunghyak to look at me with an icy expression. His dark heavenly demon sword was pointing at me next. Didn't I say it'll kill you if you don't behave yourself? My apologies. I've defeated the Yellow Wind Demon King. Congratulations. I began aiding the Yogos still collapsed on the ground. Worry. They stared at me in fear, but eventually came closer and sniffed my hands. However, they still scampered away in a hurry. Like some sort of abandoned puppies, they hid behind distant trees and began peeking around the corners at me from their hiding spots. A portion of abandoned Yogos are now following you. Yu Yunghyak addressed me. You know that this is a meaningless action, right? The Emperor Nebula will retrieve them once this fable chamber is complete. I'm aware of that. Something like that has happened thousands of times to them. Your kindness means nothing to them. I'm also aware of that. They will perform the exact same roles in the exact same scenario in the future, and forget all about you. They won't be able to remember anything about you. Do the ones that can't remember anything. I stared straight at Yu Yunghyak and replied. Also forget about their sorrow, too? His eyes staring back at me trembled powerfully. I remained still as he continued to shiver. Was it because we had already reached the 94th scenario? His face was covered with quite a few scars now. You! Before he could form a proper sentence, the kids arrived first. When I took a closer look, though, our companions had ballooned up by one. As expected of my mast. No, hang on. You're the senior brother in this place, right? In any case, you were so cool. What was that technique earlier? Please teach me that. Her energetic voice caused my heart to ache even before I noticed it. I see. So, you were our Sha Wujing then. Player 2 Nim has joined the group. Hi Sun Wukong. Hey, you sure know how to run your mouth, don't you? E.g. Hi, wearing a t-shirt with a large butterfly printed on it and chewing on bubblegum, lightly slapped me on the shoulder and extended her hand to me. And so, all the main actors of the journey to the west have finally gathered. I smiled faintly and extended my hand towards her. But then, my body suddenly collapsed as if the ground beneath my feet had disappeared. What's wrong with him? E.g. Hai hurriedly supported my collapsing frame. As the faintest trace of demonic aura leaked out from my body, my vision grew dim at the rate of knots. Your incarnation body has currently sustained great damage. Rate of Outer God transformation is accelerating. Outer God transformation progress percentage. 71%. It seemed that there weren't that many days remaining in my happiness-filled journey. I shall take these guys with me. Han Suyong heard the words coming out of the display panel, and her jaw dropped to the floor. Her lemon candy rolled around on the floor. Isujayong happened to be tidying up the vicinity. Just then she cautiously came closer and asked, "Did something happen?" Han Suyong remained utterly stupefied until then, but her lips finally began bobbing up and down a little. "No, wait. That guy?" She looked at the list of characters on the holographic display. Player 1, Yu Young Hyok Nim, is playing the role of Zhu Beiji. Player 2, E Ji Hai Nim, is playing the role of Sha Wujing. Player 3, E Gilyong Nim, is playing the role of Tang Sanzang. Player 8, Watcher of the Light and Darkness Nim, is playing the role of Sun Wukong. She stared at that list for a very long time, then suddenly rubbed her eyes while tilting her head back. How long passed by like that? Han Suyong let out a noise and started cackling away. Yi Sujiang cautiously asked her again. Are you Black Flame Dragon right now? No. I'm Han Suyong. Han Suyong the moron, actually. Han Suyong opened her eyes. Her cheeks flushed ever so slightly. Holographic messages began rising up one after the other. The declaration made by the applicable individual is welcomed by many audience members. A portion of judges are awarding additional points for twisting cliches. Current ranking of the applicable Fable Chamber is 25th. You arrogant schmuck. Who asked you for your help? Her fingertips pressing on the key panel for some reason looked more cheerful than before. Being number 1 is what I do best, you idiot. Episode 82. Outer God 1 Fin. Chapter 433 Outer God 2. The bitterness akin to the broth you'd get by boiling red ginseng spread inside my mouth. I ended up unknowingly smacking my lips, prompting a familiar voice to enter my ears. Looks like he's coming around. Put this in, too. Someone forcibly pried my eyelids open and dropped a substance similar to eye drops on my eyeballs, causing a really cold sensation to spread out and help me regain my wits in an instant. Due to consuming new types of elixirs, your incarnation bonus recovery has accelerated. My vision was restored, and I found myself lying against the belly of a horse. The white dragon horse Chimera Dragon of Tang Sanzang neighed unhappily and glared at me. Oh, he's awake. I saw Yi Gilyong's and Shin Yusung's worry-filled faces brighten up. Yi Jihai forcing my eyelids open was grinning as well. Hey, what will we do with you when you're too frail to ride on a bus? You're supposed to serve your master, so it's no good for you to be this feeble, you know? The boy put his hands on his waists and fake coughed. I grinned bitterly and tried to prop my upper body up, and Shin Yusung lent me a hand. Are you really all right? You fainted all of a sudden. I'm feeling better, thanks to all of you. By the way, these elixirs. I looked at all the remnants of various elixirs around me. A few of them were unfamiliar, but there was also one that I did recognize. It was the eye drops contained in a reddish bottle, called 3 Flowers and 9 Fruits Sap, Thanhua Jiuzergal, and was one of the treasures found within the journey to the west that could be earned by defeating the Yellow Wind Demon King. I was somewhat flustered by this and asked the kids, "Did you use that on me?" For a moment there, I thought I could see Yu Sangh's face in Shin Yusung's bright smile. The 3 Flowers and 9 Fruits Sap. Just by putting some in your eye, it restored energy in your body and expanded your eyesight. A portion of judges are satisfied by this attempt at reflecting the original work. 10 additional points have been awarded. Actually, it was Sun Wukong who ended up using the 3 Flowers and 9 Fruit Sap in the original storyline too. However, to think they willingly spent an item on me that they could have used on themselves. For some reason, I felt guilty about it. I felt my right wrist getting numb, so I took a look, only to see something rather horrifying happening there. You're just as weak as that bastard. What's the matter with your incarnation body? Yu Young Hyok was holding my right wrist with enough force to pop it like a balloon while feeling for my pulse. Now that I thought about it, this guy possessed the next best medical skills after Isil Hua in our group. He scowled deeply as he continued to observe my condition. Not a single blood vessel in your internal organs is intact. It's a miracle that you even managed to participate in this scenario. Is that so? It's rare to see a constellation ending up in such a situation. Are you being chased by someone? I looked at him with a bit of surprise. There was no way Head asked me that out of concern, so seeing how he was firmly grasping the dark heavenly demon sword with his free hand from a while ago, I could more or less figure out what he was planning to do here. No, it's not like that. I was just in an urgent need for this great fable, so I didn't have enough time to recover my incarnation body. I shall end you right away if you prove to be a burden to this group even for a second. Yu Young Hyok discarded my wrist like trash and stood up from the spot. We've wasted precious elixirs. Yu Young Hyok strode away and settled down on a nearby boulder to polish the dark heavenly demon sword again. It had been broken once before, so its durability must fallen by a quite lot now. Yi Jihai, watching that, spoke to me. My master. No wait, my senior brother is really cool. Isn't he? Even though he's saying that he was the first person to recommend using elixirs on you. That Yu Young Hyok did? I couldn't understand no matter how hard I thought about it. Even if I was Kim Dokja and not the Watcher of Light and Darkness, he wouldn't have. He's not as cold-blooded as you think. I heard the dumpling 999's voice quietly enter my ear. Do you still believe that you can understand someone through just a few lines of text in a couple of chapters? 999 told me that not too long ago. He was right. Even though I knew his words were correct, I kept forgetting them over and over again. One's life would always be greater than a story written about him. Yu Jung Hyuk was always behind his comrades. There were countless paragraphs in the ways of survival, but they couldn't fully explain the time lived by Yu Jung Hyuk. Third turn, fourth, fifth. He always was looking at his comrades from a certain distance. He stood there and protected them and faced off against their enemies. Yu Jung Hyuk, were you able to protect everything you wanted to protect? Always, he failed to protect those he had to protect. Even then, he remained in the same spot. It was quite likely that I'd never get to fully understand the depths of his determination even if I died and woke up again. Shin Yu-sung walked over to Yu Jung Hyuk polishing his blade. Jung Hyuk Kajusi. He looked back at her with his trademark disinterested eyes, and her small hand pressed against his cheek. Upon closer inspection, a cream-type ointment was applied there. What are you doing? Be still or it'll get infected, you know. Don't turn your head. Even without applying things like this. As if he was some kind of a vicious wild beast currently being tickled, Yu Jung Hyuk's expression became rather complicated. It took a single person's name to stop him from shooting up from his spot and leave. Seolwa Uni asked me to do it, you see. She said that Ajusi wouldn't care about stuff like this, so someone has to mind it for his sake. Seolwa's name caused his shoulders to flinch rather grandly. He seemed to be torn over his decision for a very long time, but then settled back down on the boulder awkwardly. He loudly declared in a charismatic voice next. Finish it in 10 seconds or less. Shin Yu-sung giggled and nodded her head, and began rubbing the ointment all over him energetically. His lips continued to twitch, but he didn't try to stop her. The wounds on his body healed at a visible pace after her hands brushed past them. As expected, Seolwa's remarkable ointment was something else. Indeed. Back in the original story, the mass-production type maker even imported her ointment and sold them as a cosmetic product, too. What was its name again? Was it Purest White Fable Cream or something? Bubble, hiss. My ears caught the sounds of onomatopoeia for the first time in a while, so I looked to my side to see what was what, only to find Gil-yong and his figuratively blazing eyes there. As if he suddenly developed crossies, the boy began alternating his gaze between Yu Jung Hyuk and Shin Yu-sung rapidly. Oh ho! Eventually, he began striding towards where the duo was in a vigorous fashion, as if he had made up his mind about something. Hey Shin Yu-sung. Ji-hai sidled up next to me and nodded her head, her expression one of contentment. Finally, Gil-yonga, you have woken up. Judge Sakyumina's successor likes these young Tang Sanzangs. A portion of audience members enjoy watching the adorable antics of Tang Sanzangs. 20 additional points have been awarded. Gil-yong hesitated greatly where he stood, unable to do anything under the outpouring of attention other than bobbing his lips up and down. He had started this whole thing, but his expression clearly showed that he had no idea what to do next. In the end, he resorted to shouting out, his face flushed beet red. I'm gonna apply Dokja Hyung's ointment from now on. As if he had finally realized what needed to be said here, he spoke in a triumphant voice next. Got that? You'll be in charge of that sooty bastard from here on. Ji-hai dashed forward before I even realized it and smacked the back of Gil-yong's head. Unsurprisingly, the boy grandly face-planted nose first into the ground. Why did you mention Kim Dokja there, you dumbass? She pinched his ear and pulled him up to lecture him properly. Meanwhile, Shin Yu-sung watched the proceedings and shook her head, before returning to her job of applying the ointment. Yu Jung Hyuk was stroking his cheek in awkwardness, as if he couldn't really get used to the cream on his skin. Kim Dokja watched all these happen with a quiet smile. The fourth wall is gradually getting thicker, as if he was looking at a spectacle happening in the distance. The smartphone inside my inner pocket was busy creating paragraphs on its own. As the texts floated up, I looked at my companions and thought to myself, right, maybe in that moment, Kim Dokja made up his mind up over a certain something for the first time ever. The transformation into the outer god gradually sped up. What was once 71% soon became 75%, and it only took a proverbial blink to shoot past 80%. But when it got around to 85%, it suddenly came to a dead stop. It was all thanks to my companions looking after me. Here, eat this. Oh, and this too. As if it was inversely proportional to my infection rate, the scenario clear speed of my companions actually accelerated gradually. As expected, the combination of the 94th scenarios Yu Jung Hyuk and Ji-hai was incredible to behold. Senior brother, over there, below us. As befitting the disciples of the breaking the sky swordsmanship, they were in perfect sync with one another. The majority of the enemies were taken care of even before they could approach us or come up with dastardly schemes against us. On top of that, they even resorted to using power levels that surpassed the scope of the original to suppress our enemies. Current rate of journey to the west's progress, 43%. Fable Chamber ranking has improved. Current ranking of the applicable Fable Chamber is 21st. Judge, golden-bodied Arhat, is happy with his current appearance as a pretty young girl swordswoman. Shin Yu-sung, now finding herself with nothing to do just like me, muttered to no one in particular. It'd been nice if Hui Won Uni and Hyeonsong Ajusi could come along too. It seemed that those two couldn't participate this time. Hyeonsong wouldn't have woken up just yet. He had entered the final phase of steel transformation, so I figured that he'd be sleeping for a long while. However, there should be no problem in regards to his life. The real problem would be with after he had woken up, actually. Whatever the case might have been, I thought that this scenario could come to an end in less than 10 days at our current pace. And so, yet another day came to a close, and then another one, and eventually, for days went by. Current rate of journey to the West's progress, 64%. Current ranking of the applicable Fable Chamber is 15th. A high number of competitors are keeping a hostile eye on the applicable Fable Chamber. All I did during those 4 days was ride on the bus, sleep to my heart's content, chat with my companions about nothing important, and consume a ton of elixirs. Your incarnation body has recovered to a noticeable degree. Energy is returning gradually to your incarnation body. It felt like my cheeks had become fatter by a bit too, as I enjoyed this abundant, easygoing life, e.g. Hi. Shin Yu-sung and Lee Gil-young all observed me with satisfied expressions on their faces. As if they were farmers feeling happy about a pig growing all fat and juicy and the like. Here, eat this one too. Please take this. Why were they so happy about me consuming these things, anyway? E.g. Hi to my side complained a little while chuckling out. They say that if you can't get a pheasant, then get a chicken instead. I mean, it's nice to see you eat well and be healthy, you know? If only we fed that guy as diligently as we're doing now. Time continued to tick by. Kuhuk. This isn't over, Zhu Beiji. We encountered Han Myung-oh playing different roles many times, and we even ran into a potential helper of ambiguous identity, sporting a wild beard as if he was some sort of a Taoist deity or something. In this mountain's deity spirit. I've learnt a long time ago that you are on a noble journey to India. I have been waiting for you to reach here, so that I can provide you with a little bit of help. The kids cried out at the so-called deity spirit blessed with a head full of bright blonde hair and the obviously fake beard. Hyang Uni. Hyang Hyung. Episode 82. Outer God 2 Fin. Chapter 434 Outer God. 3. Am not this Hyang Gorather, but someone simply passing B. Damn it, hey disciple son. Get over here and fetch this elixir already. The Blondie Mountain deity spirit promptly gave up on her acting and called out to me. Such a thing happened often back in the journey to the West. A portion of judges are complaining that such events didn't need to be imitated. One additional point has been awarded. A spirit would suddenly pop out of nowhere and help out the group, saying that it was the will of the Buddhanim or something similar. Such blatant acts of ignoring probability and deus ex machina ran rampant in the original journey to the West so much so that I had to wonder whether it was the very first lump all lucky coincidences to one-person type novel or not. I courteously bowed a little and spoke. Thank you for helping us out always. Only doing it because I've been told to. Perhaps reminded of someone right now. Zhang Haiyang looked up at the sky with a resentful expression and muttered to no one in particular. Count yourself lucky. If I hadn't been late, the role of the Demon King of Salvation would have been mine. That came out so naturally, didn't it? It seemed that this role was supposed to be Zhang Haiyang's. Why did you want to perform this role? She looked at me with distant eyes before shaking her head with a smirk. Well, yeah, you wouldn't know anything about how awesome the Demon King of Salvation actually is. I thought about it for a little while, before speaking up with a voice overflowing with affection towards, myself. I also like the Demon King of Salvation very much. Oh, really? Have you heard some kind of fables about him, then? For instance, the liberator of the industrial complex he earned in the demon world. Oh hoot, that must flipped a switch in her somewhere. Because Zhang Haiyang suddenly started telling me a long-winded tale of her adventure. If I were to simplify the content somewhat, it went something like this. So like back then, I managed to rescue the dying Demon King of Salvation, you see? So when you get right down to it, I actually saved the Demon King of Salvation. So, it was fun, right? It wasn't... In any case, we came to a mutual understanding right below the root of darkness and made a pledge of brotherhood. We worked together to liberate the industrial complex from the grips of a dastardly demon duke, and the story was more or less accurate, but I couldn't be sure why it felt like I was stuck listening to a novel being read here. And then, the Demon King of Salvation looked at me with gloom-filled eyes and said, "My dear friend, become my warrior that will fight for my sake." I began wondering if it was all right to let a baseless story such as this one to float around, but messages suddenly floated up in the air en masse before I could do anything about it. Judge, prisoner of the golden headband, is criticizing the deity spirit's nonsense. Judge, prisoner of the golden headband, is arguing that it was him who performed the most heroics back in the demon world. Judge, Mai Hao Wang, is ridiculing the prisoner of the golden headband. Many audience members are getting interested in the Nebula Kim Dokja Company's fable. As things stood, I couldn't really tell apart whether we were in the Journey to the West or Kim Dokja Company's Disorganized Great Adventure get-together. Maybe that was what Han Suyong was aiming for. As the Kim Dokja Company's fable grew stronger, the potential great fable we'd earn through this Journey to the West remake would also become stronger too. Fables of the Kim Dokja Company are spreading throughout the star stream via word of mouth. Well, we'd have to wait and see if that was ultimately a good decision or not. How long passed by like this? Ijihai yawned out of pure boredom and spoke up. Arg, just finish up and hand over the elixir. Will you? Here. Another week went by. We defeated countless Yogos and also faced off against the constellations from Emperor that showed up to retrieve those creatures afterwards. Those Yogos that you subjugated earlier were creatures that I raised in my backyard. Scram. Yu Yung Hyok kicked them away instead of me. Seemingly wanting to avoid fighting the conquering King Zhu Beiji, Emperor's constellations went away willingly even though they expressed their dissatisfaction over the matter. Outer God Transformation Progress Percentage. 95%. Rate of your outer God transformation has been slowed down. The rate of becoming an outer God hadn't progressed all that much during that time. On the other hand, our group's rate of advancing through the Journey to the West was shockingly fast. Current rate of Journey to the West's progress. 94%. We had finally broken past the 90% mark. Ijihai spoke while panting breathlessly. Wow, now that was really tough. It seems that way, especially for today. What are you even talking about? You were just riding a bus, aren't you? I ignored her retort and confirmed the Fable Chamber ranking instead. Current ranking of the applicable Fable Chamber is 4th. Score: 21,912. Many audience members are marveling at the applicable Fable Chamber's stunning rate of growth. It hadn't even been 10 days, yet we had already brushed aside all the other, starrier chambers and climbed up to the 4th rank. I couldn't help but respect Han Suyong's talent, even if I didn't want to. Current number 1 in the rankings is The Real Journey to the West. Score: 30,408. With our current speed, I thought that it'd not be impossible to catch up to Faye who, currently the undisputed number 1 in the rankings. Of course, it was still too early to celebrate. The competition wouldn't end even if we managed to surpass Faye Huss Chamber and claim the top spot. Because the overall victor would be determined only after collating the total voted points and the judges' opinions. I looked up at the stars blinking high up in the night sky at the constellations, currently listed as mere anonymous audience members. A portion of audience members are holding animosity towards you. Without a doubt, Emperor must be watching the rise of our ranking right now. The pride Emperor feels about their great fable is enormous. They would never accept their great fable being inherited by a weak little nebula. Besides, there was a good reason for them to feel dissatisfied with us too. Such as, there are a lot of them now, aren't they? The group of Yogos currently following us. The ranks of Yogos filling up the footpath of the mountain were so humongous that I couldn't even see their end anymore. Every single one of them were creatures we had spared. The agreement with the Weni King is underway. In order to fulfill the agreement, you need to increase the shares of Outer God for the applicable fable to over 30%. Currently, shares of Outer God for the applicable scenario is 15.772%. The Journey to the West was marching closer to its end. Yet the shares for the Outer Gods remained depressingly low. I had saved that many Yogos, but the percentage was only over 15. But then again, it was pretty obvious why. Sure, there were a lot of them, but they didn't impact our story all that much. Meaning, the core of the Journey to the West hadn't changed. They had been participating as mere extras on this stage and not as its main actors. The only reason why their shares had risen past 15% was simply because many in the audience ended up paying attention to this rather abnormal situation. That was all. Many audience members are looking at the pilgrimage in awe. A portion of judges are focusing on the possibility of a new journey to the West. A small number of judges are worried about the perversion of the original. This march of the Yogos even earned a nickname to boot: the pilgrimage. Countless Yogos, journeying to India so that they could become enlightened on their existence. A portion of audience members are entering the applicable scenario in order to view the pilgrimage. Heck, recommendations for our Fable Chamber even showed up in the Journey to the West recommendation bulletin board, too. Cool Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing, adorable Tang Sanzang, and the soft sun Wukong. Author: Yuri 9158. Review: Zhu Beiji is so cool and Tang Sanzangs are super cute, too. I've become the retired SSSS rank. A masterpiece that initially sounds like a mass-produced fable. Author, non-mass production type maker. Review, in all honesty, the real protagonists of the journey to the West are Yogos. Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, Sha Wujing, they are all Yogos. Yet, the journey to the West's theme is infinitely closer to humanism. It's because all the Yogos appearing in the original had been humanized extensively from a human's perspective. Meaning, Yogos from the journey to the West had to live as humans after their status as Yogos had been stolen from them. It felt as if the names of the authors were kind of familiar, but that must be a mistake on my part. Surely, whatever the case might have been, we were getting quite a few puzzling recommendations. They are still following us. Shin Yusung, walking at the rear of the group next to me, kept glancing behind her as if something was bothering her. She seemed to hesitate slightly, but then extended her hand out to a Yogo acting like a puppy by her feet. Hi. I was slightly nervous about the Yogo suddenly attacking her, but thankfully what I feared didn't happen. Yogo crouched like an obedient puppy and rubbed its nose against the tip of her fingers. This guy was no longer the terrifying outer god that I knew of. Sourm. They were not the demonic beasts that Shin Yusung could tame. Well, outer gods weren't designated as one of those friendly life forms after all. They were simply things that lost their usefulness, wandering around on the outside of scenarios. Even then, Shin Yusung carefully paid attention to them with a serious expression on her face. Yuzung. Namim. Did she actually understand them? Could she understand their words and see what their real appearance was? I hesitated a little before asking her. Aren't you afraid? Not at all. It's like when I keep looking at them, I find them kind of cute in a way. And small tentacles resembling those of an octopus tickled the back of her hand like a stalk of foxtail. A person I like appeared like this once before, you see. Suddenly, a short bout of migraine and dizziness rushed in along with a zing in my head. Exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint Level 2, is forcibly activating. Maybe he could be here with us this time, too. I saw her determined eyes scanning the ranks of Yogos and bit down hard on my lip. Notice to all Constellationums currently participating in the scenario. An unannounced broadcast suddenly came from somewhere. The surrounding atmosphere trembled and Yogos all looked up at the sky with worried expressions. They coming. Don't like. Cries of the outer gods rose up from here and there. A great dakibi appearing as a semi-transparent figure was being transmitted in the sky above. The Journey to the West remake scenario is gradually inching towards its conclusion. I heard that recently, due to the point gap between the upper ranks and the middle being too great, many Constellationums are halfway giving up on the scenario itself. What an ominous-sounding opening remark that was. Starstream is fair with its opportunities. An eel that struggles can become a dragon, and inversely, a dragon ruling the sky can also fall to the ground as well. For a moment there, the great Dakibi seemed to have glanced in our direction. So, ending things here would leave behind a bit of a sour taste, wouldn't you say? What's going on? Along with Ejihai's loud yell, our surroundings began transforming. As the rays of bright light exploded, our group as well as the Yogos had been transferred to the bank of a massive river. Fable chambers are being consolidated. The I've become the retired SSSS rank Sun Wukong has been incorporated into the Great Fable. Sun Wukong knew which river this was. They were now in the western riverbank of Tongtian River. This was the final hurdle before reaching India. The great Dakibi laughed. Deciding the first spot through just the score alone is not amusing. However, isn't finding out which fable is stronger the natural law of Starstream. Many audience members are cheering on and agreeing with that declaration. A small number of audience members are smacking their lips. A portion of judges are frowning at the interference of a great Dakibi. As the messages streamed in, large pillars of light began flashing in various spots of the riverside. 421st Fable Chamber has been consolidated. The My Sun Wukong is broken from a certain point on has been incorporated into the Great Fable. We found another group exactly like ours over there. The stunned silly Yi Gilyong shouted out. Who are those people? That group also featured Sun Wukong, Tang Sanzang, Zhu Beiji, Sha Wujing, and the White Dragon Horse. Indeed, they were a Journey to the West expedition team from another Fable Chamber. 7133rd Fable Chamber has been consolidated. The I thought I was Sun Wukong but I was just a regular monkey has been incorporated into the Great Fable. 6523rd Fable Chamber has been consolidated. The omniscient Sun Wukong Ruibang's Viewpoint has been incorporated into the Great Fable. As the pillars of light continued to descend, many Sun Wukongs revealed themselves on the riverbanks. Some possessed weak status while some others possessed mighty ones. And then, First Fable Chamber has been consolidated. The real Journey to the West has been incorporated into the Great Fable. Some even possessed an overwhelming status too. Every single one making up that particular fable chamber was among the top elite of elite constellations. The sun Wukong, currently ranked number 1, was looking over in our direction, his eyes burning in the pale blue ghostly flames. As expected, it had come down to this. I had been anticipating that something like this might happen. Because, at the rate the things were going, Fei He's side would have lost to us in the points tally. A portion of judges are worried about your safety. Judge, prisoner of the golden headband, is furious at this development. Judge, Baimoen, is getting curious about the conclusion of this scenario. Judge, Maihao Wang, orders you to sweep every one of these people away. Not only that, the main judges were already siding with us to boot, too. Indeed, that side probably had no choice but to do something before the situation worsened even further for them. Details of the main scenario have been updated. The voice of the great Dakibi resounded out next. And so, the final event of the Journey to the West remake will start now. Episode 82. Outer God 3, Fin. Chapter 435, Outer God 4. The final event of the Journey to the West remake will start now. Zhang Huiwen bit her lip as she listened to the voice coming out of the panel in the air. She wanted to be there as well. She wanted to fight alongside her companions. Haiyanxiangsai. However, she couldn't go because of the man lying in slumber on the hospital bed. It was Yi Hyansong, currently covered from head to toe in steel, with no signs of a heartbeat. He hadn't recovered from the damage he suffered during the Great War of Saints and Demons. The mirror next to the bed reflected Zhang Huiwen's hair, now half covered in a silver color. Another after effect from the aforementioned Great War. You take a breather for a bit. I don't have any roles to give you anyway. She understood very well that this was Han Suyang's and her companions' way of showing their concern towards her. She had been inflicted with simply too heavy a wound. Both her body and mind were in a mess. She failed to rescue Kim Dokja again, and the man trying to protect her had fallen into a coma. That was how the sharpest blade in the Kim Dokja company had lost her edge. Her sword of judgment, resting against a corner of the bed, trembled noticeably. This weapon would vibrate only when evil was nearby. A weapon that Kim Dokja had gifted her. Its tip was pointing straight at the display panel. Perhaps it also knew that the place she should be right now wasn't here. Zhang Huiwen cautiously reached out and, as if to pacify the blade, embraced its hilt. Constellation, demon-like judge of fire, is looking at her incarnation with a helpless expression. As a result of the Great War of Saints and Demons, both Eden and the demon world had collapsed. Countless archangels and demon kings died, and the justice Zhang Huiwen believed in couldn't be found there. Even then, she had to wield this sword. It was then that she felt a subtle movement on the bed. Haiyanxiangsai. How long ago did it happen? Yi Hyansong had opened his eyes and was staring at the display panel. His lips bobbed up and down, trying to say something. Excuse me? She pressed her head closer, but still couldn't hear his voice. His lips moved slowly. She began recognizing the shapes of his lips. Can't lose again. Her fists clenched tightly once more. Her fury began rising up. Why was he being like this? Even when his body had ended up in this state. Zhang Huiwen couldn't suppress her emotions any longer and was about to grasp his hand. But then, his entire body suddenly began transforming. He emitted blinding rays of silvery light, before shrinking down and becoming a single sword. What is this? She was so stunned that she inadvertently let go of this new version of Yi Hyansong. Now lying on the bed, the blade Yi Hyansong began sobbing. As if that was the only thing he could right now. She vacantly fell on her butt, lowered her head and muttered softly. Just what are you trying to? It was then when the hospital room's door flung open. She looked back to find Han Suyang there, even though she should have been working as the scenario master. Zhang Huiwen. The moment she heard that voice, Zhang Huiwen's heart began beating even faster. And just like her, the sword of steel shuddered on top of the bed. She knew very well what the heart of that weapon was thinking about. Everyone had their own ways of enduring against the world. She slowly reached out to the steel sword and, while tightly grasping its hilt, raised her voice. You have a role available for me, yes? As the great Dakibi's voice resounded out, a new scenario window popped up in the air. Linked main scenario is starting. Plus, main scenario number 95, owner of the Journey to the West. Type main. Difficulty. Indeterminable. Clear condition. Break past the horde of Yogos and acquire the sacred texts on the other side of the Tongtian River. Time limit, 2 hours. Reward. Great fable related to the Journey to the West, 5 million coins. Failure. The applicable scenario contains a hidden piece. Plus, almost at the same time, the water level of the Tongtian River swelled up rapidly. Walls of water rushed in like tsunami waves and instantly filled up the surroundings. Right afterwards, the screeches and howls of the Yogos blanketed the sky. Kill them, kill them, kill them, kill them, kill them. Ah! The horde boasted far greater numbers than the Yogos following us currently. Current shares of Outer God for the applicable scenario is 15.872%. The remaining Outer God shares to fulfill the agreement with the Weni King were 14.128%. Meaning I had to reach the rest of the amount during this event. Woo 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 woo. I looked back to see the Yogos making up the pilgrimage with us were howling out towards the sky. Well, then, I shall be anticipating a wonderful finale to this scenario. The great Dakibi vanished, and as more pillars of light descended, the protagonists from Other Journey to the West began making their entrance. Let's go. The sacred texts are ours. The crowd from all the consolidated fable chambers were scything past the Tongshan's waters to advance forward. In the real sun Wukong, some rode on the somersault cloud, while others resorted to magic spells to fly over the river's tumbling water. It seemed that they were planning to cross this river by gliding over it. Unfortunately, that was a really bad decision to make if my knowledge on the journey to the west was correct. All skills and stigmas related to flight are restricted from use in the applicable scenario. Powerful sparks danced in the sky and everyone flying in the air crashed into the river below along with their screams. What's the meaning of this? After falling into the river water, the members of other fable chambers began shouting in anger at the great Dakibi up in the air. However, it simply shrugged its shoulders nonchalantly. I looked at this spectacle and spoke up. This journey wouldn't have any meaning to it if we were allowed to fly from the beginning. Yu Yung Hyok next to me muttered out as if he was chewing on his words. Everything happening here is also destined to become a fable, is it? That's correct. In the end, the journey to the west was a story of traveling on a tough road in great adversity. Even if you were traveling on the same road, choosing how to travel changed the story greatly. Traversing the distance that could be bridged in one day by riding on the somersault cloud, for over 14 years while surviving and enduring against all sorts of trials and tribulations because such a fable existed, the sacred texts at the end of the journey now had meaning to its existence too. And so, the final hurdle to this very story was waiting for the traveling group. Yi Gilyong heard the narration and softly grumbled to himself. I'm not very good at swimming though. The Tongtian River was truly wide. Since not everyone could ride on the back of Tang Sanzang's white dragon horse, we had to swim across the river to get to the other side. For sure, several teams had already jumped into the water and started swimming vigorously. It was unknown where those things had been acquired. But well, some teams were busy paddling their boats forward, while some others were riding on logs, propelling themselves forward by using wind magic. E.G. Hai watched that unfolding spectacle and lightly slapped the boy's shoulder before stepping forward. Hey, don't worry about it. We aren't going to do that. Along with her confident voice, a new message came from the sky above. An audience member is revealing himself. Constellation, maritime war god, is nodding his head. I had completely forgotten about him. Come, Geobuxian. Great fable, next city, has begun its storytelling. E.G. Hai raised her twin dragon soared up high into the sky. The river water before us parted in the middle, and the hull of a massive battleship rose up to the surface accompanied by a magnificent light show. Several incarnations getting swept up by the waves screamed out. What the hell? What's this? The battleship sporting a turtle-like back and the head of a dragon, the turtle dragon. The star relic E.G. High and the kids earned by clearing the next city scenario revealed itself before our very eyes. However, I couldn't help but wonder if it was okay for us to ride that. Because in the journey to the west, star relic, turtle dragon, corresponds with the Journey to the West remake. As the group fell into danger and struggled to move forward, a gigantic white turtle Yogo appeared to give them a ride. A portion of judges are satisfied by the minutely detailed reflection of the original story. 20 additional points have been awarded. To think that such an event happened in the Journey to the West. What an excellent development that was. We quickly climbed aboard the battleship. Set sail. Along with E.G. Hai's loud yell, the battleship rapidly advanced forward while splitting the river water. The teams crossing the water before us all looked at the battleship with dazed, forlorn faces. Although unfortunate, we didn't have the leeway to worry about them at the moment. Uni, please do your best not to harm the Yogos. Don't worry. I couldn't tell where she learned to drive. But well, E.G. Hai utilized her preternatural driving skill to evade the horde of Yogos rushing at us. Not only that, the Yogos trying to attack us with animosity flinched and stopped after spotting all the other Yogos riding on our ship. Hu Areyou Guwayas. A portion of the Yogos that joined the pilgrimage were hanging on the battleship, while the rest was crossing the river right behind the vessel. Perhaps these creatures interfered with their own journeys. The Sun Wukongs from other fable chambers began wielding their ruibangs. Those sons of bitches. The enraged E.G. Hai clenched her fists tightly, But it was not possible to save everyone. The deaths of Yogos were unfolding all over the Tongtian River, after all. Goak. The members of other fable chambers advanced forward while slaughtering Yogos, blocking their paths. Yogos' flesh and blood rained down from everywhere. A high number of audience members are cheering on this spectacle of slaughter. Yogos continued to die. The monsters that didn't earn their meanings because they failed to create their fables. They were sacrifices offered up to complete this journey to the West. The novel Journey to the West. A lengthy journey for the goal of transcending one's humanity. To let the audience watching the fable reach enlightenment of their own, Yogos had to be buried under this Tongtian River's waters. Kill them all. These protagonists of the Journey to the West, supposedly walking on the road of enlightenment, used the dead Yogos as their bridge and tried to cross the Tongtian River. Innumerable Yogos became their footholds, and those unfortunate protagonists from some fable chambers who got killed off also became another foothold for someone else. Sadly, no one would remember the names of the footholds. Our St. Aries are. I wanted to Conti I knew, but if only they could live. And if only they could become the main characters of this great fable. Mango Ajusi, just stay still, will ya? I'm telling you it's safe here. Safe, my ass. You think you'll fall for that again? Stigma, one-legged swift horse LV, is ready to activate. Whether one's leg was cut off or its arm was lost. That creature would be remembered by this world. 7,133rd Fable Chamber's entire roster has been annihilated. 487th Fable Chamber's entire roster has been annihilated. With every passing second, the number of Fable Chambers being ejected continued to increase. And as if to proportionally match that figure, the number of Yogos crashing down also increased exponentially. Save him, save him, save him, save him, save him. Currently, shares of Outer God for the applicable scenario is 15.773%. The Outer God shares that I worked so hard to increase began dropping little by little, even though so many Yogos still remained. Currently, shares of Outer God for the applicable scenario is 14.973%. And then, the shares began tumbling down at an alarming rate next. Currently, shares of Outer God for the applicable scenario is 14.473%. But then again, maybe it was an obvious result. Because they were villains to be defeated in this world, not its main characters. Perhaps he noticed the direction of my gaze. Yu Jung Hyuk suddenly began talking to me. Surely, you fool must realize this. You can't save everyone. Those words hurt, especially more so because they came from Yu Jung Hyuk himself. Like what you said earlier, it's because this is a fable. His eyes were now looking at the dead Yogos beneath the surface of the water. Because this was a fable, not everyone could be saved. I knew exactly what those words meant. Not everything in this world can become its protagonist. Episode 82. Outer God. For Chapter 436 Outer God. 5. An extra couldn't become a main character. And the Outer Gods couldn't even serve as the extras, so they were being forced out of the fable. The dying Yogos were looking up at us. I Kodal Sadoit. Captain. Wom I. Yu Jung Hyuk couldn't hear those voices. I thought that might be a good thing. All you can do right now is to let everyone know that they exist here. He stared past the fog-covered Tongtian River and spoke. With that, you have done everything you set out to do. What I set out to do. As if to respond to our conversation, the narration suddenly began yapping on. The best they could do was to let the world know that Yogos were in this place. Perhaps Han Suyong was feeling as much indignation and grief as I had. The Tongshan's water rained down, corpses of Yogos floating away on the river's surface. Many audience members are resonating with the theme of I've become the retired SSSSS grade son Wukong. A portion of judges are currently feeling melancholic. Extras were just that, extras, while the main character would be the main character. A story where everyone could become its protagonist didn't exist. I knew that. Judge, prisoner of the golden headband, is repeatedly grabbing and letting go of his hair. Judge, Baimawin, is contemplating on the lives of the Yogos. Judge Maihao Wang is asking, although he isn't sure, if they could all be saved. However, even if that was true, shares of Outer God are tumbling lower at an alarming rate. Current shares of Outer God for the applicable scenario is 13.473%. I just couldn't be satisfied with this result and end it here. Scenario Master is now looking at you. It seemed that perhaps Han Suyong was thinking along the same line. It's the turtle. Steal it. Several uninvited guests clambered up on the side of the turtle dragon and shouted out. They were from other fable chambers, feeling envious of our ship. Get rid of them. As soon as we kill. Unfortunately for them, they picked the wrong opponents today. Slice. E.g. Hai's twin dragon sword sliced off the head of a hapless son Wukong that landed on the deck. Judge, Mai Hao Wang, is rubbing his neck with a spooked expression. The Sun Wukong who lost his head fell back into the river water, unable to even mouth a scream. Sha Wujing and Zhu Beiji freaked out from that sight, roared out loudly, and landed on the deck next. You insolent. Seeing that you're still sticking to the script, you guys aren't going to win. Ijihai's Kendo mercilessly slashed out and split the air apart, while Yi Gilyong and Shin Yu-sung also ran to her sides to use their experienced fists and kicks to punt other incarnations off the deck. Chimera Dragon had morphed into a Fulin Dragon Horse and flapped its wings to create a powerful gust of wind. You measly little. Yu Yonghyuk had already climbed up to the highest point in the ship by then. He unsheathed his weapon with an icy cold expression. Sparks danced violently on the blade of his dark, heavenly demon sword, breaking the sky thunder blade. His sword attack, capable of even shattering the heavens, slammed into the waters of the Tongtian like a thunderclap. Kawakak. Incarnations were roasted black by the azure blue lightning and exploded like fireworks. Only then the surviving ones realized the severity of their current situation and yelled out to each other. How the hell can a Zhu Beiji be that strong? Could it be that Pigsy is? It's them. They are the main characters from I've Become the Retired SSSS Grade Sun Wukong. It seemed that our identity had been exposed now. Hidden information of the scenario is now open to the public. Your Fable Chamber ranking will rise up by defeating the main characters from another Fable Chamber with a higher ranking. Even if we don't get our hands on the sacred texts, our ranking will rise if we just kill them. After reaching the higher rankings, even if they didn't win the event, they could still enjoy quite the amount of rewards. Kill him. Hunt down that Zhu Beiji first. Dozens of actors rushed in towards the battleship while stepping on the corpses of the Yogos. Some of them happened to be quite powerful incarnations as well as constellations. I urgently looked back at my companions, but they didn't seem to be flustered at all. I guess it might get a little more entertaining now. Sun Wukong, be still and stay back. Ijihai grinned and unleashed her status. Great Fable, Next City, has begun its storytelling. Constellation, Maritime War God, is revealing his status. Under Yi Gilyong's and Shin Yu-sung's control, the Dragon Horse regained its former appearance of the Jade Dragon. At the same time, energy from powerful fables exploded out of my companions' incarnation bodies. Great Fable, Demon World Spring, has begun its storytelling. Great Fable, Torch that Swallowed the Myth, has begun its storytelling. The Chimera Dragon breathed out fire from the sky and dissipated the Tongshan's waters, and Yu Yonghyuk dashed in and out among the rising screen of vapor. Slice, slice. Every time jet black light flashed, Sun Wukong's and Zhu Beiji's with unknown names died in droves. I shuddered from that sight. I knew that my companions were powerful, but I still didn't expect them to be this strong. This was the result of them surviving many nonsensical scenarios up to this point. Kawakak. Participating in the 95th scenario together didn't mean that everyone's level was the same. It was rather similar to the journey to the West itself. People's methods of reaching its end destination were all different. Some wanted to fly in comfort, while some would only select the easiest roads to walk on. However, the members of the Kim Dokja Company were different. They arrived at this point in time through the hardest method there was. They couldn't fly nor could they choose to tread the easiest paths. They walked on their own two legs again and again. They beat back many unfair trials and tribulations, endured against misfortunes, and while holding back their grief, they reached this far with their own strengths. And the result of that was this. This story's true protagonists were them, receiving the blinding light of grace belonging to the great fables. As I bore witness to this spectacle, I began recalling a certain old memory. That place back in the 1863rd turn was also the 95th scenario. I wanted to show this to Han Suyong of the 1863rd turn. I wanted to tell her, just like how you had proved it to me, there were people here who also had survived as well. This is the story of the third turn that you don't know. Yu Yonghyuk number 999 sitting on my shoulder was also watching this unfolding spectacle. What would the one who lost his own regression turn and entered this world line think about after taking in this sight? Fable Chamber ranking has risen up. Score 25,912. Current ranking of the applicable Fable Chamber is third. Many audience members and judges are awarding additional points. Our Fable Chamber's ranking climbed really quickly. It seemed there were a few actors from higher-ranked Fable Chambers than ours mixed in among all the assailants coming after us. Fable Chamber ranking has risen up. Score 26,412. Current ranking of the applicable Fable Chamber is second. Finally, second place. We had brushed aside thousands of other chambers and finally reached the cusp of victory. That only served to make me more anxious, however. Current shares of Outer God for the applicable scenario is 13.142%. Even as the real protagonists were leaving their mark, the deaths of those relegated to the role of extras continued on unabated. So, the shares of the Outer Gods continued to plummet. In order to fulfill the agreement of the Weni King, the shares had to exceed 30%. Even if our chamber won this great fable event, everything would go back to square one if I failed to uphold that agreement. Boom! The hull of the battleship was rocked to the side just then. Powerful magical cannon shells were raining down from beyond the fog of the battlefield. What the hell? Which arseholes? E.G. Hai quickly regained her balance and activated her stigma. Character, E.G. Hai, has activated the Ghost Fleet LV.10. A dozen phantom ships rose up on either side of the Turtle Dragon and commenced firing at once. Caught between the exchange of a vast number of cannon shells, the incarnations and yogos in the surroundings were vaporized without a chance to even scream in pain. Soon, the shelling stopped and dozens of battleships revealed themselves from the murky fog of the cannon smoke. Constellation, Maritime War God, is gasping out. Kugugugugu. Those ships had surrounded ours in a crane wing-like formation. Even if the Maritime War God was an excellent constellation when it came to naval warfare, there simply were way too many enemies this time. Not only that, Fei Hu. As I listened to Yu Jung Hyok's heavy voice, I spotted a certain someone standing on the gunwale of the opposing ship. The protagonist of the Fable Chamber ranked number 1, the real journey to the west, was there. It seemed that they had prepared the battleships in advance, and their numbers vastly outstripped ours. Aren't they Fable-grade constellations? We also spotted other members of the real journey to the west. As expected, the roles of Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing were played by Emperor's constellations. Zhu Beiji was played by the master of the three-pointed double-edged spear, Erlang Shin. Meanwhile, it seemed that the actor for Sha Wujing was the third son of Viceravana, Prince Neza. They were actual characters from the original Journey to the West, and Sun Wukong's old foes as well. It was not for nothing that the saying of victory is already Fei Hus did the rounds back in the original Ways of Survival. The actual constellations from the Journey to the West made their appearance as Fei Hus team members, so it was only obvious that the constellations from other chambers didn't even stand a chance against them. A portion of audience members have revealed their identities. Constellations of the Nebula Emperor are looking at Fei Hus battlefield. Not only that, even the lights from the constellations of the 28 mansions were glittering behind them, too. Those gazes, implying that they'd enter the battlefield at any given moment, presented us with incredible pressure just by being there. Yu Jung Hyok scanned the battlefield and spoke. I don't see their Tang Sanzang. Now that he mentioned it, I couldn't see their Tang Sanzang either. The one to receive the sacred texts in the original story was Tang Sanzang. So, they wouldn't have stashed him somewhere safe under the current situ. No, hang on. If the person tasked with retrieving the sacred texts was supposed to be Tang Sanzang, then, I think something is busy running away over there? At the place Yi Gilyong pointed at, we could see battleships hurriedly distancing themselves away from here. It seemed that a portion would remain behind and block us, while the rest would set sail towards the sacred texts, which meant that Fei Hus Tang Sanzang was somewhere among those fleeing ships. They are planning to secure the sacred texts while wasting our time here. E.G. Hai loudly yelled out, "Damn it, they'll take care of this place, so go ahead." One of the ships from the Ghost Fleet came to our side and Yu Jung Hyok, Yi Gilyong, Shin Yu-sung and I climbed on board it. The phantom ship then also began rushing forward in great haste. Qua. I wasn't worried about E.G. Hai. She was now a respectable admiral. As long as the battle was fought on water and not anywhere else, she'd not lose even if she failed to eke out a victory. The real problem was with this side. One of the enemy battleships accurately blocked our route and stuck close to our side. And it was the ship containing Fei Hu and his comrades. So, you are the Kim Dokja company. This particular Sun Wukong had piercing blue eyes. He stared at us as if he had just discovered strange lifeforms. Yu Jung Hyok unsheathed his dark heavenly demon's sword once more and stood in front of us, wary of his new opponent. Constellation, master of three-pointed double-edged spear, is unleashing his status. Constellation, third son of Viceravana, is unleashing his status. They must have decided to give up on their roles at this point. Both Erlang Shin and Prince Neza began sending warning signals in our direction from the get-go. That wasn't all. Constellations of the 28 mansions of the Nebula Emperor are preparing to descend. Lords of the 9 stars of the Nebula Emperor are preparing to descend. God damn it. I spoke sarcastically. I guess you can't do anything without your Nebula's help? Emperor is me and am Emperor. It's even more foolish not to utilize what's yours already. Even the current Yu Jung Hyok wouldn't be able to deal with the situation if both the 28 mansions and the permanent fixture of the sky, 9 stars, decided to descend here. Besides, they were the original characters from Journey to the West, so they didn't even need to spend all that much probability to enter either. God damn it, we were basically trapped in the playground set in Emperor's backyard. There is one thing I wish to confirm, however. Fei Hu pulled out his Rui Bang and began unleashing his real status. The candidate for the strongest incarnation back in the original ways of survival, Fei Hu. I had seen his face several times before today, but never did we get into a conflict with him until now. But that made sense, considering that he was the Gold Spoon incarnation greatly coddled and protected by Emperor. Great Fable, inheritor of the Heavenly Palace, has begun its storytelling. Great Fable, survivor of Great War of Righteous and Evil, has begun its storytelling. Fei Hu had diligently earned his own great fables in places we weren't aware of, while receiving support that was on another scale compared to ours. Great Fable, successor of Chiyu, has begun. Shin Yu-sung watched those fables appear and muttered out as if she was puzzled by something. Isn't Chiyu a Korean fable? Perhaps that got under his skin. Fei Hu scowled deeply and flung a sword aura in our direction. Yu Young Hyuk blocked that. Accompanied by the loud clang, the crack in the dark heavenly demon sword grew even more noticeable. Fei Hu's eyes flickered as if he was amused by something. Not bad. So you're that Ju Beiji. Fei Hu was strong. However, the current Yu Young Hyuk was more than enough to defeat him, no matter how strong he was now. The actual problem laid with the dark heavenly demon sword. With his main weapon damaged, Yu Young Hyuk wouldn't even be able to exert 70% of his overall strength. I heard that Korea's greatest incarnation is with Kim Dokja Company. That must be you then. As if he was waiting for this moment, Yu Young Hyuk stepped forward. Yu Young Hyuk versus Fei Hu. The battle of the century was about to get underway. However, I couldn't continue riding the bus and spectate anymore, because that side still had Erlang Shin and Prince Neza as well. Current incarnation body recovery rate, 71%. Outer God transformation rate, 96%. Rate of outer God transformation currently is in a slowed down state. Unfortunately, there was no way I could fight against those two in my current condition. Shuruaruing. The first one to make their move was Fei Hu's camp. Prince Nez has Paopius emitted gloriously brilliant rays of light, while a stunning level of status exploded out from Fei Hu's body. At the same time, a clump of light suddenly wavered in the air. Player 9 Nim has joined the I've become the retired SSSSS grade Sun Wukong as an extra. A new actor at such a late stage? Kagugugu. As the lightning crashed down, a person appeared on top of the phantom ship's cabin. The light from the lightning cracking in the dark, gloomy skies drew a lengthy shadow. A slender figure stood there. A pair of giant horns rose above this person's head. Player 9 Nim's role is Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King. Now that I thought about it, I had forgotten that such a role existed. He was a sworn brother and a comrade in arms of the great sage Heaven's equal, Sun Wukong. They did fight each other in the original story, but in our fable chamber, I've become the retired SSSSS grade Sun Wukong. He had not made his appearance yet. In that case, just who would take on that role? Voting rights are being distributed to the members of Kim Dokja Company. A portion of members are unable to participate in the voting. Only those able to vote will participate. The moment I heard those words, the inside of my head blanked out. Incarnation E.G. Hai is agreeing with the judgment. Incarnation Shin Yu-sung is agreeing with the judgment. Incarnation E. Gilyong is agreeing with the judgment. Incarnation Zhang Hui-won is agreeing with the judgment. Incarnation Han Suyong is agreeing with the judgment. Incarnation Yu Young Hyuk is agreeing with the judgment. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry as I watched the windows containing messages continue to pop up. Will you use your voting right for the hour of judgment? I saw the faces of my companions under the cascading shower of light. I wanted to speak to them so badly. However, I simply couldn't. Instead, this was all I could do for them right now. Constellation, Demon King of Salvation, is agreeing with the judgment. For a moment there, unreadable expressions floated up onto the faces of my companions. A heavy silence descended on the flowing waters of Tongtian River. Another bolt of lightning crashed down, and Zhang Hui-won lightly jumped off from the top of the ship's cabin. I thought that her shoulders trembled imperceptibly as her feet landed on deck, but they regained their calmness soon after. Everyone able to participate in the voting has agreed with the judgment. Hour of Judgment is activating. Zhang Hui-won slowly raised her head and opened her lips to speak. We can still fight. Episode 82. Outer God 5 Fin. Chapter 437 Outer God 6. Can still fight. Zhang Hui-won declared as thus and stepped forward while emitting calm, still status. Meanwhile, nebula chat messages entered my ear. Dokja Hyung is still alive. Igilyong said that. He may not be here, but he's still looking at us from somewhere. Shin Yu-sung nodded her head. On the other hand, a warning message was resounding in my head. Outer God transformation rate, 96.1%. Outer God transformation rate, 96.3%. The rate was suddenly climbing up rapidly. The Weni King is doubting the agreement you two have made. The reason why I didn't immediately transform into an outer god was because, even though my companions knew that the Demon King of Salvation was alive somewhere, they didn't know that the person playing Sun Wukong, me, was their real Demon King of Salvation. My deal with the Weni King stated that I should not reveal myself to the Kim Dokja Company, after all. Outer God transformation rate, 97.1%. Perhaps something was in his mind, because Yu Jung Hyok was silently staring up at the sky. Zhang Hui-Wen placed her hand on his shoulder and walked forward. He spoke in a weighty voice. You alone will not be sufficient. No, more than enough. Her refreshing grin imparted the feeling of her being utterly dependable right now. Exclusive skill, Hour of Judgment, has received Kim Dokja Company's blessing. Her Hour of Judgment was no longer influenced by Eden or those sitting on the absolute good spectrum. Her blade now only needed to borrow from Kim Dokja Company's probability, and it was currently pointing at the targets of her judgment. Nebula Emperor is unhappy at the unannounced participation of the applicable role. The members from Emperor seemed to be taken aback by Zhang Huiwan's sudden intrusion. Fei, who tilted his head and stared at her. And who you might be. Was it you? The one who was looking for Korea's best incarnation. Right at the end of those words, Zhang Huiwan's figure dashed forward like an arrow. Fei, who panicked and quickly raised his Rui Bang, blocking her sword strike just in time. The friction sound of Quadaduk, resounding out, was unusually heavy. He frowned deeply as his body slid back quite some ways. That is a pretty heavy sword. However, that isn't the Bull Demon King's weapon, is it? Correct. Zhang Huiwan's hands were gripping a steel sword that no one had seen before. It was not the Bull Demon King's weapon, or for that matter, Zhang Huiwan's own sword of judgment, either. Player 10 Nim is participating in I've become the retired SSSS grade Sun Wukong as an extra. Player 10 Nim's role is Rui Jingu Bang. Just as I began thinking that such a role shouldn't even be possible, her sword suddenly extended in an abnormal fashion. It was like watching the actual Rui Jingu Bang that weighed 13,500 gun. What is this? Her sword continued to extend. 10 meters, 20, 30, 40. Her hands tightly grasped the sword that grew to a truly nonsensical length. Exclusive skill, God-Slaying LV.3, is activating. The God-Slaying, the higher-ranked skill derived from demon slaying after she evolved into the Judge of Apocalypse. The violent power of chaos flowed viciously within the steel sword, now hundreds of meters long. The world seemed to vibrate slowly, and her hands moved from left to right. Fei, who sensed something deeply ominous at that moment and loudly shouted out towards the other constellations. Evacuate, now. Some managed to reflexively escape, but the majority didn't even know what befell them. A single silvery line drew along the impressively vast river's surface, and every single battleship in the vicinity exploded into bits and pieces in a loud screech. Nebula Emperor is astonished by the strength of Bull Demon King, the truly gobsmacking firepower that could set the surface of water ablaze, turning it into a sea of flames with just one attack. That wasn't Zhang Huiwan's power alone. The steel sword vibrated within her hands. I recognized that weapon right away, although it was impossible to talk to the guy since he had entered weapon mode via steel transformation. He was without a doubt Yi Hyansong. Zhang Huiwan ran on the burning surface of the river and shouted back at us. Go. Leave this place to me. She not only stopped Fei Hu's advance, but also that of Erlang Shin and Prince Neza. Having sensed the enormous fighting spirit flooding out from her entire figure, I looked back at my companions and spoke up. Let's get going. For sure, I'd be able to leave this battle to the current Zhang Huiwan. Do your best, Nuna. You should escape if things look bad. Ejihai's phantom ship quickly disembarked. Behind us, Fei, who was roaring out in anger after being blocked by Zhang Huiwan. We didn't care and continued to scythe past the Tongshan's dense fog. We then spotted Fei Hu's Tang Sanzang hurriedly escaping up ahead of us. Location of the sacred texts is close by. We could sense the gazes of the audience and the judges on top of us. Many in the audience are focusing on your fable. Judge, prisoner of the golden headband, is telling you to work a little bit harder. Judge, cleanser of altars, is cheering on as his belly fat jiggles around. 100 additional points have been awarded. Thanks to Ejihai and Zhang Huiwan's hard work, the point gap between Fei Hu's chamber and ours had pretty much disappeared. If we manage to scoop up the sacred texts first, then we should become the winner of Journey to the West remake. It was right then that the skies of all four cardinal directions distorted. Nebula Emperor's 28 mansions are making their descent. From all directions of the blackened sky, 28 stars shot down to where we were. Evade it. Yu Jung Hyok and I each grabbed Yi Gilyong and Shin Yusung and flung ourselves into the river. Along with the explosive noise of the Tongtian itself blowing up, our phantom ship shattered and sunk beneath the water. We found debris floating on the river's surface and managed to barely grab hold of it. Wook. Hey, I can survive by myself, so let me go. Yi Gilyong kicked around and shouted out. We stepped on to our own floating debris. And in the meantime, 28 stars were blocking our way forward. What an incomprehensible bunch of people. Why do you stain this noble story with the blood of Yogos? You're not qualified to complete this great fable. They were openly declaring their intentions to hinder us. I expected this to happen, but now that Emperor had come out like this, I couldn't help but feel dismayed somewhat. A portion of the audience members are complaining about the unfairness to the constellations of Emperor. Lodging complaints wouldn't change anything. Whatever the case might have been, the journey to the west was Emperor's great fable, and they wouldn't want to lose it to other nebulas. From the get-go, this event was created for the incarnation of Emperor Fei Hu. The only reason why other incarnations and constellations were allowed to participate was simply to enhance the status of the entire fable itself and turn this event into a proper scenario. This was a game where Fei Hu had been decided as its final winner beforehand. As for the ensuing dissatisfaction of constellations and their nebulas, simply supplying them with coins and adequate enough fables as compensations would calm them down pretty quickly. That was the truth behind this Emperor Plan Journey to the West remake, and other constellations already had some idea without being explicitly told about it. Even if you participate, you can't win. But we will compensate you accordingly. Why do you insist on disrupting the order of the scenario? You have already climbed up to second place, yet are you still not satisfied by the number of votes? In that regard, it was the same thing as us already crossing that unspoken line that Emperor had drawn. It's not too late to back down. If you do, we will not confiscate the fable you have compiled up to this point. One of the directions of the 28 mansions, 7 mansions of the Azure Dragon of the Easthorn Mansion, Neck Mansion, Root Mansion, Room Mansion, Heart Mansion, Tail Mansion, Winnowing Basket Mansion stepped forward and unleashed their status. The strengths of the individual constellations hovered between bottom-tiered fable grade or historical grade, but the real problem was when they were together like this. Azure Dragon of the East, 7 mansions. Black Tortoise of the North, 7 mansions. White Tiger of the West, 7 mansions. Vermilion Bird of the South, 7 mansions. These were the guardian constellations tasked with defending Emperor, as well as the enforcer of the Jade Emperor himself. Even back in the journey to the west, they got into conflict with the Great Sage Heaven's equal. Constellations of 28 mansions are unleashing their status. When 28 stars all released their light simultaneously, the waves of truly blinding status smashed into us in full. Even if they were individually nothing more than historical grade with that much aura. Shururung. Yu Jung Hyok unsheathed his sword and stepped forward. He glanced at me as he did so. Take the kids away and acquire the sacred texts. That prompted Yi Gilyong to shout out as if he was having a breakdown. Who's taking who here? I. The boy's lips snapped shut after he sensed Yu Jung Hyok emitting his status. His jet-black coat danced in the air. It was as if he had suddenly transformed into a black hole. His back faced us as he stood there against the lights shining from 28 stars. That was the back of a man who had been silently protecting certain people. Yi Gilyong faltered a little after being overwhelmed by that and muttered out softly. Let's go. Even if it was Yu Jung Hyok, there was no guarantee of victory against the entirety of the constellations of the 28 mansions. However, we had no choice but to believe him. The current him was strong enough to fight against Lokapala's best, Indra. I nodded my head and replied, do your best. Get going. Yu Jung Hyok's dark, heavenly demon sword carved out a path on the border where the river and the sky met. Breaking the sky swordsmanship. Inner mysteries. Split the dark ocean. One sword strike that cut the ocean of the night. Like the miracle of Moses, the river's water dispersed and the pathway to the front split apart. Several stars failed to dodge the strike in time, and they were sunk under the water as a consequence. How can such a nonsensical status be? You bastard! The astonished 28 mansions roared out and quickly scattered. Yu Jung Hyok didn't wait and continued to swing his sword about during that space of time. Breaking the Sky Thunder Sword. A makeshift raft made out of floating debris was dashing forward on the road created by Yu Jung Hyok's lightning. Chimera Dragon. The dragon horse powerfully flapped its wings. A powerful gust of wind caused the raft containing me, Yi Gilyong and Shin Yusung to shoot forward. Even though the number of passengers had decreased, the speed of the voyage was so great that it actually consumed Chimera Dragon status. The distance to Fei Hus Tang Sanzang decreased in an instant. They discovered us overtaking them and began shouting in our direction. Yi Gilyong flipped them a middle finger instead. Why don't you munch on this? Nebula, Emperor's Lords of the 9 Stars, are descending to the scenario. Dang it. Moray's coming? What a cheat. Emperor wasn't a great nebula for nothing. Simply from the number of constellations alone, Emperor could easily be called the star stream's strongest nebula. The heavens before our eyes split open along with descending rays of light, and 9 indistinct humanoid figures appeared. They could be distinguished only through their different individual colors. The Lords of 9 Stars. They were automated combat weapons of Emperor, created by condensed fables. Each one was a weapon possessing as much combat capability as a fable-grade constellation, where 7 heavenly bodies, the Sun, Moon, Mars, Mercury, Jupiter, Venus, and Saturn, plus the solar and lunar eclipses, had become anthropomorphized. Qua 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 qua. Particle cannons fired from the mouths of the weapons burned one half of Tongtian, while the other half was frozen solid. The moment I went, damn it, a single streak of light flew out from the thick wall of rising steam. Shin Yusung. She was focused on controlling the dragon horse and couldn't dodge in time. Her figure was flung up into the air. Yi Gilyong and I reached out at the same time to reel her back in and place her on the back of the horse. Perhaps the attack has struck her vital point, because she was knocked unconscious. Those sons of bitches. Yi Gilyong took over the control of the dragon horse and unleashed his own status. However, the Lords of the 9 Stars were still perfectly fine, and to make matters worse, they weren't our only problems. Nebula, Emperor's 12 Star Lords, are preparing to descend. Nebula, Emperor's Dragon Kings of the 4 Seas, are preparing to descend. I finally realized the truth by then. Emperor was dead serious about this great fable. Outer God transformation rate, 98.1%. The enemy's battleship overtook us and shot forward again. Many audience members are looking at you with great anticipation. Currently, the difference in voting score between you and the first-rank chamber is negligible. If we lose here, the great fable would become famous. I turned to look at Yi Gilyong and spoke to him. Xian High Priestnim. I'm busy, so don't talk to me. Please protect Zong High Priestnim here. I shall break past them and retrieve the sacred texts. What are you? He failed to comprehend the situation and was about to shout out. But before he could, I placed my hand on top of his head first. You understand? Gilyonga. Episode 82. Outer God 6. Fin. Chapter 438. Outer God 7. For a moment there, Yi Gilyong's lips bobbed up and down. Tears rapidly welled up in the boy's clear eyes. You. I finished patting his head and dragged a nearby piece of floating debris to me. Sun Wukong fired a wind-type magic behind him. Exclusive skill, Way of the Wind LV.10, is activating. Along with the gust of wind, the debris, with me as its passenger, shot forward at a rapid pace. Yi Gilyong's voice called out to me from behind, but it was buried under the noise of the rushing winds. Someone in the Kim Dokja company is suspecting your real identity. The Weni King is glaring at you. The 9 Stars noticed my movement and began pursuing me instead. A couple of them even shot past me, rather than stopping me here. I spotted the location of the sacred texts in the distance. A single book emitting beautiful light rested on top of a small island shrouded in a mysterious fog. And also, the 9 Stars and Emperor's constellations were standing before it. I sighed softly under my breath. Outer God transformation rate, 98.3%. Damage to your incarnation body is critical. There was only one remaining method now. Out of the blue, Yu Yonghyok 999, maintaining his silence on my shoulder, spoke up. I broke out in a smirk. Are you scared? I accessed the scenario window to confirm my goal. Hidden scenario verifying agreement. Type hidden. Difficulty? Clear condition. Introduce outer gods to the star stream's main great fable. However, they must not be introduced in the existing role of outer gods as before. Time limit, 100 days. Reward, outer gods trust? Failure. You will lose all of your memories and transform into an outer god. During the progress of the applicable scenario, you must not contact Kim Dokja Company and reveal your identity. If this condition is violated, the transformation into an outer god will accelerate. Warning. Your identity is on the verge of being discovered. Currently, the rate of outer god transformation is accelerating due to the poor condition of your incarnation body. As I thought, reading it again only confirmed my suspicion. Even if I become an outer god, I still won't fail the scenario. Becoming one is simply the penalty for failing the scenario, not the condition leading to its failure. No, it is different. You'll be turning into an outer god first before failing the scenario itself. The time limit of the hidden scenario I got from the Weni King was 100 days. Meaning I only had to accomplish my task in that time frame. The problem had to do with the transformation into an outer god bit. The reason why I'm transforming quickly into an outer god isn't that I failed the scenario, but due to the bad condition of my incarnation body. So, right? I nodded my head and studied our immediate front. It seemed that 999 had finally realized what my goal was. Shares of Outer God in the applicable fable currently is 12.171%. In order to complete the scenario, you must secure over 30% of the shares for Outer God. At this rate, I'd not be able to meet that goal even if I got my hands on the sacred texts and acquire the great fable. However, what if I became an Outer God? Your role in the applicable fable is Sun Wukong. Your share in the applicable fable is 22.51%. What if the role of the greatest Yogo Sun Wukong was played by an Outer God, and what if my goal was accomplished by doing so? What do you mean? Won't lose anything. I'm sure that's the case. He's Yu Yung Hyok after all. I didn't reply to him. 999 continued on as he scanned the constellations of Emperor rushing towards us. So that was the reason why these Koma Yu Yung Hyoks existed, I see. I lightly nodded my head and replied, I know what he'll have to pay. Because I have to do it. I replied with a simple grin. I slowly blinked, and during those short moments of darkness, the figures of the Outer Gods brushed past my mind. Ah! Save him, save him, save him, save him, save him. My memories, my memories, my memories. The Outer Gods. Creatures born out of all the countless world lines where Yu Yung Hyok had failed. The worlds that allowed me to live on until now. The traces of the worlds that I loved so much. How can I make any other choice after seeing the truth? Especially so, when I could still clearly hear them even now. An energy blast destroyed the log I was riding on. But I simply ran on the surface of the water by using the scattered debris. Way of the wind is accelerating even further. Way of the wind is evolving due to your speed that has reached its limit. My leg speed gradually picked up and soon, I began running on the water without the debris serving as footholds. You have understood the pinnacle of walking on water. Due to the usage of an excessive amount of status, the damage to your incarnation body has worsened. Outer God transformation rate, 98.6%. My heart began pounding away in an ominous rhythm. Outer God transformation rate, 98.7%. That beating noise, it was the sound of me becoming something that was no longer me. 999 said something to me, but I couldn't hear him as the river exploded all around us. What I did hear, though, was another voice coming from the inside. Kim Dok Jada. The fourth wall was talking to me. TS is in SANE. It seemed that this guy had also been observing everything until now. But that was pretty obvious. YOUW il forg etiev erit hing. Kim Dok Ja no lo nge rw il be Kim Dok Ja. The fourth wall was right. Outer God transformation rate, 99.1%. Once I become an Outer God, I lose every memory I acquired until now. Kim Dokja was scared. It was a horrifying prospect when I thought about it. To lose all the memories he had made until this moment. I looked at the paragraphs rising above the wall and spoke up. It'll be fine. Because you remember everything, right? Wati. You've recorded everything about me, so I'll never forget about myself. The normal me wouldn't have tried something like this. I never want to experience losing all my memories after all. The fourth wall is greatly shaken up. However, I possessed the fourth wall. I had no idea how I acquired this skill, but nevertheless, this wall recorded everything the moment the story began. I recalled the sight beyond the wall, the library shrouded in forlorn yet cozy darkness, as well as the librarians that greatly cared about the place. The important story of the ways of survival that contained every Yu Yung Hyok regression turn had been recorded there, and even the unimportant life of Kim Dokja was recorded there as well. That library was recording everything about Kim Dokja, even in this very moment. Kim Dokja's breaths, his appearance, his laughter, and his manner of speech. The food Kim Dokja likes and the ones he dislikes. Songs he hummed occasionally. Expressions he makes when he's sad or happy. His habit of muttering to himself when he's not feeling confident, and the ensuing self-deprecation. His habit of leaning his head slightly when worrying about the kids. The slight twitch of his eyelids as he closes his eyes after thinking about his mother. The smile he makes whenever he's talking to Yu Sanga. His arcing eyebrows and naughty smile whenever he's making fun of Han Suyong. The guilt when he thinks about Yi Hyun-song. And, the glint in his eyes when he recalls the story he loves. That was why I could say it openly like this. I can just read from the beginning again. BUT. From the moment the subway arrived, all the way up to when I arrived here in the journey to the west. I can just read them all again. The shell made out of light, fired from afar, landed near my feet. I was swept away in the explosion of light and sunk into the water below. I flailed about and grabbed hold of a piece of nearby floating debris. Damage to your incarnation body is critical. Outer God transformation rate, 99.3%. I stood up and ran again. I really had only a little more remaining, because I love reading the most in this world, after all. Breathing got heavier and harder. Outer God transformation rate, 99.4%. It felt as if my memories were beginning to scatter away already, bit by bit. A spear fired by one of the 9 stars brushed past my shoulder. But the pain shooting up didn't even feel like it belonged to me. At that moment, I inexplicably recalled a post I made a long time ago in the online community portal. I felt really bummed about the fact that the story I loved so much was coming to an end, and so posted such a thing online. Recalling it made me smile ever so faintly. To think that I'd forget about such an entertaining story and read it from the beginning again. That'll be a good thing in my case, actually. Kim Dokja is an IDIOT. As if it was angry, the fourth wall yelled back. Iwa NTTLYOU and youth INGA. Even if it was saying that, I knew it'd help me out anyway. IWONTFO RGVYOU Forg Edding. My skin was ripped up from the barrage of the firestorm, and the pain akin to my back snapping in half tore through me. Exclusive skill, the fourth wall, is strongly activating. And such pain was being blocked by the fourth wall. I swung my fist at the 9 stars pouncing on me. My knuckles ached as if they were punching hardened steel, but I didn't back off. Great Fable, Demon World Spring, has begun its storytelling. Great Fable, Torch that swallowed the myth, has begun its storytelling. Setting of I've become the retired SSSS grade son Wukong is activating. Due to the retirement penalty, your will to fight has decreased. Due to the retirement penalty, you can't use all of your strength. Come to think of it, I forgot about that stupid setting being in place. All the power of the fables wrapped around my body were quickly abandoning me. Block him. He must not reach the sacred texts. The ruins housing the sacred texts were right before my eyes. It was an island made out of granite. A treasure that withstood the hardships of a lengthy amount of time. The answer that Tang Sanzang and his companions acquired after 14 years of journeying was there. Many audience members are looking at your fable. Judge, prisoner of the golden headband, is waiting for your choice. Judge, Mai Hao Wang, is waiting for your answer. Judge, Baimawin, is studying your fable. Judge, Sakyamana's successor, is looking at you. Everyone on this ride along with me was staring at this very moment together. Outer God transformation rate, 99.7%. The 9 stars desperately blocked my path. Fei Hus Tang Sanzang was hurriedly running towards the sacred texts in the meantime. If I wasted any more time here, then more constellations from Emperor would arrive and I'd not be able to retrieve the sacred texts. Score, 50,412. Ranking of the applicable fable chamber is first. I looked up into the sky. Scenario Master is looking at you. For some reason, I had this feeling that, if it was her, she should have realized it a long time ago. That she knew already who I really was. And why I had to keep my identity a secret from my companions. For some reason, I had this baseless hunch that she knew everything but decided to feign ignorance until now. And then, the Scenario Master's voice came to me next. God damn it. I smirked after hearing that. As the constellations rushed at me, a new narration began to unfold. Sun Wukong looked at his enemies. He had already fought against them in his previous life. Outer God transformation rate, 99.8%. All those tiresome battles. He was a retired man and he swore that he'd never fight again. However, I blinked my eyes while listening to the narration that sounded like a lovingly crafted letter. Right, if it was you, I knew you'd have figured it out already. Figured out how this story would conclude. As he slowly clenched his fists, strength from a long time ago welled up uncontrollably. Your retirement penalty has been completely removed. Heavens equal the power to control the clouds and lightning of the sky. 5th bookmark has been initiated. Exclusive skill, lightning transformation LV.23, plus 13, has been initiated. Your status is overcoming the physique requirement penalty. Pure white physical energy swirled around the electrical arcs from the lightning transformation, tore into the heavens above and destroyed the stars of the Lords of the 9 stars. He was called the Savior because he saved many with his fists. And he was called the Demon King because he killed many living creatures. Jet black wings tore out of my shoulder blades. And that was why he was the Demon King of salvation. These were memories of the distant past. I shifted my gaze back and saw the corpses of outer gods dyeing the Tongtian River's waters. Back when he reigned supreme at the zenith of all Yogos. He ruled Yogos, he fought, and in the end, was defeated. The lengthy journey changed him, and through his awakening, he became a Buddha. They had died as the expendables for the sake of this scenario. And this was the result of his awakening. The headband on my head began hurting me. Even when suffering from this pain, I still dashed forward. Powerful constellations of Emperor pounced on me next. Stop him. He must never lay his hands on the sacred. For the sake of all the yogos that died. He decided to become the Demon King of Salvation one more time. Demon King of Salvation, is revealing his status. Every constellation before my eyes was flung away as blinding light exploded. And beyond that light, a single book was waiting for me. I reached out towards the sacred texts. Outer God transformation rate, 99.9%. Your existence is evolving into an outer God. Episode 82. Outer God 7 Fin. Chapter 439 Dokja's Incarnation 1. The boiling power of chaos encroached into the blood vessels in my entire body. One by one, fables began resisting against the invasion of this foreign power. Fable, one who opposes miracles, dreams of miracles. Fable, one who murdered an outer god, is resisting against your change. Great fable, demon world spring is protecting you. I barely managed to hold onto my wavering consciousness and staggered towards the sacred texts. I figured that my consciousness breaking apart somehow automatically activated Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. However, it wasn't only one person this time, as if I was seeing many people's POVs, several voices came at me at the same time. I already knew. That was you, Jung Hyuk. It was just too obvious from the get-go, you know? I thought that it might as well be E.g. Hai. If he didn't tell us up front, then he must have had his reasons. Shin Yu-sung. I already was suspecting it too, you know? Dokja Hyung. Igil Yang. Dokja Si. Zhong Hui Won. To these folks who understood it all already without being told, just what could I possibly say to them? What a powerful Sun Wukong he is. Who could he be? That was Yi Hyun-song. I ended up smirking softly. Right, maybe it's for the best that he doesn't find out. I sensed my memories beginning to crumble away. Once the transformation into an outer god was over, all of my memories should scatter away like cosmic dust. Kim Dokja was scared. The fourth wall probably was aware of it already, that big talk of mine was nothing more than just a coward pretending to be tough. After losing all my memories, will I still remain as me? I did die a few times so far, but never have I lost all of my memories. What would happen to the me that remembers everything, from here onwards? What really scared him was not death. Even if I got to read them all again, would I be able to regain the emotions I felt back then in full? Fable, comrade of life and death, is looking at you. Fable, one who hunted the king of calamities, is looking at you. Fable, liberator of giants, is looking at you. Would I really be able to feel the same emotions that I felt during the acquisition of all these precious stories? And finally, the sacred texts were waiting for Kim Dokja right before his eyes. The Journey to the West remake. That book was the great fable itself. The moment I grasp it, this great fable would become Kim Dokja Company's, as well as the outer gods. Kim Dokja reached out towards the sacred texts. With this, we'd be able to complete this journey to the West. Tsuchichuchiku. It was at this moment that something strange happened. Due to the unexpected event in the scenario, your transformation into the outer god is being delayed. It's being delayed? Sparks exploding all around me got even more violent while the roars from the constellations grew further away. The flow of spacetime was being warped strangely. Probability so powerful that it gave me chills, and back-wetting goosebumps was being mobilized. It felt as if the entirety of the star stream was writhing around. Someone was intruding into the scenario by breaking through the distorted space. Great Dakibi Hyoju has incarnated to the scenario. Great Dakibi Heech has incarnated to the scenario. Great Dakibi Harong has incarnated to the scenario. Great Dakibi Haram has incarnated to the scenario. Great Dakibi Haesol has incarnated to the scenario. Several great Dakibis were incarnating before my eyes. Such a chuchachichit. As if it had turned into stone, my hand reaching out towards the sacred texts froze up in place. This shouldn't be happening. You cannot acquire that story. Dakibis weren't able to interfere with the main scenarios. No, actually, some did try indirectly to pick fights with us, but there had never been an instance where a Dakibi with great as its classification personally distorted a scenario like this. However, these ones had bet away their probability and did indeed intervene with the scenario. Star stream is violently convulsing. Great Dakibis were also a part of the star stream. Even if they were tasked with controlling the system, they were not exempt from the consequences of abnormally abusing the probability. Perhaps that was the reason why the powerful sparks were dancing around wildly on the bodies of the great Dakibis. The forgotten ones need to remain forgotten. I thought I could understand just a little why they were willing to go this far. If I took the sacred texts and acquired the great fable in the process. Then, the outer gods they had been excluding from the story would officially be incorporated into a great fable. Outer gods were beings that couldn't be controlled fully by the system they possessed. Never mind the mid to lower grade old beings. If the higher-ranked outer gods were to enter the scenarios indiscriminately, then the star stream would fall into unbridled chaos. Even then, I simply had to complete this task. Give up. Statuses from the great Dakibis had tied my entire body down like chains, and my fingertips reaching out to the sacred texts came to a dead stop only a single hand span away. However, I didn't get flustered. As the great Dakibis appeared here while going against the probability, theirs was no doubt that another creature tasked with fixing the tilted balance of the distorted probability would appear soon. Kugugugugu. Speak of the devil, a whirlpool suddenly formed in the middle of the sky. It was the Great Hole, and an existence revealed itself and looked down at me from beyond the opening. Take the sacred texts, O apostle of. It was none other than the Weni king, the one I met back in the Nai's forest. Great Dakibis discovered the Weni's presence and roared out in sheer astonishment. How dare! The devil of the horizon, how dare you show yourself here? You do not possess the probability to appear in this scenario. The Weni king sneered back at them. It's the same story for you, too. The statuses of the great Dakibis and the Weni king collided, and my previously restrained body regained its freedom, and my hand crossed that final distance. Outer god transformation has resumed. The Weni king smiled brightly. Oh dear Starstream, the worlds you have erased shall advance once more. The moment my hand touched the sacred texts, my consciousness faded away within the brightly lit storm of electricity. I could barely sense what might happen from here onwards. I looked behind me and slowly closed my eyes. The only thing he could trust now was, Showers of light exploded and scattered in the distant sky. Even the 9 stars, even the 28 mansions, they all had no choice but to look at the explosion in that moment. Every constellation of the nebula Emperor is freaking out. Yigilyong atop the dragon horse was busy evading the 9 stars' attack until then, but even he had to bring his mount to a stop. Shin Yusung? Shin Yusung regained her consciousness and opened her eyes on top of the saddle. The moment she did, her eyes quickly snapped towards the western sky where Yigilyong was also looking at. Her heart was beating powerfully. Something has gone wrong. Eliminate these small fries quickly and, The lords of the 9 stars and Emperor's historical figure-grade constellations recovered from their fluster and hurriedly rushed towards Yigilyong and Shin Yusung once more. The boy spoke up, his gaze still fixed to the western skies. They'll create a path, so get going. No one needed to explain it to them. The story they were searching for was over there. Go and rescue Dokja Hyung. That was where Kim Dokja was. Shin Yusung could sense it. Maybe far better than anyone out there. Just as Yigilyong jumped off from the dragon horse and unleashed his status, Shin Yusung made her mount break out into a dash. The horse reverted back to the jade dragon and flew forward like a speedboat on the river's surface. A nostalgic scent of a fable wafted in from the distance. That's where she could see the starlight from her sponsor that protected her for a long time. It was shining so brightly like that, yet, why hadn't she been sure of it before? Countless questions raged on in her head before slipping away. Why was Kim Dokja in this place? Why didn't he reveal his true identity to anyone? Shin Yusung couldn't answer any of that. However, she felt that if Kim Dokja was lost again in that place, she'd never be able to see him ever again. Quaqua quaqua. Beams of light fired by the 9 stars slammed into the dragon horse. Shin Yusung screamed as she plunged into the river water. However, there were creatures that dragged her back out of the water. Kim Dokja, Kim Dokja, Kim Dokja, Kim Dokja. Where? From when did this happen? Yogos that had been previously floating around gathered into a large group and were crossing the river. Somehow, she ended up on top of the group. Yogos were floating up like stepping stones and created the path forward. Save him, save him, save him, save him, save him. And as Shin Yusung ran on top of the Yogos, she belatedly realized it. The reason why Ajusi is here, it's for the sake of these guys. The moment she realized it, something welled up from deep inside her. She saw Kim Dokja's fable scattering away within the blinding rays of light. She didn't need anyone to explain to her that he was clearly in serious danger right now. Why does Ajusi always alone? The first emotion she felt was resentment. Why didn't Kim Dokja ask his companions for help? There must have been a reason for that. She knew that. But he probably thought that this is for the best. Even then, there were some things that remained difficult to accept. It was the same story back in the Dark Castle and also in the demon world. And even during the Great War of Saints and Demons, too. Their lengthy scenario was simply Kim Dokja's history of continued sacrifices. And that was why this resentment wasn't directed at Kim Dokja, but towards Shin Yusung herself. She was none other than Kim Dokja's incarnation, and that's why she felt the sadness. The pain she was experiencing right now was nothing when compared to his determination. For sure, Kim Dokja would have said something like, Yusunga, Listen. There's no weight to sadness. Shin Yu-sung didn't agree with those words. Sadness did indeed have weight. The despair of a person risking his life trying to save someone else, and another's grief born from powerlessness while watching that feat unfold, would never carry equal weight. In the end, to every human being, the most precious thing was themselves. And Kim Dokja risked everything of his, always. It was right at that time that the river water suddenly exploded in front of her eyes. Constellations of Emperor vomited out as they crashed back down to earth. Come, you disappeared stories. Accompanied by the voice reverberating throughout the world, the entire world began changing. Several great holes opened up in the various parts of the sky, and creatures possessing unimaginable statuses started to cross over. They were no longer the outer gods. Is participating in the role of extra. They were Yogos from the journey to the west. This was the final war to determine the owner of the sacred texts. The horde of shadowy demonic beings rushed in to put the finishing touches to the final pages of this lengthy tale. A spectacle akin to the world meeting its annihilation played out. And in the center of that apocalypse, Kim Dokja with his two blank eyes was wandering among the Yogos. Was Shin Yu-sung mistaken when she thought that he no longer seemed to be Kim Dokja, but a Yogo? I need to stop him. On top of the broken Yogo's path, Shin Yu-sung looked down at her small hand. It was a hand that she believed was capable of achieving things far greater than any adult could. And it had done precisely that many times before. However, at least in this moment, she felt that it was nothing but a child's small hand. The heavens split up and the ground caved in. The Tongtian River's waters overturned in its entirety, and the living creatures atop it died in their droves as blood and fables flooded out. Judge, Sakyama's successor, is looking at you. It was exactly then that she felt someone's gaze and heard that person's voice. Yusunga, only you can do it. It was a voice she knew so well. Sanga Uni? At this rate, Dokjasi won't be able to come back. Only you can prevent that. There was not enough time to ask how something like this was possible. So, Shin Yu-sung only asked the necessary question first. What should I do? Yusanga didn't answer her right away. However, what she did say sounded like a Buddha bringing up a new topic for a conversation. Do not forget your role. Shin Yu-sung stared momentarily at the sky in stupefaction, before her gaze shifted over to Kim Dokja's direction. A golden headband glowed faintly on top of Sun Wukong's head. She looked down at her fist again. It was still that of a little child's, but at the same time it was the fist of Tang Sanzang as well. Can I really do it? Her voice was trembling. Kim Dokja's figure staggered about in the distance. Fable, Demon King of Salvation, is continuing with its storytelling. Finally, the tears she was holding back broke free. But that could be what Ajusi wants, you know? And to such a child, Yusanga spoke. He has been alone for a very long time. Kim Dokja, Dudzir. To someone like that, telling him that he's not alone a few times won't suddenly change anything. Shin Yu-sung was Kim Dokja's incarnation. You need to tell him, always be next to him, and reaffirm it for him. As she cried, Shin Yu-sung stepped forward. Until he realizes that he's truly not alone anymore. She gathered every little scrap of her status and began running hard. Just like Kim Dokja using the way of the wind, she too gave everything she had and ran on top of the river. While stepping on the water's surface, sinking in bit by bit, Shin Yu-sung shouted out loudly as if to tear out her vocal cords. Ajusi. Kim Dokja wasn't listening. In the midst of the bloody battle between Yogos and the constellations, he was looking back at her with empty eyes as he slowly morphed into another Yogo. His body was changing. Kim Dokja was scattering away. Don't go. Please, please don't go. She watched her sponsor slowly disappear right before her eyes and shouted even louder and louder. It didn't sound like words, but screams. Instead, these were things that couldn't be conveyed with mere words. A brand new fable is sprouting within you. Not everyone could use special methods to communicate, and that was why fables existed. Words that couldn't be conveyed would become stories eventually. The golden letters of the Constrictive Sutra had become a fable and they began emitting bright light now. I'm not going to give up. Just like how you keep rescuing me. Ajusi, As the meteors rained down all around her, Shin Yu-sung looked straight at her star and told her tale. They'll definitely save you, too. Episode 83. Dokja's Incarnation 1. Fin. Chapter 440 Dokja's Incarnation 2. The sounds of explosions spread out from the center of the battlefield. The surrounding atmosphere was going through a change. Ranks of Yogos were rushing over there and Emperor's constellations continued to descend. Fei Hu's eyes chased after those ranks before shifting back to the enemy blocking his path. You're truly strong. Are there more incarnations like you in Korea? Zhang Huiwan's whole body was riddled with wounds. However, her status remained firm and unaffected. while her will to fight burned brightly. He looked down at his sliced-off chest and waist, the wounds inflicted by her steel sword. He wasn't fighting alone currently. Both Erlang Shin and Prince Neza were aiding him, plus he was receiving support from his nebula as well. Even then, he had failed to defeat a single incarnation from another fable chamber that entered the scenario as a mere bull demon king. Stop yapping and just come at me. Fei Hu stared into Zhang Huiwan's blazing eyes and slowly shook his head. The mere fact that we had to fight so bitterly against a single opponent already signifies our loss. As if he was no longer interested in fighting her anymore, he sheathed his weapon and looked at the distant sky. And more importantly, the true battlefield doesn't seem to be here. As those words came to an end, Fei Hu flung himself in the direction of the sacred texts, along with Erlang Shin and Prince Neza. Zhang Huiwan was about to hurriedly chase after them. But then, a battleship suddenly summoned onto the river, took them away at a rapid pace. Activation of Hour of Judgment has ended. That was a really close call. If the fight continued on for a little bit longer, she would have lost for sure. As expected of Fei Hu, he wasn't a direct incarnation of the Emperor for nothing, it seemed. Constellation, demon-like judge of fire, is worriedly scanning the center of the battlefield. Wings of an archangel grew on Zhang Huiwan's shoulders. She began half running and half fleeing on the water. Just what is going on here? Several skirmishes were unfolding all around her and she couldn't tell where she should go first. E.g. Hai, battling against Emperor's fleet. Yu Yung Hayok, fighting against the 28 mansions constellations. E. Gilyong, dealing with the Lords of 9 Stars. Dozens upon dozens of great holes had opened up in the sky and the outer gods crossing over had all transformed into yogos to battle the constellations. And in the center of it all, Yusunga, a young girl, was reaching out towards a star. Shin Yusung studied Emperor's constellations rushing at her. Nebula Emperor's 12 Star Lords are descending. Nebula Emperor's Dragon Kings of the 4 Seas are descending. One by one, Sun Wukong's sworn enemies were gathering. It's not over yet. It's fine as long as Tang Sanzang doesn't touch the sacred texts. Divide the army. One side shall retrieve the texts, while the others will suppress their Sanzang. She grabbed tightly onto the Chimera Dragon's mane, currently in its Jade Dragon form. The main attack force of Emperor was now taking aim at her. Kim Dokja, meanwhile, was still too far from her. Emperor's 12 Star Lords are bearing their statuses. Kaboom! Light exploded before her eyes. The Chimera Dragon protected her by wrapping around her body. Choking heat penetrated into her entire figure. The second and third explosions went off one after the other and the dragon screeched out loudly. Shin Yusung gritted her teeth and leapt up by stepping on her mount's back. Your sponsor's blessing is influencing you. Your stunning talent has blossomed. You have comprehended the way of the wind on your own. She didn't know how this was possible, but still, Yusung ran on the river's surface. The blessing of Way of the Wind was exploding out from the tips of her feet, and golden ripples spread out everywhere they landed. Shin Yusung ran as Kim Dokja had done. This was the same method that her sponsor used to run. A mixture of blades and spears pounced on her from the surroundings. 3 from the left, 1 from right. 2 more, from below. She evaded them all by a hair's breadth. However, the more she dodged, the more vicious the attacks became. Hundreds of sharp blades rained down like a dangerous storm. It was a spectacle akin to a monster opening its maw wide to bear hundreds of fangs at her. And as she found herself right in front of such a monster, Shin Yusung pulled out a dagger from her inner pocket. Shin Yusung analyzed the situation like Yu Yung Hayok. There was something she learned from Yu Yung Hayok some time ago. Fable, Conquering King's Disciple, has begun its storytelling. In the future, you shall become the Beast Lord. Countless monstrous beings will cower before your feet and serve you. However, that does not mean you can become friends with every monster out there. During Kim Dokja's 3-year absence, Yu Yung Hayok taught her how to hunt. Ways to face off against large monsters. Ways to hunt monsters with sturdy outer shells. And even ways to kill monsters that were hard to fight against in close quarters. If you must kill, then do not hesitate and end its life. If you don't, the one dying will be you. The moment she held her breath, she spotted a gap between the blades. It was the calm eye of the raging storm. She unleashed all of her status and threw the dagger in that gap. Quaqua quaqua. Waves of winds scattered away and the blades flying in at her fanned out away from her. Unfortunately, she couldn't evade every single weapon a blade's edge brushed past her small figure. Blood spluttered out from her shoulder. Shin Yusung crouched as Yi Hyansong would. She crouched and, while hiding behind one of the floating debris, Yi Hyansong's face flitted in and out of her mind. This is how you hide, you see? Don't forget to always memorize the location of all the covers in your vicinity. Okay. A juicy, moving his bear-like huge body and assuming a crawling position with a troubled smile on his face. And then, Zhang Huiwan's voice, adding one more thing on top of what Yi Hyansong had said. It's possible that you won't find a place to hide if there are too many enemies around. You're right. The powers of the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas were currently controlling the river. Sharp spears made out of water aimed at Shin Yusung's body and rushed in. Debris continued to explode one after the other, and there was no more place left to hide behind on the river's surface now. When that happens, you should use your enemies instead. Like this. Han Suyong spoke as she grabbed and lifted the head of the crouching Yi Hyansong. Zhang Huiwan was shooting a glare at her, while Yi Gilyong was cackling away. Shin Yusung recalled all those memories and grabbed one of the incarnations attacking her to use as a shield. What are you? Kawak? Shin Yusung became as cold-hearted as Han Suyong. She discarded the incarnation body riddled with grisly holes and continued to run forward. She's a pretty smart kid. Do not let her get away. The distance to Kim Dokja had closed up quite a bit. A juicy. Kim Dokja's figure stopped as if he heard her call. As she looked into his empty eyes, Shin Yusung recalled what Yusanga told her in the past. I'm sorry that the world is like this. She could see her companions gathering around one by one. I'm sorry that you got hurt like this. I'm sorry that you had to rely on powerless adults like us. Even if that's case, I'll promise you one thing. We'll always be by your side. We'll do our best so that you don't get to use these types of skills. Shin Yusung remembered those words well. To make sure that you don't forget who you are. Slice. A long spear brushed past her cheek. She unconsciously touched there as blood trickled down. No one was around to help her. Neither Yu Jung Hyok's back that protected his companions, nor Zhang Huiwan's sword that she could always rely on, were here. A lengthy arm used the moment that she had lowered her guard and grabbed her collar. Emperor's 12 Star Lords were getting closer and closer. Didn't expect her to be a real kid. They let a child play such an important role? The status of Emperor that defied all attempts to resist pressured her entire frame. In any other normal circumstances, she'd never be able to fight against these enemies. Running away was the obvious route to take, and seeking help from her comrades was the best she could do. But Shin Yusung didn't try to run away. Condensed fable has caused an abnormal event. She slowly blinked and opened her eyes. Her heart, previously pounding away like crazy, suddenly grew calm. A cold glint flickered in her eyes next. Incarnation, Shin Yusung's attribute evolution is imminent. You have found the opportunity to evolve your attribute. I'm not just a little child. What did you say? Shin Yusung grabbed the Star Lord's left arm. The powerful grip emanating from the child's hand caused the constellation's arm to tremble. My name is Shin Yusung. You have acquired a legendary attribute. You have become the Beast Lord. Shin Yusung, from Kim Dokja Company. A status as white as snow ran amok on the surface of the river. As the Star Lord screamed and backed away, a girl wearing a white coat made an appearance before their shocked eyes. Beast King's sensitivity. It was the greatest defensive skill of the Beast Lord deployed by Shin Yusung from the 41st turn. The surrounding river water overflowed and every Yogo, as well as monsters submerged under it, leapt out at once. As if they wanted to pay respect to their king. Son of a... Where did these things come from? Attack. Kill these beasts first. Emperor's constellations began their bombardment. But a rising tide of monsters protected her. Chimera Dragon. Gua. The creature swam in the water like an amugi and swallowed up the Star Lords while screeching out loudly. Constellations being torn apart by the sharp fangs cried out. You stinking lizard. Shin Yusung disregarded those constellations and ran forward. Oh. Yuzung. Yogos created a clear path for her. And now, the star was literally right before her nose. A juicy, she shouted at Kim Dokja. However, he showed no signs of movement as if her voice didn't reach him. It was then she heard the Weni King's laughter resound out as it battled the great Dakibis. It's too late. He now belongs to the great plotter. Those words seemed to be the trigger the heavens above powerfully shook right away. Such a chuchachit. A great hole, boasting a size so immense that others couldn't even be compared to, was slowly revealing itself. Great Yogos on the river's surface simultaneously lowered themselves. All the fur on the white coat of the Beast King's sensitivity rose up like fuzzy hair. She could sense it without anyone telling her. The one descending right now, it was an existence far surpassing all the constellations of the Emperor Nebula. And Kim Dokja was now that creature's possession. I won't allow that. Tang Sanzang has recited the Constrictive Sutra. The moment Shin Yusung activated the skill, the golden headband on Kim Dokja's head began emitting bright light. Item, Constrictive Headband, is reacting. The Constrictive Headband was a treasure to control Sun Wukong. Didn't matter whether it was in Yogo transformation or not, every change taking place in Sun Wukong would come to a halt when the sutra was being recited. What foolishness! The Weni King's status bore down on Shin Yusung's whole body. She tasted blood in the deepest part of her mouth. The coat created through Beast King sensitivity flapped around crazily. She staggered on her feet as she walked closer to Kim Dokja. One step closer and yet one more step. She saw his messed-up face, his gaunt cheeks. Her sponsor, his eyes quietly closed. A juicy, a brand new fable is sprouting in you. She still had so many things to tell him. She'd tell him about that stuff that saddened her. And also tell him that a juicy looked terrible right now. For the first time ever, she'd earnestly tell him everything. Please listen to my voice. She'd tell him that she wanted everyone to stop by at a PC Bang. She'd pester him to buy her pizza and cola and have a picnic by the Han River. And while talking about her impossible wishes in a world where many things have become impossible to enjoy, she'd become happy again. Her vision quaked and tears streamed down without rest. Finally, her hand touched the ends of Kim Dokja's fingertips. One hand covered in scars wrapped around yet another, also covered in wounds. It hurt as wounds rubbed against each other. Even then, Shin Yusung didn't let go of that hand. Quasi-myth-grade Fable, Savior of a Star, has been acquired. Fable, Savior of a Star, has begun its storytelling. I still have too many things I haven't told you yet. Like when she was studying history with Sangha Uni. Or when she was cooking the hunted game with Jung Hyok Ajusi. Back when she learned how to wield a sword from Huiwan Uni. And when she practiced riding a skateboard with Jihai Uni. Also, when Hyansong Ajusi lifted her up and carried her around like an airplane. When she ate ice cream with Yi Gilyong and read a manhwa, knowing that the follow-up volume would never be released. If only Ajusi was also in those memories. So many things. I'm not wishing for many things, she simply couldn't say those words. Because the world's probability and this screwed-up star stream didn't allow that. I just wanted to be normal. The stars in the sky were moving quickly. Individual heavenly bodies sang their own fables and looked at her. Many audience members are looking at you. Actually, she understood it already. She knew that the ordinary happiness of an ordinary person in this world would not be able to attract any interest whatsoever. And that was why that ordinary happiness was the greatest luxury in a ruined world. Even then, audience members are paying the cost to reveal their modifiers. Constellation, Queen of the Darkest Spring, is. Constellation, Bald General of Justice, is. Even then, if someone was willing to hear her story. Constellation, Demon-like Judge of Fire, is. Constellation, Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, is. Constellation, Gorios First Sword, is. As the indirect messages continued to pour in, Shin Yusung held Kim Dokja's hand even tighter. It was precisely at that moment that a certain indirect message landed in her ear. Judge, prisoner of the golden headband, has heard your story. Warmth began returning to Kim Dokja's hand. A blinding torrent of golden rays shot out from Sun Wukong's headband, and that was followed up by a raging storm of probabilities' powerful sparks. Constellations of Emperor shouted in their great astonishment. Could it be? But that doesn't make sense. From several places in the sky, lightning bolt-like rays gathered towards Kim Dokja's figure. Judge, Baimawin, has heard your story. And in that moment, something that had never happened before in the history of Journey to the West finally happened. Judge, Mai Hao has heard your story. The retired Sun Wukong has finally turned over a new leaf. Judge, Duzhan Shengfo, Victorious Fighting Buddha, wishes to hear your next story. Episode 83, Dokja's Incarnation 2 Fin. Chapter 441 Dokja's Incarnation 3. Exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint 3rd stage, is currently active. My consciousness grew dim. The first thing I heard within this pitch-black darkness was the paragraphs coming to me from beyond the fourth wall. In that moment, E.G. Hai looked at the battlefield. E.G. Hai's battlefield was there, alongside dozens of ships seemingly blanketing the whole of Tongtian River. Incarnations of Emperor prepared to fire the cannons, while historical figure-grade constellations were in charge of the command. Open fire. Emperor's battleships surrounding the Turtle Dragon commenced firing simultaneously. E.G. Hai advanced forward while brushing past the wreckages of other destroyed vessels. Some attacks she let them land her ship, while some others she dodged. Load the cannons. It was like watching an orchestra. Her ability to command the fleet that had surely reached the realm of a naval god allowed her to move the Turtle Dragon and the Ghost Fleet as she saw fit. Fire. Naval Admiral E.G. Hai's fleet opened fire. The Ghost Fleet had rearranged their formation according to her command, and they soon repeated the accurate Hitandran tactic, and the enemy fleet tasted destruction in the blink of an eye. How can something this unbelievable be? Her ability to overcome the difference of overwhelming numbers. This was the moment that the true worth of the naval admiral, one of the strongest incarnations in the ways of survival, announced itself to the world. Constellation, maritime war god, is proud of his incarnation. E.G. Hai actually surpassed her sponsor in the latter half of the original story. Maybe I might get to see that spectacle unfold during this regression turn. We're changing our tactic. Perhaps they realized that things weren't going so well, as Emperor's fleet suddenly began charging at her. An armored battleship was taking the lead. It seemed that they had chosen to engage her in a close-quarter melee since they lost out in the long-range firefight. Unfortunately for them, though, there was something that they didn't know. Arg, I created this technique so that I could give Dokja Juicy a good one later on, but this. The thing was, the naval admiral E.G. Hai was also very handy in close-quarter battles, too. Seeing her crouched posture getting ready to draw her sword, I could just about guess what she was thinking of doing here. Instant kill, Sun Sa. I could see that she had mastered one of the best anti-personnel combat skills in ways of survival. Qua. As the loud explosions burst out from the side of the ship, E.G. Hai began her close-quarter combat. She cut, sliced, and then cut some more. A sword demon's blade cut through the waves of water and reaped the head of the enemy commander. And how much longer did she continue to cut after that? In the middle of the Tongshan's battlefield, now dyed crimson by the spreading fables, E.G. Hai lay on her back utterly fatigued, having dealt with all of her enemies. She stared at the darkening sky and asked softly as if she was talking to me. Juicy, you're okay, right? I wanted to tell her that I was fine, but my lips didn't want to part. Your current level of proficiency for Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint is very high. It's now possible to split the POV. Character Zhang Huiwan's viewpoint has been added to the third-person POV. The second person I saw was Zhang Huiwan. Get of my way. She was in the midst of chasing Fei Hu down. Yi Hyansong's blade, as she held him tightly, was busy shooting out the licks of flames belonging to Hellfire. Everywhere she passed by, ashes danced in the air. I could more or less figure out what happened here. To think that Fei Hu gave up on the fight first. Maybe the strongest incarnation in Korea was Zhang Huiwan, after all. Character Jang Haiyang's viewpoint has been added to the third-person POV. Jang Haiyang, still wearing the fake beard, was running on the river, Han Myung-o stuck under her arm. The end of her gaze was fixed on Yi Gilyong, currently engaged in a bitter battle against the Lords of the Nine Stars. Hey kid, step aside. The Lords of the Nine Stars were a part of Emperor's elite forces. Jang Haiyang got ready to unleash the power of breaking the sky force punch at them. However, Yi Gilyong shook his head and shouted back. Please don't interfere, Hyanji Hyung. I'm more than enough for this. He looked at the distant center of the battlefield and gritted his teeth. I can't lose to Shin Yusung. Yi Gilyong's voice, darkness seemingly overflowing from it, was tinged with an ominous undertone. And in the following moment, a yellow-colored storm exploded out from the boy's entire body. No, hang on a sec. Could that be? Before I could come to any sort of conclusion, the scene changed. Character Yu Jung Hyok's viewpoint has been added to the third-person POV. Next up was Yu Jung Hyok, currently facing off against the 28 Mansions constellations by himself. No matter how strong he is, in the end, he's still an incarnation from a weak little nebula. You think a lone bastard like yourself can deal with actual stars? Even though they were acting tough, Yu Jung Hyok's hand was currently holding a couple of severed heads belonging to dead stars. His coat had turned into a tattered rag from the concerted attacks of the 28 Mansions, and there was a noticeable wound on his arm, but beside that, he was completely fine. If you're talking about constellations, then I've cut down plenty of your kind already. Blood trickled down his forehead. His hair stained by the constellation's fables danced about, and like some kind of an evil monster, Yu Jung Hyok raised his head up. And that is why all of you will fall today. And the screen changed for the final time. A juicy. It was my own incarnation. Please listen to my voice. Her figure trembled as if she was sobbing. Next up, I saw my hand, held tightly in hers. That limp, powerless hand couldn't even hold hers at all. Her words cut off intermittently, and the things I need to say to her and the things I need to hear from her all disappeared in between the flitting words. Fable, Savior of a Star, is continuing on with its storytelling. I wanted to move. I wanted to wipe her tears away. I wanted to kneel down and hug her, before telling her that her wishes were also mine too. Such a chuchachit. Memories were crumbling away. Letters floated around the surroundings. I sensed myself scatter away inside this darkness. I heard a voice calling out to me from beyond the empty abyss. I saw something resembling a violently whipping great hole in the distance. Slowly, very slowly, my soul was being sucked in there. Timi taku epo urpr omi se. I was scared. If I were to forget all of these, These emotions, where would they go to, then? And from where and to how far would the fourth wall remember my story? Bot. Bu suddenly appeared and grabbed hold of my soul being sucked out. She did everything in her power to pull back at that clump of soul. But I could only look on at her confused, flustered struggling. I too didn't want to go there. Komi titichiasida of tari tplot ter. That was, if only I could. Are you really planning to go there? Along with the noise of tsuchuchuchu, the flow of the surrounding atmosphere changed. The letters stopped scattering away, and the suction force pulling at my soul disappeared. Someone was using his own status to forcibly suppress my extinguishment. This Master Sun is asking you. I looked back and discovered a rather familiar constellation standing there. His platinum blonde hair gently danced in the air, and his headband was emitting a soft glow. Great Sage. Indeed, it was the Great Sage Heaven's equal. A mischievous smile etched on his lips. However, he wasn't alone this time. The Re are Tuma New York Sun Wukong's here. Oh, so that's the fragment of the final wall that I heard about? What a noisy bastard. What an interesting visualized world this is. One was a handsome monkey kitted out in a cowboy getup, while the other monkey had this languid expression on his face. His hands stuck under the tiger-striped thong and busy scratching away at something. I immediately recognized who they were. Are you Baimawin and Mai Hao Wang? Before any reply could come to me, voices resounded out from the air above. Ki ing of Mo and Kys. Are yo upl and ni ing tu in trfrey tchus. Ugh, shut up. We're busy talking here. Mai Hao Wang got irritated and unleashed his power, causing the ripples from the outer gods to instantly disappear. That was truly a gobsmacking status. Demon King of Salvation, we came here to ask you about something. The one who said that was not the great sage, Mai Hao Wang, nor was it Baimawin. Someone I had never seen before was there. He had an exotic countenance, a face oozing with this mysterious aura preventing anyone from identifying his gender. Short, neatly trimmed black hair, and an elegant Buddhist robe on his frame. And judging by the fact that he was also carrying a Rui Jingubang, he too was definitely Sun Wukong. The odd thing was, though, I couldn't see the usual constrictive headband on his head. To Kim Dokja's knowledge, there was only one Sun Wukong like that in the world. Duzhan Shengfo, victorious fighting Buddha. Such a chuchachit. Thin sparks exploded in the air as if to react to what I said. Duzhan Shengfo asked me with an expressionless face. I've been watching your story from the beginning. My apologies for that. It was a fable with a meaning. Even out of all those numerous times when the journey to the west repeated itself, there never had been a fable that focused itself on the pain of the dying yogos. Mai Hao Wang, listening to him talk on the side, muttered, "Here comes the sermon-loving idiot." Completely disregarding him, Duzhang Shengfo continued on. However, their pain is their preordained destiny. Not everyone can become protagonists, after all. Why do you think so? You speak as if all yogos are victims, but not all of them are wrongly thrust into their positions. Some among them had never worked hard once in their lives, while some carry evil intentions and choose to hurt others. Therefore, it is quite obvious that they will never become the main characters. You're correct. However, just like what you've implied, some of them are not guilty of anything. No, make that quite a lot of them. And that is why countless fables exist in this world. Great fables aren't the only good fables. Those who are nothing more than small, insignificant beings inside a great fable can still become the main character of a different fable. He was right. Indeed, as right as it can be. However, that is only applicable when they are allowed to participate in fables. There were some creatures in this world that were excluded from entering even those fables. Beings that were simply spent as expendables in various fables while not even receiving a single % of shares. Come. Fables should be permitted to even those who have failed. The ones that had forgotten about themselves weren't even allowed to enjoy the opportunities of the scenarios. The star stream gagged them and made sure that their words would become incomprehensible to others. Is that what you truly believe? Duzhan Shengfo asked, his unreadable eyes still locked on me. No, more correctly, he was looking at the power of chaos rising out from my body. And you wish to sacrifice your whole being and become an outer god? That's correct. The great sage was yawning with a bored face during my answer, and once he was done, spoke his opinion. Are you done with your confirmation? I told you, didn't I? This guy's really like that. Indeed. Seriously, man. Convincing the dear Ol Badanum is the hardest thing ever. I had no clue what these guys were talking about. For Sun Wukongs glanced at me while yapping among themselves. Okay, so, who's going to do it? Then, I shall do it. I had lost most of my memories after I was granted the Buddhahood, after all. Well, I guess you being a fakey monk can be helpful in situations like this one. Right in the next moment, bright light rose up all around me, causing my scattering memories to come back. And as the probabilities sparks exploded, my body glowed brightly too, as if I was being electrocuted. Someone is dealing with the penalty of outer god transformation in your stead. Wah! Demon King of Salvation, you're wrong about one thing, said Dusen Shengfo, as he unleashed the power of chaos. Becoming a yogo will not help you in understanding them. You simply do not have the qualifications to represent them. He was right once more. I couldn't possibly have known anything about the outer gods suffering pain and agony as the yogos from the journey to the west, because I was just another actor playing Sun Wukong. Mai Hao Wang sniggered and remarked sarcastically, "You should know your place." Baimawin quickly added something else. "Your main topic is not in this place." The last person to speak up was the great sage. "Leave the matters of yogos to other yogos. And you should live your own fable." Only then did I finally figure out what was going on here. Great fable, Journey to the West, has begun its storytelling for you. But why? Why were they doing this for me? The great sage smirked and replied, "Because we like your fable. That's all." I thought I could hear the loud roars of the upper-rank outer gods coming from afar. At the same time, I sensed the power of the outer gods strengthening gradually. Haze, 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 haze. Ours. My bad. But we can't give him to you. No. Kingus coming. The great hole continued to churn angrily within the darkness. Something was trying to descend to this world. It was the king of all these outer gods. Constellation, secretive plotter, is glaring at the prisoner of the golden headband. That message brought out a bright smile on the great sage's face. Right, I wanted to have a go at you sometime, didn't I? For Sun Wukong stood all around me. So, who'll be the main this time? Of course, it'll be me, the great sage. And thus the dumbass Sun Wukong is born. Hey you, don't flip your finger like that. You think this is a fusion fantasy? In the following moment, Sun Wukongs around me grasped each other's hands. Oh Starstream, we will be accepting the Demon King of Salvation as our fifth self. Episode 83. Dokja's Incarnation 3, Fin. Chapter 442 Dokja's Incarnation 4. A juicy, powerful rays of light exploding out from Kim Dokja's entire body, and the waves of magical energy containing Emperor's great fable pouncing on Shin Yusung's position, happened almost at the same time. She reflexively embraced his body. The durability of her Beast King sensitivity had dropped to a critical level after defending against countless attacks so far. But she had no other methods to defend against this new wave other than this one. She squeezed her eyes shut, and the moment she hunkered down, a storm of blinding light exploded and the waves of fables blanketing the surroundings disappeared as if they were washed away. Ah! Her body, raised up to the sky, slowly descended back down again. The spot where Kim Dokja had been standing only until a moment ago was now occupied by a tall man. He was blessed with the blindingly pure platinum blonde hair, forged steel-like muscles, and fiery golden eyes burning in a crimson hue. Emperor's constellations freaked out. This can't be. The outer gods were also shocked by the emission of the stupendous level of status from him. Currently possessing the bodies of the yogos, these outer gods expressed their fluster at the stunning status of chaos rising from this tall man. Hoo. The man grinned brightly. For them to not recognize me. I guess my retirement has gone on for too long. Shin Yusung couldn't figure out what was going on here. She could definitely sense Kim Dokja's aura from this man. But he was not him. In that case, just who was this man? A juicy. So, you're Sanzang? The great sage calmly looked down at her before slowly lowering himself. Soon, their gazes were locked on the same eye level. Kim Dokja is safe. An unfathomable sense of lonesome longing flooded out from his fiery golden eyes. Shin Yusung unconsciously reached out. The moment her hand touched that cold golden headband on his head. Fable, Demon King of Salvation, is continuing with its storytelling. Her hand trembled. She could sense it so clearly. Kim Dokja was living and breathing within this person. Not only did he not transform into a mysterious something, but the figure of Kim Dokja she was familiar with remained as was. Yusunga. Zhang Huiwan dashed in from the distance and hurriedly shielded Shin Yusung away while shooting the great sage a glare. He simply grinned back at her and shifted his gaze up to the sky. That was where a portion of Emperor's constellations, great Dakibis, as well as the Weni King could be found. Why do you all look like that? Weren't you yapping unhappily among yourselves without the protagonist of Journey to the West, me, present earlier? Indeed, he was the main protagonist of the journey, the great sage Heaven's equal. One of the great Dakibis asked him a question. Why have you stepped forward? Do you not have an agreement with the emperor? I didn't break the deal. Besides, do you even have any idea what that deal is in first place before asking me that? The great Dakibi didn't have the chance to reply, as the Weni King's true voice butted in first. Monkey King, are you insane? He's an outer god now, in other words. That was our agreement. He's my brother now. And also, the great sage's fiery golden eyes emitted bright light. I'm also an outer god now, you see. Due to Duzhen Shengfo's transformation into an outer god, the aura of chaos was billowing out from Sun Wukong's entire body. Shares of outer god in the applicable scenario currently is 35.333%. Hidden scenario verifying agreement has been completed. Power of the Great Fable has begun moving. Scenario, Journey to the West remake, is entering its final phase. And then, Sun Wukong looked at his longtime comrades. Yogos that had fallen into confusion were all looking up at him. The majority of them were outer gods used as expendables in the scenario. Up until only a few moments ago, they had been searching for their king. Yet now, they were shaking their heads in a clear sign of fluster. Kingies, 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 kingies. Wichoni, 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 wichoni. Yogos were at a loss, stuck between the great sage appearing as a brand new outer god, and the secretive plotter they had been following originally. He spoke to them as if he could understand their confusion. You all suffered greatly until now, my friends. These Yogos, they had experienced this really lengthy tale together with him. I know very well of the ordeals you were subjected to. I was born as a Yogo, but got influenced by men's ways, and ended up accepting their ideals and customs. I carried out what they deemed to be true righteousness, and walked on their path of Tao. Sometimes they were his enemies. At other times they were his allies. And the result of that is this. Yogos were sacrificed, and the meaningless epiphany repeated itself. Now, Journey to the West has become a tool to strengthen the nebula's influence by spreading around the tired, obvious truths. However, all of that was nothing more than a fable, a play performed on a stage. I'm sure it'll be impossible to atone for the past. Even then, if you are willing to forgive me, the ancient king of the Yogos, their king, who used to fight against the heavenly worlds once upon a time, was now speaking to them. Then I shall fight for you from now on. One by one, Yogos raised their heads. Really, 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 the great sage replied to them. I shall put my true name on the line and swear to you. Yogos began moving towards him. 1 and 2 soon became 10, grew to 100, and before long went past 1,000. Yogos hiding under the river's water, ones hiding within the clouds in the sky. They all revealed themselves. They gathered like swarms and began forming a horde, as if they were trying to worship the king they had served a long time ago. Ancient great fable is waking up. Halt. Cease what you're doing. You're a judge. A judge cannot interfere with a fable in progress. Great Dakibis urgently stepped forward to stop the situation, but it was useless, at least this time around. Starstream has acknowledged the probability of the 95th main scenario. Main theme of the Journey to the West remake is changing drastically. Even the great Dakibis couldn't go against the gigantic flow of the Starstream. As for the Weni King, it stepped back without resistance as if it wished to observe the unfolding situation first. Its original aim was to send outer gods into a scenario anyway, so technically, that goal had pretty much already been accomplished. The only problem was, who was the one leading all these outer gods? Kugugugugu. Thunderbolts crashed down from the great hole in the sky, and soon, something broke past the abyss to make their descent. He is... Status emitted by him was so powerful that the outer gods appearing so far couldn't even compare to him. The great sage, the Weni King, even the great Dakibis, they all witnessed that person's incarnation into the world. The great sage smirked. So, he finally showed up. Constellation, secretive plotter, has incarnated into the scenario's location. Someone has joined the scenario in the role of Demon King of Confusion. The secretive plotter, currently in the form of a jet-black lump of shadow wavering around in the wind, took on the role of a Yogo to participate in the scenario. Perhaps due to him not going through a proper entry procedure, blindingly bright sparks were enveloping his entire body. The great sage asked him, "Are you here to hinder this great master son? That depends on your choice." As expected, you have a rather insidious-sounding voice, secretive plotter. This would be the first time that these two came face-to-face. A confrontation was brewing between two constellations who had been watching Kim Dokja for a long time through Baihyung's, and later Bayu's channel. The great sage growled and spoke up. You pretended to be all slick and sophisticated in your indirect messages. But today, you finally reveal your true colors. The secretive plotter quietly studied the great sage. Meanwhile, you are just as thoughtless as your indirect messages suggest. Sun Wukong emitted a stupendous amount of status and roared out triumphantly while gripping his Rui Jingu Bang. Enough talk. Since you're here, let's fight. This situation won't get resolved unless I kick your ass first. Anyway, the plotter's entrance caused agitation and unrest to spread among the surrounding Yogos. It seemed as if they were hesitating on who to follow among these two absolute beings. Submit to the king of all Yogos, the great sage, heaven's equal? If not, submit to the king of outer gods, the secretive plotter? The possibility of a sudden confrontation between two constellations brought about a palpable sense of tension to the great Dakibis, Weni King, and to other constellations floating in the air. On one side, an outer god who dreamed of the star stream's destruction, while the other, the strongest constellation within Starstream itself. A battlefield that had never been created before was about to commence. Sun Wukong, burning with the will to fight, was about to raise his Rui Bang high up into the sky, but then, I'm sorry, but your opponent today isn't going to be me. Accompanying those words, the heavens split open wide and a great amount of sparks exploded out. Nebula, emperors, constellations are descending to the scenario. The number flooding in was in another realm altogether compared to emperors' forces that had entered so far. Half-destroyed stars of the 28 mansions, the few remaining lords of the 9 stars, dragon kings of the 4 seas, and after that, a countless number of immortals and war gods from the Taoist pantheon were incarnating into the scenario. Constellation, master of the immortal Peach Garden, is incarnating into the scenario. Constellation, heaven's wise man, is incarnating into the scenario. A great number of constellations hiding their modifiers are incarnating into the scenario. That wasn't all. Spirits that ruled the plains, the mountains, and the rivers, and even the great cosmic army that guarded the heavenly palaces, an army consisting of over 100,000 in total, blanketed the scenario sky. The pagoda-bearing heavenly king Li Jing, Prince Neza, and Erlang Shin. Now that is a nostalgic combination. And not only that, the heavenly palace's Laz Yarst geezers are here too. The enemies from the heavenly palace he used to fight against a long time ago were now standing before him. Great sage, what's the meaning of this? Prince Neza, the very one who tried to suppress Zhang Huiwan along with Fei Hu earlier, was now brimming full with the power of a fable incomparably mightier than before. That was because he was no longer playing a role from the fable chamber, but making an appearance as himself. What do you mean, what? I'm here to end the scenario. The great sage's curt reply prompted an immediate opposition from Emperor's constellations to rise up. You can't arbitrarily decide on the conclusion like this. Don't you realize that the journey to the west will end up in the hands of a weakling nebula if you do this? Hurry and give up on the sacred texts. The great sage looked at the sacred texts held in his hand, and then took a glance at Shin Yusung next to him. Then, a smirk formed on his lips. Arg, it's fine if it ends up with them. What's the problem? I mean, it's good that its fame is spreading out even further. Am I wrong? This is against our agreement. Nope, it isn't. Us helping you out was until the 4 Sun Wukongs choose the same fable, wasn't it? And that day has arrived, that's all. Having realized what the great sage was thinking of, the Emperor's constellations began exchanging glances with each other. Nebula, Emperor, is greatly enraged at the prisoner of the golden headband. Erlang Shin stepped forward to represent his Nebula. Great sage, do you understand what your actions mean? Could you be possibly planning to start the great war against the heavenly worlds in this place? No, I didn't think of that, but well, if you wish to fight, then, Kagugugu. The incredible aura flooding out from the great sage's incarnation body forced constellations of Emperor to falter and retreat. His fable that swept across the heavenly worlds in the past was being unshackled in this scenario. However, Erlang Shin's voice remained composed. I acknowledge your strength. No one from Emperor can even dream of besting you in one-on-one combat. However, you can't win in this fight, because the fable will simply repeat itself. Such a chuchachit. Signs of stage transformation could be spied now. Fables collided, and the event from a long time ago was about to be recreated once more. A great war between the king of Yogos, the great sage heaven's equal, and Emperor. The great sage spoke up. For sure, I did lose back then. However, that was when I was just the great sage, heaven's equal. The Emperor sensed something was off and made their move first. He's about to use his magic. Subdue him, now, Lord Dao Tianzuan. Your Jingangzuo. Come, 6 brothers from the Mei Mountain. The great sage summoned his somersault cloud while watching the army of the heavenly worlds pounce on him. Dark clouds dyeing the sky black heated Sun Wukong's fable and began gathering into one place. Great fable, Journey to the West, has begun its storytelling. And then he opened his mouth. My true name is Sun Wukong. The great sage heaven's equal. My Hao Wang. Baimawin. Duzhen Shengfo. And finally, the Demon King of Salvation. A storm began raging on top of the Tongtian River. Thunder and lightning crashed down. And in the center of this storm, the great sage was slowly clenching his fists. As the blinding lightning bolts pounded down on the battlefield, Yu Yunghayok finally arrived at his destination. The godly figure of the great sage bringing down numerous constellations in the middle of the Tongtian was truly something to behold. Kim Dokja is inside that guy, huh? Thanks to his golden-colored eye of sage, Yu Yunghayok got to quickly confirm Kim Dokja's current situation. It seemed that the fool was still alive. And for some strange reason, that powerful great sage personally incarnated to grant the man his own powers. Zhang Huiwen and Xin Yusung could be seen some distance away. They were basically hiding among the great battles taking place between the Yogos and the constellations, which was a wise decision on their part. Really. As for Yi Gilyong, Yi Jihai, or even Jan Haiyang, it seemed that they hadn't arrived in this location as of yet. We need to finish this scenario soon. Their fable chamber had already reached the top of the rankings, and the sacred texts were in the hands of Xin Yusung, currently playing the role of Tang Sanzang. The I've become the retired SSSS grade son Wukong Fable Chamber is currently holding the sacred texts. Guarding the sacred texts for 1 hour will automatically conclude the scenario. 54 minutes remaining until the conclusion of the scenario. Even the final phase of the scenario had been activated as well. Just by holding on, the great fable of the journey to the west would be Kim Dokja Company's. However, there was one thing that concerned him. And that would be Kugugugu. It was that person currently spectating on the battlefield from the middle of the sky. The secretive plotter. He was simply watching on at the fight between the great sage and emperor without getting involved. Yu Yunghayok could guess what he was planning here. He was probably planning to wait until the great sage ran out of strength and launch a sneak attack on his opponent afterwards. However, the incarnated plotter's aura wasn't the same as before. He seems to have wasted a lot of probability. He indeed has far too much riding on this regression turn. Those words were spoken by Yu Yunghayok, 999. From some time ago, this damn dumpling was making himself home on the full-sized Yu Yunghayok's shoulder. He glanced at 999 with disinterested eyes before silently unsheathing the dark heavenly demon sword, meaning this is my chance to kill him. That was when the secretive plotter accurately locked eyes with him. Just from meeting that being's gaze caused Yu Yunghayok to freeze up on the spot. Fable, one who opposes miracles, is shrinking away. Fable, one who hunted the king of disasters, is refusing to fight. His fables were shivering in fear. So, becoming weak meant falling into such a state? The memories of defeat brushing past him now ruled over him. Perhaps, the dark heavenly demon sword wasn't the only thing that broke on that day. 999 addressed him again. Looks like you're afraid. Yu Yunghayok didn't want to acknowledge it, but it was the truth. Indeed, the current you will never defeat the great plotter. It was the despair that couldn't be overcome no matter which history he was willing to bet away. Yu Yunghayok stared at that overwhelming wall of time. That wasn't something mere effort could overcome. However, it's not as if there are no other avenues left for you. What? 999 leapt off from Yu Yunghayok's shoulder, and his outer appearance began transforming. A Murim dumpling was changing to that of Yu Yunghayok. 999's height grew back up in an instant, and regained the exact same appearance as Yu Yunghayok's. The distinctive status of a transcender oozed out from the back of another him currently facing away. Yu Yunghayok became keenly aware of who this was in this moment. Yu Yunghayok from the 999th turn. As his black coat danced in the air, 999 addressed his counterpart. Remember who you really are. Remember what you wish to achieve by coming this far. 999 then slowly pulled out a sword from his inner pocket. Surprisingly, it was not the heaven-shaking sword. No, it was the dark heavenly demon sword, the exact same weapon that the third turn Yu Yunghayok possessed. 999 spoke up once more. Let me show you the battle from the 999th turn. Episode 83. Dokja's Incarnation for Finn. Chapter 443 Dokja's Incarnation. 5. Anyone would have read about Sun Wukong's story at least once in their lives. In my case, the first thing I'd recall after hearing his name would be his description as written in the Ways of Survival. Rui Jingu Bang that destroys the heavens. Body outside body spell that allows him to fight against a nebula all by himself. Thunderclouds capable of bringing down stars of the world. One of the strongest constellations in the Ways of Survival, that was the great sage heavens equal Sun Wukong. Great fable Journey to the West is continuing on with its storytelling. And right now I had become that very Sun Wukong. Kugugugugu. Every time the great sage's fist pointed at a spot in the sky, the stars of Emperor fell in droves. I ended up holding my breath after witnessing that overwhelming power from a first-person perspective. I already knew that he was powerful, but never did I guess that it'd be by this much. Hey, Maknea. What are you busy yapping on about? I heard Mai Hao Wang's voice in my head. It seemed that, including myself, all 5 versions of Sun Wukong were watching the Great Sage's rampage in real time as well. Are you shocked by your Hyungnim's power level? To be honest, I'm really impressed. Kwakwa kwakwa. Kawak. A giant that got sent flying away just now was a Fable-grade constellation. Come on now, how could blowing away a Fable-grade with a single lightning bolt even make sense? Mai Hao Wang spoke as if to mock our opponents. HNG, was that the giant god? That measly little Fable-grade made a mistake by trying to fight us. But wasn't the prisoner of the golden headband a Fable-grade as well? The one who answered back this time was Baimawin. If we were on our own, sure. But you now understand what kind of an existence we are, don't you? He was right. This was really hitting home for me. The main protagonist of the journey to the west, Sun Wukong, was created by 4 different Sun Wukongs. The king of all monkeys that ruled the Water Curtain Cave, Mai Hao Wang, acknowledged by the Jade Emperor for his magical prowess and awarded the post of Baimawin. The great sage Heaven's equal, who fought against the heavenly worlds that looked down on him. And finally, Duzhen Shengfo, who gained enlightenment through the events of the journey to the west. Only after the fables of these Sun Wukongs gather in one place would his true power be unleashed. Baimawin muttered out. That great sage dude, he's really having fun. Isn't he? Well, I guess it's been a long time since he got to cut loose like this. Indeed, the great sage's true voice sounded as if he was really enjoying himself. The heavenly worlds have become a lot weaker, haven't you? Is this all you've got? Fable-grade constellations couldn't even endure Tenorso exchanges of blows and all came crashing down into the Tongtian River's waters. Attack him. Despite that, Emperor's forces still remained powerful. After all, it was the nebula that boasted the highest number of stars in the star stream. The thing was, though, the great sage's fable was only getting started, too. Oh! Outer gods roared out all at the same time, and a lightning bolt landed on Sun Wukong's Rui Bang. Ripples of golden light exploded then, and he powerfully threw his weapon into the sky. Qua. Rui Bang's torpedo-like attack burned the heavens and flew forward with ferocious momentum. Incredible gusts of gale winds whipped around. Finally, the dispersing spray of water died down. One of the constellations, soaked to the bone like a mouse that fell inside a well, muttered out in disbelief. What is the meaning of? A portion of the skies was now empty. That single attack managed to annihilate thousands of divine immortals rushing in. Is this the real great sage, Heaven's equal? Even then, even when facing this overwhelming spectacle, Emperor's spirit didn't diminish one bit. There's no need to fear. His fable is bound to hit its limit soon. Do not let up and attack. He's all alone in the end. The number of divine immortals swelled back up again and refilled the empty void in an instant. This was how Emperor fought. I got goosebumps. No matter how strong our side was, that side had no end to their supply. At this rate, the one to lose would be HNG. No need to cower already. That fool hasn't used his power yet, after all. That fool? I meant Duzhen Shengfo. Duzhen Shengfo, the victorious fighting Buddha. He was the one who dealt with the outer god transformation penalty earlier in my stead. Is he all right? The 4th is fine. He's enlightened in the ways of the 4 noble truths, Kuji Meidal, so the memories of the material world are meaningless to him. Everything would return to nothingness, that's why. Baimawin quickly tackled Mai Hao Wang down. Since when did Duzhen Shengfo become the 4th? Since he was the 4th one to make the appearance, that's why. Isn't it normal to count chronologically? With that thought process, then, obviously, I am the first since Sun Wukong started off with me. And congratulations, even though you're the least famous one, you get to be the second. Acting exactly like a dumbass monkey that you are. Busy spitting in your own face. You think anyone would actually remember a king of monkeys stuck in a cave? Well, it's a lot better than you fool who had to clean horse shit out of a stable. Was it because of the 2 Sun Wukongs bickering? The construction of the great sage's fable became unstable for a moment there, and he ended up getting struck abruptly by an enemy attack. As the main body began shaking, the great sage finally exploded in irritation. Shut the hell up. I can't concentrate. Of course, he didn't forget to add one more thing triumphantly as well. I'm the most famous one, so obviously I'm the first. Mai Hao Wang and Baimawin exploded in a fit of dissatisfaction at the same time. For the first time since the battle commenced, the great sage had to be on the defensive against the incoming vast wave of the stars. If he got pushed back here, then he'd not be able to win this war. Maybe both Mai Hao Wang and Baimawin understood that point as well, as they stopped bickering and concentrated, as well. Boom. Bang. Kaboom. It was at that moment that a corner of the battlefield collapsed and a huge battleship made its entrance. A juicy. I'm here. It was E.G. Hai, advancing forward while destroying Emperor's vessels. The members of Kim Dokja Company had made their move in order to support Sun Wukong fighting alone. That wasn't all, though. Constellation, golden-bodied Arhit, is incarnating into the scenario. The great sage's real comrades began entering the scenario one by one. The golden-bodied Arhit, Sha Wujing, appeared in the sky in his incarnation body and smiled contently as he looked at E.G. Hai down below. So you are the one who played me. Who the heck is that monster? Constellation, cleanser of altars, is incarnating into the scenario. The next one to appear was the owner of the nine-toothed spike rake. Where are you, the conquering King Piggsy Yu Yung Hayak? Ha ha ha. I was thoroughly impressed by you, the one who played me. It seemed that the cleanser of altars was fixated on Yu Yung Hayak at this point. The great sage looked at both Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing and nodded his head. You came, fellow disciples. A bit late, weren't you? I didn't really come to help you out, senior brother. No, I was just curious about the actor playing me, so don't be mistaken. Zhu Beiji muttered out some excuses that sounded oddly coy for some reason, and along with Sha Wujing, who looked somewhat shocked and hurt, stood next to Sun Wukong. When the demon-slaying staff and the nine-tooth spike rake unleashed their statuses right next to the Rui Bang, it finally dawned on me that all of the three musketeers from the Journey to the West had gathered in one place. Great fable, Journey to the West, is regaining its original status. Soon, the nervous constellations of Emperor loudly yelled out. Judges, are you saying that you'll be siding with the great sage? It's not just them. 6 more humanoids were standing tall behind the 3 Journey to the West's main characters. One of them resembled a monkey, while others resembled a shark, a lion, and even a rock. I immediately recognized who they were. The great sage who covers the seas, Saurian Demon King. The great sage who brings chaos to the heavens, Rock Demon King. The great sage who moves mountains, Lion Spirit King. The great sage who pierces through the winds, Macaque Spirit King. The great sage who chased away the immortals, Snub-nosed Monkey Spirit King. The last person wasn't a Yogo, but Zhang Hui-1. This just got rather interesting. Thanks to the blessing from the great sage who pacifies Heaven Bull Demon King, the status of the actress playing that role, Zhang Hui-1, was rising up at a breakneck pace. We will fight alongside you, great sage, heaven's equal. The 7 great sages that waged the great war against the heavenly worlds alongside Sun Wukong had finally gathered in one place once more. These Yogos didn't get much page time during the original Journey to the West, and as a result, their presence had always remained behind the veil of obscurity. They appeared today to undo the knot of resentment in their hearts. I always felt wronged because my nickname also happens to be Mai Hao Wang. Today, I shall resolve my deep-seated grudge. After the 7 great sages jumped into the fray, the flow of the battlefield changed greatly in an instant. Those outer gods hesitantly studying the plotters' moods until then joined the battle as well. Mai Hao Wang, handsome Monkey King, watching the battle unfold, muttered to himself. Where did that conquering King Piggsy disappear to anyway? Now that I took a look, I couldn't see Yu Yung Hayak anywhere. He should have been battling the 28 Mansions constellations just now, so… Suddenly, I had this ominous foreboding. I looked up at the Weni King and the great Dakibis watching the climax of this scenario from high up in the sky. Advance. Do not retreat and continue fighting. The victory shall be Emperor's in the end. Emperor's constellations roared out energetically and continued to push forward. The ones taking the lead up front were the Heavenly Palace's 4 heavenly kings. Dhritarashtra of the east, Virutika of the south, Virupaksha of the west, Vaisravana of the north. Not only that, there were the pagoda-bearing heavenly king Li Jing as well as Prince Neza. It seemed that they were getting desperate as well. And then even the Queen Mother of the West and the owner of the Jingangzuo Dao Tianzuan too, constellations that you might recognize by their names alone, had descended to this place and unleashed their fables. There was little doubt that the great war against the heavenly worlds was being recreated right now. Nebula, Emperor, is releasing its great fables. This was the might of a great nebula. Even then, the great sage didn't back off. Many in the audience can't close their slack jaws while watching this abrupt spectacle. Constellation, Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, declares that if the prisoner of the Golden Headband loses today, they will no longer be considered rivals. Constellation, Demon-like Judge of Fire, is cheering on the prisoner of the Golden Headband. Constellation, Goryo's First Sword, is expressing his respect towards the prisoner of the Golden Headband's martial prowess. The first one to kneel was Dhritarashtra, followed by Virutika. Everywhere the Rui Bang flew past, the heavenly world's army crumbled. The divine level of martial arts, the might of the greatest constellation, Sun Wukong, was in full display. But then, a Buddhist chant coming from somewhere caused the great sage to come to a stop for the first time. Tsuchichuchiku, Even I ended up gasping out in pain. It seemed that I wasn't the only one suffering here. Both Mai Hao Wang and Baimawin spoke in annoyed voices. God damn it. It's that baldy monk. The constrictive headband was tightening around the great sage's head. He massaged his temples with one hand while issuing a warning. Guanyin, do not interfere. Those words prompted a Buddhist lotus pedestal to appear among the clouds. Guanyin was sitting in the middle of the pedestal in the lotus-sitting position. Wukong, have you forgotten about what happened in the past? What are you talking about? Please stop this. This is not the righteous path. What if I don't want to? Have you not received my aid until this moment? Can you not concede in consideration of that, at least? Your aid. The great sage's brows shot up higher. All thanks to your oh-so-wonderful aid. I got to enjoy untold hardship. As if he was venting out all of his built-up resentment, the great sage began shouting out loudly. All those trials and tribulations we had to go through came to be because of your voyeuristic tendencies. The great sage's memories related to Guanyin, the one who perceived the sounds of the world, began telling their tale. The law stipulates that one has to fulfill all 9 by 9, 81 tribulations in order to return to their self. However, they have only experienced the 80th calamity, and thus lacks one. 5 gates, I now task you to go after them and create the final calamity. The journey to the west final calamity, the one behind it was none other than Guanyin. The ones responsible for the world's calamity by raising up the army of demons and inciting the Yogos were you and Emperor, They were all necessary tribulations. You must cool your ire now. As the great sage grew even more agitated, Guanyin began reciting the constrictive sutra once more. You think you can stop me with such a pathetic sutra? Pachuchuchit. The status emitted by the great sage, heaven's equal, disrupted the constrictive sutra's effect. Guanyin was taken greatly aback by this development, and while retreating along with her lotus pedestal, she raised her voice. Your powers have grown too strong. I alone can't handle him. The pagoda-bearing heavenly king bit his lower lip. We'd be able to win if we drag out the fight, but... Less than 30 minutes remained until the conclusion of the scenario. They knew that, even if they emerged victorious through a protracted battle, there would be no meaning if they were defeated in the scenario. Sakyamuni. Where is Sakyamuni? In the end, Emperor had to make the obvious choice as their final move. We only need the 5 pillars. As long as we have that fable, defeating that damn monkey bastard will not pose any problems. The 5 pillars referred to the Buddha's 5 fingers. Even if it was the heaven-defying Sun Wukong, as long as there existed the fable of him being subdued by the Buddha's palm, he'd not be able to escape from the stage transformation's influence. And one of the split bodies of the Buddha, Sakyamuni, existed in this world. Prince Neza whispered to the pagoda-bearing heavenly king next to him. Have you forgotten? Sakyamuni's whereabouts are unknown since the great war of saints and demons. Most likely, I fear that he had perished during the process of sealing away the Isle of Reincarnators. Sakyamuni has died? Doesn't that mean there is no method to suppress him? Please do not worry. We do have his successor with us. At the end of those words, the army of Emperor split open. Sakyamuni's successor. The highest-ranked constellations of Emperor were walking out from the space created by the army. Each and every one of them were powerful beings that rivaled the likes of Olympus' 12 gods. But when I saw the person wearing the airy Buddhist robe walking in the middle of them, I quietly grew agitated. Yusanga was their Yusanga, reincarnating through the promise with Sakyamuni. And by the eternal chain of samsara, she was reborn as the Sakyamuni's successor. Great sage? The great sage's body had stiffened up immediately. I could sense a great deal of emotional turmoil within him. I also heard Mai Hao Wang's and Baimawin's voices just then. So that was why, when he saw her for the first time, would have thunk that it was that incarnation body. At that moment, a certain part of the great sage's memories rushed in. That lengthy storyline of the journey to the west was abridged in an instant. And I realized it then. Yusanga hadn't simply reincarnated as the Sakyamuni's successor. No, her current incarnation body used to belong to someone very special. Oh dear Sanzang. Tang Sanzang, Thunzang Fa Shi, the one whose mastery of the constrictive sutra had surpassed everyone else's in the whole world, and also the only one capable of coercing Sun Wukong with just one sentence. Emperor's constellations loudly shouted out, "Hurry and suppress that bastard, O Sakyamuni's successor." Even as he saw Yusanga walk towards him, the great sage heaven's equal showed no sign of budging, as if he had fallen deeply into the reminiscence of the ancient past. Great sage, get a move on. What are you doing? We're going to get done in at this rate. Hearing those words made me a bit anxious as well. Was the Yusanga before my eyes the Yusanga that I used to know? What if she lost her memories like how the reincarnated Shin Yusung lost hers? What if she became a completely different person to whom I used to know? Yusang's hand gently reached out and touched Sun Wukong's headband. You seem to be in great pain. It must have been difficult for you. But the moment I heard her clear voice, I realized something. This person was definitely someone that I knew. She was neither Tang Sanzang nor Sakyamana's successor. No, she was the one comrade that I could trust the most. Yusanga. I believe that this item will look better on someone else now. Her hand slowly moved and took Sun Wukong's constrictive headband off. The headband that had been tightening around the great sage's head fell to the ground with absolutely no resistance whatsoever. Mai Hao Wang, Baimawen, and even the great sage, all of them stared at her in pure disbelief. Emperor's constellations freaked out grandly and tried to rush in, but by then, it was all too late. As the roars from the constellations rained down, the prisoner of the oldest prison was finally being freed. Awakening condition for the constellation, prisoner of the golden headband has been satisfied. Duzhen Shengfo's fable is being unsealed. Modifier for the constellation, prisoner of the golden headband, is evolving. As the glorious rays of light exploded forth, the prisoner of the golden headband slowly opened his eyes. Constellation, the most ancient liberator, has been freed from his seal. Episode 83. Dokja's Incarnation 5 Fin. Chapter 444, Dokja's Incarnation 6. After he was freed from the seal, the great sage Heaven's equal became more like a yaksha. Constellation, abyssal black flame dragon, is greatly astonished. Constellation, demon-like judge of fire, is dazedly watching the battlefield. Constellation, spear that draws the borders of the oceans, is opening his eyes wide. Constellation, great mother god who created man out of earth, can't tear her eyes away. This power that, never mind the highest-ranked fable-grade constellations, even the myth-grade constellations had no choice but to pay attention to. Sun Wukong's clones multiplied through the body-outside body spell to number in the hundreds, nay, into thousands, and began dealing with the nebula's great army. Thunderbolts shooting out from their fists obliterated a group of historical figure-grade constellations in one go, and a dozen or so fable-grade stars crashed to the ground below after getting struck by the Rui Bang. The entirety of the Tongtian River couldn't handle his power and began crying out. Qua. This was the might of Sun Wukong, the one who had completed the conclusion of the grand epic, the journey to the west. Such a chuchachit. Sparks exploded non-stop on our body. We were inside the journey to the west, the location of his fable no less, yet the star stream was still suppressing his powers. The disjointed probability was returning in full to the Sun Wukongs as well as myself, and thanks to that, I thought I might lose my mind here. Excessive distortion in the probability is eroding your consciousness away. Looks like Magne is finding it hard to handle. Let him leave. 4 Sun Wukongs have agreed to separate the Demon King of Salvation. My body grew out of the main one like a sprout and began crashing down to the earth below. I retched uncontrollably, and by the time I regained my wits, I found myself sagging on top of a piece of floating debris on the Tongtian River. I could see Sun Wukong that I used to be a part of only a moment ago busy engaging the Emperor's constellations in a bitter warfare up in the sky. A juicy. A voice came to me from somewhere, and soon enough, 2 humanoids crashed into me. One fairly large and one fairly small. But. I raised my upper body with great difficulty and saw Shin Yusung and Biu clinging onto me. While crying her eyes out, the former was hugging my arm dirted by the blood and flesh of various yogos. I wiped my hands caked in blood on my coat and carefully hugged her. Even though the fourth wall existed, the incoming rush of emotions couldn't be restrained. I was back. I had managed to come back again. Dokjasi. I raised my head to find Yusanga in her white robe standing nearby. She had reincarnated into the incarnation body of Tang Sanzang. Even though her body was now different, her appearance was the same Yusanga that I remembered. I smiled weakly at her. You came back. I've seen all the things you've done while I was away, Dokjasi. My shoulders flinched just a bit before I knew it. I wondered if she'd scold me, but to my relief, she simply smiled benevolently. It must have been hard for you. Before I could say something in reply, though, she continued on. However, please stay that way for a little while longer. Ing? Just as I was about to open my mouth, Yusanga gently reached out and placed something on my head. You have become the owner of the constrictive headband. Due to the effect of the constrictive headband, a new modifier has been generated. You have become the prisoner of the constrictive headband. My jaw went slack from this unbelievable event. So what should I do with you now? Seeing Yusanga pressing her finger to my forehead and wagging it around a bit, I was overcome with this slight sense of terror. I was well acquainted with the pain from the headband already. I quickly opened my mouth. To know that I made a few mistakes. I do. However, can I tell you in detail about them a little later? Right now, Right now, that side should take priority, I know. I nodded my head. We looked up at the sky where the great hole was still whirling around. And in the middle of the hole, at the two Yu Jung Hyaks currently locked in a bitter battle. Yu Jung Hyak, 999. Wielding the dark, heavenly demon sword dashed into the air, while scattering the status of a transcender. At the end of his travel awaited the king of all Yu Jung Hyaks. So, this is what you chose in the end. The oldest Yu Jung Hyak in the universe. He was Yu Jung Hyak who broke past the 1863rd regression turn and witnessed his own conclusion. 999 stared at that secretive plotter and recalled his own ancient memories. The end that came around to all living creatures just once. 999 also experienced his own version of the end. Although what he saw was different from the plotter's conclusion, he at least glimpsed his end just a little. The 999th regression turn was quite different from the others. The majority of people would never understand what it meant for a single person to live 1,000 lives. However, 999 did just that, and he knew that he'd get to live just as many lives in the future. And that was why he, at least for this turn, I shall live for all of you. He sacrificed himself for his companions during the 999th turn. Captain, just forget about me. I'm telling you, leave me behind and go. During the 38th scenario, he lost his left arm trying to rescue E.G. Hai. Jung Hyaxi. No, Jung Hyaxi. During the 55th scenario, he lost his right leg for E. Hyangsong's sake. But why did you, for someone like me? And during the 74th scenario, he sacrificed both of his eyes to awaken Shin Yusung. It's because all of you also did that for me. That is all. Whether this was him trying to atone for his past lives, or an odd, unlikely whim resulting from the 1,000th stab at life, he couldn't tell. Except that Yu Jung Hyak of the 999th regression turn earnestly lived his life like that. For the first time ever, he gave up on the idea of wanting to see the conclusion. What he wished for instead was, I wish for all of you to see the end of this world. Didn't matter even if he didn't make it, he just wanted one person at the very least to see the end of the star stream. Yu Jung Hyak of the 999th turn sacrificed his memories and soul for that purpose. He didn't hesitate to form the Otherworld Pledge if that allowed his companions to grow stronger. And at the end of the road where he sacrificed his everything, Captain, we're almost at the final scenario. A small miracle happened. Just a bit more, and we're there. Jung Hyaxi. He couldn't even walk with his own power anymore. He no longer possessed hands to swing a sword, he didn't have eyes to look at the world anymore, and couldn't use any of his skills after his bloodstreams all went haywire. But as the reward for his sacrifice, his companions managed to get near the final scenario. Please wake up. Please, please. In the end, though, he didn't get to see the conclusion to all the scenarios. The Otherworld Pledge had taken away his life on the verge of the final scenario, that was why. The secretive plotter stared at such 999 and spoke up. Yu Jung Hyak from the 999th regression turn. I respect the life you led. Excluding me, you were the only one who managed to get near the conclusion. 999. Quietly pointed with the dark heavenly demon sword. From the body of the secretive plotter, shouts directed at 999, coming from other Yu Jung Hyaks flooded out. Are you being serious? Do you really wish to fight the great plotter? You need to wake up. 999. However, you are a part of me. No matter how much history you drag out and use it against me, you'll still never defeat me. If you are really me, then you should know that you can't persuade me. The life you experienced only amounts to half of mine. Besides, your memories aren't even perfect. Yet, you wish to fight me regardless. 999 didn't reply and simply built up his momentum. Perhaps he read something from such a 999. The plotter's attitude suddenly changed. If this is what you truly want. Jet black smoke rose up and began creating the outer skin of the secretive plotter. A certain man's outer appearance slowly materialized within the smoke. The loneliest king in this universe. The white coat-wearing Yu Jung Hyak from the 1863rd turn now stood there. I too no longer have the need to carry on with this pointless charade. At the end of those words, the secretive plotter discarded the coat he was wearing. The white coat flew away with the wind and landed on the surface of Tongtian. Pitch-black darkness seemed to wrap around his shoulders, and before long, a black coat was now covering him. It was the same coat that stayed with him through to the 1863rd turn. The heaven-shaking sword in his hands began emitting ominous aura. And at the same time, the figures of two Yu Jung Hyaks vanished in the air. Qua. Countless friction noises arising from two swords clashing alerted others to the unfolding fierce battle. The vicious collision of two statuses caused sparks to explode endlessly and dyed the sky pure blue. This sudden eruption of the violent clash prompted the eyes of the audience. focused on the great sage's struggles until then, to shift away. That also included Yu Jung Hayak, standing on the surface of Tong Tian and looking up at the ferocious battle between the 999th turn and the 1863rd turn. His clenched fists trembled as his muscles tightened. Both of them would prove to be a difficult opponent for the current him. If he continued to diligently acquire more lives, then he might have reached that lofty height. Yu Jung Hayak kept his eyes wide open and fixed his gaze. As if he wanted to absorb everything about 999 and the secret of Plotter, he read their fables over and over again. Fable, Hell's Cape of Eternity, has begun its storytelling. The fable depicting the truly unfathomable hellish landscape the Yu Jung Hayak who had walked half of that hellish nightmare, and another Yu Jung Hayak who had actually witnessed the end of that hell, were clashing against each other. 2. Breaking the sky swordsmanship drew long arcs in the air like shooting stars. One was from the heaven-shaking sword, while the other was the dark heavenly demon sword. 2 swords burned brightly like a pair of supernovas. Now that I look back, you didn't use heaven-shaking sword as your main weapon, did you? During the 999th turn, E.G. Hai inherited his heaven-shaking sword. The secret of Plotter used the breaking the sky meteor strike, Potan Liuxing Jue, piercing through 999's entire body. You will never win against me with such poor sword technique. I'm sure that's the case. However, 999 became riddled with wounds in the blink of an eye, yet he didn't back off and held the sword even tighter. For a moment there, the plotter's eyes quaked. 999 had disappeared for a blink, but then, he materialized right before the stunned outer god's eyes. This was not the breaking the sky swordsmanship. It was instant kill. At least I can show you the history that I lived through. It was E.G. Hai's technique. Something like this. The dark heavenly demon sword was deflected away in the nick of time, but it now smoothly drew the arc belonging to Kendo next. Such a chuch it. The eyes of 999 now flickered with the lights of demon slaying. The life E.G. Hai lived during the 999th turn was now unfolding from 999's hands. The kick as sturdy as E. Hyunsung's. The claw technique as ferocious as E. Seal was. Shin Yusung's natural perceptiveness, and even Kim Namwon's excellent battle sense. 2. Histories that 999 experienced through his body began telling their stories now. In this very moment, 999 wasn't alone. Techniques from the comrades he had saved were being recreated through his flesh. Kendo broke past the breaking the sky swordsmanship, and the combination of blackening and demon slaying dug into the open gaps of Red Phoenix Shuanpa, and so, as Isil was, Thousand Spirits Poison, took aim at the plotter's heart. With these measly trivial techniques, Great Fable, Pilgrim of the Lonely Apocalypse, has begun its storytelling. 999's fable began crumbling away. E. Hyunsung's defenses crumbled and E. Seolwa's claws broke. Kim Namwon and E. Ji-hai both fell, while Shin Yusung went down on her knees. The dark heavenly demon sword flew out of his hands after he failed to withstand the impact, and the weapon fell to the surface of the Tongtian River. Just like always, 999 was left alone. 999, you have failed. Confronted by the unfathomable life lived by one individual, the lives of his comrades all crumbled away. 999 nodded his head, yet he did not despair. In another universe it might be different. Events of this universe that had never happened before. Even you have been fooled by the baseless hope in this place, it seems. You speak as if it's someone else's business, great plotter. 999 staggered unsteadily, yet he continued to speak. We have failed. We failed to save a single one of our companions, and witnessed the end by ourselves. Was that really the end we wanted to see? That is futile sentimentality. This universe is different. No, this universe shouldn't even exist from the beginning. The secretive plotter spoke coldly as his figure moved. This universe was created by the end result interfering with the cause. This universe hastens the collapse of probability with its mere existence. Indeed, this place shouldn't even be allowed to exist, as it's simply a practical joke by the most ancient dream. Great plotter, you already understand this, don't you? Within that closed-off universe of the Osagreet original storyline, it was impossible to see the story we wanted to. And that was why you, for the first time there, the secretive plotter faltered slightly. But that lasted only for a moment. He lightly wielded the heaven-shaking sword, which pierced into 999's body. Return to me, 999. I need you back. The stabbing, heaven-shaking sword began sucking out 999's memories. Their ego that had been split apart was now being reclaimed. 999's blurring vision shifted down to the Tongshan's surface below. The secretive plotter already knew who was down there and spoke in a mocking tone. He has already tasted defeat at my hands. Do you honestly believe that someone who can't even remember anything is capable of stopping me? You Jung Hayak, take hold of the sword. A sorrowful voice reverberated throughout the Tongtian. And at the place where that voice reached stood Yu Jung Hayak, who was neither 999 nor the secretive plotter. He was looking up with a confused expression but then looked back down to the two items resting on top of the debris floating on the river. 999's dark heavenly demon sword, and then the white coat the secretive plotter had discarded. I wish to live. If I have a chance, just like the world that I saw. Pain assaulted him in his head. Unknown memories brushed past his mind. Your fables are getting agitated. You need to remember who you really are. As if he was under a spell, Yu Jung Hayak grasped the dark, heavenly demon sword. It felt so natural in his hand, as if it had been his since a long time ago. And he picked the coat up from the debris as well. It was white, the color he disliked. You are not the third turn Yu Jung Hayak. That day, 999 told him that. Haven't you ever wondered why something felt off? Even if Kim Dokja was here, does you of the mere third turn developing this fast make sense to you? As he fell deeper into this familiar sense of déjà vu, he slowly put the white coat on. It fit him like a glove, as if he had worn it before. Do not try to bullshit me. In third turn. It'd be a lie if he had never thought about it at least once before. Was he really the third turn Yu Jung Hayak? And even if I'm not the third turn, all I can remember are the memories of up to the third turn anyway. Yu Jung Hayak slowly raised his head and looked up at the sky. The slowly vanishing 999 was looking back at him. Don't you have comrades now? The face that he had not seen once, even with a mirror. Comrades that remember your life far better than yourself? The plotter's heaven-shaking sword moved. The jet-black status capable of rending even the universe itself took aim at him, and in that moment Yu Jung Hayak recalled someone. And then, the Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint third stage has activated. As if a sponsor had descended, the power of a familiar star incarnated into him. Let's go. And the story began. Episode 83. Dokja's Incarnation 6. Fin. Chapter 445, 1864. 1. Dokja a juicy? I hesitated while watching the distant battle between two Yu Jung Hayaks. Your incarnation Bodis condition is currently unstable. I'd not be any help whatsoever if I joined the fight in my current condition. And when I took a closer look, the ones fighting were 999 and the secretive plotter. I wasn't sure why, but 999 must have decided to side with us. I clenched my fists tightly. Kim Dokja made a decision. There was only one method remaining. The Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. Just like back then against Nirvana or during the fight against Poseidon. Maknea, what are you hesitating for? The great sage Heaven's Equal spoke to me. Even though he was in the middle of a huge battle in the sky, he still sensed my emotions. I muttered in a voice that could barely be heard. I've gotten a little afraid of reading them. It was probably after fighting against Yu Jung Hayak back in the Isle of Reincarnators. And more recently, right after I heard what 999 had to say. Do you still believe that you can understand someone through just a few lines of text in a couple of chapters? Up until now, I had been a reader of the stories. However, for how long would it be okay for me to remain as one? Right, you possess the power to read another person. He had accurately guessed my ability. He stuck around my channel for a long time as the prisoner of the golden headband, so it wouldn't have been that difficult to figure that much out. There was a time when I too wanted to know more about someone. I sensed the great sage's gaze landing on Yu Sangha. Or more correctly, not her exactly but her current incarnation body. He was staring at the Bodhi's former owner. I still haven't fully understood why Sanzang chased me out twice. During the original journey to the west, Sun Wukong was expelled from the party twice. However, I never asked Sanzang about it properly. Maybe it was because of my worthless pride. I was stuck in a loop, thinking and wondering only to myself. Why did that idiot do that? What was the reason for those decisions? What was the point of such obstinacy? What did I do wrong? And where did a problem come from? Even after our journey was over, those questions kept bubbling inside my head. This would be my first time hearing such a story. Even to someone like the great sage, there were unresolved questions reserved only for him. And by the time I finally found the courage to ask, my opportunity had slipped away already. The faintest trace of dejection could be felt from his voice. Since I didn't know much about the story after the conclusion of the journey to the west, I had no way of estimating the depths of his sadness. One thing that I could be sure of, though, was the fact that the real Sanzang was no longer with us in this world, as Yu Sangha had reincarnated into the incarnation body in question. And to find out the answers to those questions, we kept repeating this journey to the west remake, hoping that maybe someone else would tell us the story that I didn't know before. something that I had not read before. Only then did I realize why the great sage participated in this scenario event. I felt curious just then. Did he finally find his answer? I couldn't find it. However, I did find a small solace. The great sage's gaze was now fixed on Shin Yusung. As the emperor's attacks rained down, he continued to speak. And about that solace, let me tell you all about it. Great fable, Journey to the West, is continuing with its storytelling. ID probably never get to understand certain things. ID never even get close, and maybe everything I did might be in vain. However, even if we know it's impossible, we still have to read the fable. That is what it means to exist as constellations, as the stars of the heavens. The great sage failed to understand Sanzang, and quite likely he'd never get to understand even into the future. Even then, he didn't give up. That's why you should read it. However, I alone can't. Why do you think you're alone? I reflexively raised my head after hearing his words. Maybe not like you, but people always are reading each other. So you should not stop reading either. In a way, this advice wasn't really on point. However, I still ended up feeling a certain something. It was as if small feathers had piled up. I began thinking that maybe this was the solace the great sage felt while watching our story. Yusang Asi. I called out to her, and she looked at me as if she was waiting. Will you be all right? Yes. By the way, if it's possible, be gentle. Yusanga nodded her head and chanted the constrictive sutra in my direction. My body slumped to the floor as if a fuse had gone out. My consciousness managed to slip out and quickly flew towards where I needed to go. Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint third stage is activating. Your degree of understanding of the applicable individual is very high. The first-person protagonist's POV is activating. My vision slowly stabilized, and at the same time, powerful strength overflowed within my body. It was Yu Jung Hyok's strength. A short while later, the enemy's figure could be seen before us. An existence enveloped in the aura of immense status and arrogantly glancing at us. The secret of Plotter. The great sage was right. That guy could never be defeated alone. Let's go. The Transcender's status violently raged within my body. I added every ounce of my own status to Yu Jung Hyok. Transcender status has encountered the Demon King's status. The powers that I earned so far interweaved with that of Yu Jung Hyok's and began boiling up. Vigorous energy circulated within the blood vessels as if they had a complete overhaul. Yu Jung Hyok slowly opened his eyes gleaming in golden light and spoke back to me. You're late. He didn't get angry or reprimanded me, simply choosing to say that. He probably knew that I was playing the role of Sun Wukong, though. I'm sorry. Talk about unimportant matters later. Defeating this bastard takes our utmost priority. Qua. The plotter's heaven-shaking sword lightly danced, and the Tongtian River was split in half. With nary a hair's breadth, we managed to evade the attack. Constellations and incarnations coincidentally within the range were swept away and became nothing more than fading screams. That was truly a nonsensical attack power. You're struggling in vain. Even if you manage to regain your memories, you still can't defeat me. Because you too also began from me. What is he on about now? Yu Jung Hyok, running on the river's surface, replied in annoyance. According to him, I'm not Yu Jung Hyok from the third turn. Really? Then what? I reflexively asked him, but to be honest, several dizzying theories were floating around in my brain already. Perhaps this was the question that had been building up from a long time ago. The third turn Yu Jung Hyok shouldn't have known about such information, though. Back during the green zone scenario. No matter what, his rate of growth is just too fast. And even back in the cinema dungeon, too. All the questions I secretly had every time I checked Yu Jung Hyok's character list began rising up one after the other. Even the conversation I had with 999 entered my head. Yu Jung Hyok in this world line said that he was the third turn. So, this place is the third regression turn. Trusting such information at its face value. How naive. By the time I came around, I was already initiating the character list. Applicable individuals' information is far too numerous. Character list will change to summarized list. For the convenience of the user, only the selected items will be displayed. Plus, character summarized list. Individual, Yu Jung Hyok. Exclusive attribute. Regressor third turn, myth, ruler of amusement, legendary, plus, said third turn. He was definitely from the third turn. In that case, just what on earth were those guys talking about? Kim Dok Jari Ali Cantl. Pages of my memories began flipping. Memories that I tried so hard not to recall. That world you've shown me, does it really exist? The applicable individual is not a character. Wake up, Kim Dokja. I abruptly regained my wits after hearing Yu Jung Hyok shout. Now wasn't the time to think about something else. The plotter's status as he floated up in the air was strengthening gradually. It seems that you still haven't really regained your memories. I won't lose so easily this time. As if to oppose that rising status, Yu Jung-hyuk raised his own power level. The movement technique, Red Phoenix Shuanpa, and the power of the Breaking the Sky swordsmanship were pushed to their absolute limits. The Breaking the Sky Thunder Sword completely covered the Dark Heavenly Demon Sword. He fought in the same manner the last time, and still lost. However, those weren't the only things accompanying him this time. Fifth bookmark has been initiated. Exclusive skill, Lightning Transformation LV.23, plus 13, has been initiated. Exclusive skill, Way of the Wind LV.18, plus 8, is activating. Demon King Transformation is activating. Effects of the Way of the Wind were added to Yu Jung-hyuk's Red Phoenix Shuanpa, while the electrical energy from the Lightning Transformation permeated into the Breaking the Sky Thunder Sword. And finally, the power of Demon King was added to the power of Transcender. Double the power, triple, quadruple. Yu Jung-hyuk's status multiplied in an instant and threateningly spread over the Tongshan's surface. Such a chuchachit. As the sparks danced in the air, we dashed towards the secretive plotter. The Lightning Transformation and the Breaking the Sky Thunder Sword permeated in the Dark Heavenly Demon Sword. The greatest technique belonging to both Kyrios and the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint emitted blinding light simultaneously, causing a truly incredible storm of sword aura to gush out. Qua. This was the power capable of cleanly splitting mountains in half and vaporizing the ocean itself. Unfortunately, the secretive plotter remained unperturbed even when facing such power. Two swords then clashed, emitting screeching friction noise. As I was sharing the sensation with Yu Jung-hyuk, I felt the full brunt of the pain akin to my hands being torn to pieces. We were attacking with both hands while he used only one. Even then, how pitiful Yu Jung-hyuk. We failed to cut the secretive plotter. Such a chuchit. Sparks exploding around him indicated that he wasn't even going all out. How could there be such a large gap between our fighting power if that was the case? Fable, Hellscape of Eternity, is continuing on with its storytelling. The surroundings were morphing into his stage. The hell of regression that reached 1863 turns. Outer gods moaning in pain inside burning craters and countless corpses of the stars strewn about. The price for escaping the closed universe and dreaming of a new story is for you to not even remember who you are. Is that the world you've been truly wishing for? That evil demon-like voice came from beyond the hellish landscape. I was confused. It was as if I could almost get what he was saying, but at the same time I couldn't readily accept it. Yu Jung-hyuk that escaped from a closed universe and dreamed of a new story. I knew of only one Yu Jung-hyuk that fit that criteria. And if that was true, then if the Yu Jung-hyuk I knew was that Yu Jung-hyuk. The fourth wall is getting even thicker. Kim Dokja, we won't win unless you use that powerful skill. Yu Jung-hyuk suddenly yelled out. Utilize the fable from the last time. I knew what he meant by last time. The Hellscape of Eternity, the fable that I used while fighting against Poseidon in the past. Back then, we killed Theseus by borrowing the memories of the 362nd turn Yu Jung-hyuk. I looked at the fable of darkness flowing around the secretive plotter and could only sigh in doubt. Honestly, I'm not sure whether we can win or not even after using that dot. The regression turn I used all my being to read back then was only 362nd. Things would have improved somewhat by now compared to then, but still, I couldn't even guess whether that'd be enough to defeat the guy before our eyes or not. And also, that wasn't the only thing making me hesitant here. If I succeeded in borrowing the strength of Yu Jung-hyuk from higher turn than 362nd, then this Yu Jung-hyuk would lose his memories alongside me. Just like how constellations and incarnations read fables, I too read Yu Jung-hyuk's ways of survival. If I used the Hellscape of Eternity here, then Yu Jung-hyuk would have to experience the reading stained by my misunderstandings along with me. The ways of survival I read in order to survive. History that I remembered as I pleased. I had one-sidedly twisted or exaggerated the Yu Jung-hyuk in that history. My version was questionable at best, an idealistic depiction of the reality. Damn it. Even then, I had no choice but to do this unfair thing. Fable, Hellscape of Eternity, has begun its storytelling. While stuck inside the feeling of powerlessness, I flipped the pages. Whether it was before or after the apocalypse, it was the same story. All I could do at any given moment was to flip through the pages of a book. Countless regression turns of Yu Jung-hyuk went past my eyes. Third turn, fourth, fifth, 41st, 182nd. Memories continued to flow by. Many Yu Jung-hyuks were now staring back at us. 362nd turn. 598th. 724th. Your comprehension is advancing towards a new possibility. Pages you couldn't read before are now available. 862th. 999th. Blood welled inside my throat. Pain pummeled my head as if to shatter it into pieces. 999. The regression turn that I really liked. Yu Jung-hyuk's dialogues gradually decreased in the number. This was my limit. You have reached the highest turn you can read. The highest turn Yu Jung-hyuk you can read is 999th. The message popped up like the final score tied to the book report. But I couldn't lift up my head. How could reading something be this shameful and feel so wrong? It was an exact moment that Yu Jung-hyuk opened his mouth. Doesn't matter how you read it, the one to judge it will be me. So, you simply concentrate on reading. He deflected yet another one of the secretive plotter's attacks even though his body was riddled with wounds. He spoke again. It's my freedom to decide what I hear and what I remember. And I shall decide who I am. With a voice I knew so well, he was talking about a story that I didn't know. You fool, you are not reading it alone. The moment I heard him, something woke up inside me. It wasn't the memories related to the ways of survival. No, it was of the conversation I had with my mother a long time ago. Why are we rereading the story we know already? There were stories that didn't change even if you read it again. It did not change because the one reading didn't change. My mother replied to that question in this manner. Shall we read it together, then? Reading it together. Your comprehension is rapidly being enhanced. As my head became even more of a mess, the pages that I couldn't flip with my powers alone began flipping over. 1146th. 1398th. 1561th. 1733th. The people I met in this world were flipping the pages together with me. I still failed to understand some things, but I got to figure out a few others just then. And there were some paragraphs that I'd seemingly never understand. I thought I heard the secretive plotter shout something. My consciousness continued to waver, like a man fighting the drowsiness. I continued to flip the pages again and again while vomiting blood, while enduring against the merciless barrage of sparks. I still didn't know much about Yu Jung-hyuk. You can only return to that world after I die, correct? If you remain here, you won't be able to save that world. However, what if my misunderstanding built up over the period of 10 plus years could help me reach just a tiny sliver of understanding like some kind of miracle? I've become curious about that world's. Then, I'd be able to read it again. The highest turn Yu Jung-hyuk you can read is 1863th. The plotter's status flying in touched the dark heavenly demon sword and scattered away. I dazedly blinked my eyes. As if the overwritten letters were being peeled off, the character list began changing. The number 3 was peeled off, and new numbers were being engraved there instead. And on top of this empty piece of blinding white paper, a page I had never read before began unfolding. Plus, character summarized list. Individual, Yu Jung-hyuk. Exclusive attribute, regressor 1864th turn, myth. Plus, it was a completely new story. Episode 84, 1864, 1, Finn. Chapter 446, 1864, 2. The 1864th turn. We were not in the third turn, but in the 1864th world line. The moment I saw that attribute window, waves of realizations that I could barely digest right now crashed into me. This Yu Jung-hyuk is the one that disappeared during the 1863rd turn. How can that even be possible? But, didn't that Yu Jung-hyuk escape from being a character? Yu Jung-hyuk from the 1863rd turn escaped from being a character because the third turn exists. But if that's true, then how could he be the third turn Yu Jung-hyuk from the get-go? Numerous questions brushed past my head, and the last thing to pop up was the final conversation I had with TLS 123. I was thinking of sending you a special gift as a way to express my gratitude. Dokjanam. That gift the author was talking about, could it be? Quaqua. The fable's power overflowed, the surrounding view of the hellish landscape began changing. The world was wailing in sorrow, and outer gods fallen into lamentation cried on. And on that stage of despair, a thin and thread-like, but clear, ray of light existed. It was the sword light belonging to the dark heavenly demon sword. Have you regained your memories, then? The secretive plotter asked, but Yu Jung-hyuk didn't reply. I knew why he didn't. Of course, the explosive amount of memories were making an utter mess inside his head. That was why. My reading wasn't perfect. No matter how diligently I read it, and even though Yu Jung-hyuk worked together with me, it was physically impossible to completely restore the 1863rd Yu Jung-hyuk. As he staggered about, fragmented memories continued to enter his head. Eat dirt, Yu Jung-hyuk. Happy memories. Happy memories. Yu Jung-hyuk, sit. You son of a... This isn't the time to think about that, you idiot. I hurriedly awakened Yu Jung-hyuk. Because, the heaven-shaking sword, carrying the status of a hellscape, was slashing towards his nose right at that moment. Along with clang, two swords clashed loudly once more. The attack still felt considerably heavy. However, it wasn't as intolerable as before. I wanted to fight you. For the first time ever, the light of emotions began spreading within the plotter's eyes that used to remain calm no matter what happened. The Yu Jung Hyuk who survived the original story I read, and who saw its finale, The Secretive Plotter, was now talking to us. You bastard. You disappeared to the beyond without a word. I had no idea what he was talking about. It seemed that Yu Jung Hyuk too had no idea. The stuff I read in great haste was imperfect, and because of that, there were lots of holes in Yu Jung Hyuk's memories. He then angrily spat out. Looks like I'll have to teach you how not to speak in riddles. Great Fable, Demon World Spring, has begun its storytelling. Great Fable, Torch that Swallowed the Myth, has begun its storytelling. Fable, Hell's Cape of Eternity, is continuing on with its storytelling. The fables we shared were shoved into the dark heavenly demon sword, simultaneously. The ensuing attack clashed against the heaven-shaking sword, and the moment two Hell's Capes collided, a whole universe opened up between the blades. It was basically a big bang of memories. Two remarkably similar beings are colliding. Disconnected film theory is activating. The moment I saw the view of the universe, I instantly realized which phenomenon was about to unfold here. It was none other than the disconnected film theory. A similar event also occurred back when the two Shin Yusungs from the two different world lines met. This is a new world line? These memories were brought up to the surface after two definitely similar Yu Jung Hyuks walking on completely opposing paths collided. It's not possible for this kind of a world line to exist. These were the plotter's memories. Memories of the very day that he had discovered this particular third turn. Interesting. Is this really the third turn? The secretive plotter couldn't tear his eyes away from the third turn story playing out before his eyes. Someone he didn't recognize was advancing the story along with himself from the third turn. He couldn't understand how such a thing could even be possible. However, you'll still fail. They used some methods he recognized while he hadn't even thought of some others before. Sometimes they looked to be reckless, and in some other times they got real lucky. This was a fable he had never seen before. The secretive plotter watched the fable of this world line as if he was sucked right into it. And so, how long had he been watching this fable? He finally realized that he had become exactly the same as the constellations that he loathed so much. All the Yu Jung Hyuks he had absorbed were talking to him. Have you forgotten the great plotter? We wish for death. That regression turn will not succeed. Anyway, death. That was the ardent wish of all Yu Jung Hyuks cursed with the fate of regression. The secretive plotter existed solely for the sake of fulfilling that mission. It's impossible to kill the most ancient dream. As long as we are alive, we must regress again. Even if dying is impossible, what would it be like to get infinitely close to it? The reason for sending Han Suyong's avatar to the 1863rd turn was precisely because of that. By using the irregular discovered in this third turn, they'd complete their death. He was planning to seal away every Yu Jung Hyuk via the disconnected film theory to merge with the 1863rd Yu Jung Hyuk and fall into an everlasting slumber. But on the verge of that plan's completion, he had a sudden change of heart. I'm simply heading towards the final chapter. Dongjong. It was because of one certain constellation that searched for his own. The final chapter. The name of that he dearly wished for, but never received. 41st turns Yu Jung Hyuk is shocked. 416th turns Yu Jung Hyuk is shocked. 967th turns Yu Jung Hyuk is shocked. 1472nd turns Yu Jung Hyuk is shocked. Yu Jung Hyuks from all the regression turns inside him also witnessed that spectacle. Some Yu Jung Hyuks marveled, some despaired, and some Yu Jung Hyuks grew furious. The secretive plotter belonged to the last category. It's not possible for another final chapter to exist. His world had already come to an end. He had reached his conclusion by going through trials and errors of the 1863rd regression turn. He had lost everything, and he witnessed the end of all scenarios. And he reached that wall. He hadn't been wrong, and he wanted validation for it. Let's say that you reached the end and saved the world through your methods. If so, what are you going to do about the other worlds? What will happen to other worlds that you didn't save? And so, the secretive plotter sent Kim Dokja to the 1863rd turn. He made the fool witness the end of the story. To tell him this is the true original story. To tell him, this is the end of the world I have decided on. And nothing can change that fact no matter what. They'll end your story for you. However, Kim Dokja, I won't be returning to the third turn. He'll remain here and witness the end with the people of this place. He changed that. The Yu Jung Hyuk sealing plan failed, and the direction of the story that should have been set in stone was diverted. 1863rd turns Yu Jung Hyuk is refusing to cooperate with you. I wish to live. Yu Jung Hyuk, who should have been sealed away, chose regression instead, and entered a brand new world. The secretive plotter hurriedly collected the memories of all the dead Yu Jung Hyuks and chased after him. He chased after the Yu Jung Hyuk wearing the white coat, crossing the blinding starlights of the world lines while his memories scattered away. This Yu Jung Hyuk had cast off the mask of character and flew towards the brand new world. Stop. You cannot head to the next part. Only the secretive plotter knew of this world's conclusion. The 1863rd turn was the end of all stories. And after it was, I wish to witness that world. Return to me. The place you're supposed to be is here. You? The secretive plotter roared out. Even if the most ancient dream permitted this regression, in the end Yu Jung Hyuk was bound to repeat the nightmare again. And not to forget, him starting the scenarios without his memories would mean. That fool definitely said it. He said that universe definitely exists. Most ancient dream is growing curious of that story. Yu Jung Hyuk was reaching out. He was now picturing it, a world located so far away. A world that didn't exist within the universe of the ways of survival. The secretive plotter managed to catch up to Yu Jung Hyuk's soul form in the nick of time. But what he grabbed onto was simply the white coat. Yu Jung Hyuk's body had already disappeared by then. The secretive plotter muttered out hollowly. You fool. The Yu Jung Hyuk who lost his memories succeeded in regressing. This would be another futile story where the beginning and the end were already set in stone. The everlasting nightmare was about to repeat itself again in that place. The secretive plotter began searching for this world line. He wanted to learn more about the world line that the oh-so-amazing idiot disappeared into even at the cost of his memories. The plotter thought that he'd feel better about himself after witnessing that fool living out the scenarios in wretched, broken misery and regret. Eventually, he discovered the world line in question. Shockingly enough, he knew about this world line already. This can't be possible. But only then, everything seemed to click into place. The reason why a world line he didn't recognize suddenly appeared. The reason why a completely different world line existed where the third turn should have been. Every regression he experienced was used as a sacrifice to create this world line above the wall. Most ancient dream is dreaming the final dream. This was the impossible world line created by the end result interfering with the cause. His universe was shaking now. As the explosion resounded out, Yu Jung Hyuk's and the plotter's figures separated. We fixed our grip on the dark, heavenly demon sword and glared at the enemy before us. The secretive plotter spoke. Now you know. This universe shouldn't even exist. Finally, I could understand what this guy was talking about. And also, I could understand just a little how this world line came to be, and why these events had occurred. The beyond that Yu Jung Hyuk from 1863rd turn chose during his regression, that was the regression turn we were experiencing right now. What a cruel thing this is. You just about managed to escape from being the puppet of the nightmare, yet you became the puppet once more. His tone of voice was heavy with grief. I couldn't even fathom the depths of resentment contained within his words. If you read the same book hundreds of times, you might come up with a different interpretation. However, the texts will not change. Because those are the events that had already ended, and can't be turned back to the beginning. The plotter's heaven-shaking sword was drawing a long trajectory in the sky. It contained the weight of the 1863rd turn. The one who used to be Yu Jung Hyuk once upon a time, but now lived on as the secretive plotter. The one who dreamed of the death of all the Yu Jung Hyuks in the world. He spoke up once more. The only reason why all of you managed to survive was because I exist. And that existence was wielding his history like a weapon. All of you should have died in that subway. Or back in that cinema dungeon. You should have died at Nirvana's hands, and should have perished in the dark castle. He was right. You should have died in the demon world. You should have died during the Gigantomachia, and you should have all died hundreds of times already during the Great War of Saints and Demons, and during the journey to the West. If his life didn't exist, if his failures didn't exist, then none of us would have survived until now. So, how did you all manage to survive? And now he was asking us, why is it not me, but you? Episode 84, 1864, 2, Finn. Chapter 447, Episode 84, 1864, 3. I recalled that time when I visited the 1863rd turn. When I first saw the 1863rd turn Yu Jung Hyuk, I thought that he was the Yu Jung Hyuk from the original. The main character that I spent my childhood years with, the very one that propped up my life. But then, he was not him. The Yu Jung Hyuk who helped me endure had finished his tale a long time ago. He had reached the conclusion of the 1863rd turn and witnessed the end of the world, and then roamed the horrifying abyss of the world lines. For thousands of years, maybe even for tens of thousands. I didn't know just how long he lived on like that. But what I knew for sure was that 1, he had survived until now, 2, he remembered all of those times, and he was being hostile towards me. You all do not possess the right to witness the... He was right. The only reason why I managed to wade past the scenarios was due to the plotter's life preceding mine. His status was growing even stronger. The outer gods, observing the situation in the vicinity, all knelt down simultaneously. Oh. His aura mushrooming up like clouds wrapped around the heaven-shaking sword. That was the power he gained after living through 1863 lives, and also while roaming the world lines afterwards. Great fable, Pilgrim of the Lonely Apocalypse, has begun its storytelling. Countless Yu Jung Hyoks were looking straight at me from inside him. Yu Jung Hyok from 41st turn is looking at you. Yu Jung Hyok from 362nd turn is looking at you. Yu Jung Hyok from 666th turn is looking at you. Yu Jung Hyok from 999th turn is looking at you. The histories they had compiled together, all their sins, they were right there. Sins so numerous that not even Jopiel's eye of sin could see the end of. He was an existence deemed to be terror by the star stream. A being that went beyond the boundaries of evil and had been declared as incomprehensible by the world. He was the king of the outer gods. However, his true nature was neither evil nor was it terror. No, the reason why he had to be ostracized by the star stream was because his character proved to be simply too uncompromising. I shall destroy the star stream. And the thing was, the star stream didn't like such characters that lacked any flexibility whatsoever. One's character had to bend sometimes, had to know when to yield, and also had to know when to crumble away. However, the secretive plotter wasn't a character like that. That's why he was able to get this far, and was able to become the secretive plotter. I shall definitely kill the one that started this story with these hands. That was the apocalypse of this world, the one he wished for. And also the end of regression that all you Jung Hyoks wished for as well. Constellation, secretive plotter, is looking at you. He was definitely in the right. He definitely was far more qualified than anyone to witness the conclusion of all the stories. Especially so, when compared to someone like me whose only achievement was reading the ways of survival. Stop with your unnecessary thoughts. And don't stupidly sympathize with him either, said Yu Jung Hyok. Are you planning to yield to some random bastard after you came this far? Was the fable you managed to compile so far created solely by copying that bastard's life? Couldn't reply. If you sympathize with what he says, then it's the same thing as denying the lives of your comrades who fought alongside you. For sure, I did rely on the ways of survival in the beginning to skirt past the dangers, but things were different after that. Events that didn't happen during the original novel occurred, and dangers not found within it also came to visit us. And I managed to overcome those dangers with my comrades. As our fable continued to grow, so did my distance from the ways of survival, and from a certain moment on, I stopped consulting the original. That was also the reason why I hadn't read the final revised version yet. This world was not the same one from the ways of survival that the secretive plotter lived through. Yu Jung Hyok continued to speak. He could be right. His decisions might have been right, too. However, it's still not a good enough reason for you to yield to him. Fable, comrade of life and death, has begun its storytelling. Because we are also right, said Yu Jung Hyok, the one who also endured the tragedies of the 1863 regression turns. Without a doubt, he too was also Yu Jung Hyok. It still doesn't really feel real to me, but if I have been truly experiencing the 1864th turn, then Yu Jung Hyok, gripping the dark heavenly demon sword, shifted his gaze for a brief moment towards our companions on the Tong Tian River. E.G. Hai's fleet was continuing their barrage, and Shin Yusung's Chimera Dragon was spewing out its breath attack. Yi Hyansong, gripped tightly by Zhang Huiwen, was also fighting hard as well. Meanwhile, Zhang Haiyang was running hard with Yi Gilyang on her back. None had died, and they were trying their best, so that they could see the end of this stinking world. Most likely, I came here to witness this sight. The dark heavenly demon sword and the heaven-shaking sword clashed once more. Two swords that didn't want to back down continued to roar on, their blades filled with the self-belief of their wielders. The secretive plotter shouted out, "Do you still not understand? Even if you have regained your memories? How persistent. Just what do you expect to hear from me, then? What? Do you want us to admit our loss? If not, do you want us to understand your life? Understand? You can keep your... Indeed, you probably don't need it." Yu Jung Hyok replied disinterestedly. And because he was also Yu Jung Hyok, he could say these following words. "I too don't need you to understand me." He said that because they understood each other already. Loud metallic clangs resounded out every time two swords collided. One status violently clashed against another status. Fable, Hell's Cape of Eternity, is roaring out. Two hellish landscape intertwined to create this battlefield. Frustratingly, all I could do was to watch these two Yu Young Hyaks, and do whatever it took to flip these damn pages. Great Fable, Season of Light and Darkness, is thrashing violently. The winner couldn't easily be decided. Even then, the secretive plotter remained utterly relaxed. Perhaps that was obvious. Our side only just got to use the power of the 1863rd turn, after all. In terms of proficiency and familiarity, we were in an overwhelmingly disadvantageous position. Maybe thinking that victory was in the bag now, the secretive plotter leisurely asked a question. I'm curious. The puppet of the most ancient dream, what is the conclusion you wish to see? And why should I answer you? Could it be that it's the same thing as that demon king of salvation? Do you honestly believe that, man? Two blades clashed in midair and huge shockwaves spread out. Yu Young Hyak took a step back while wiping the blood off his lips. You have no idea. No idea how pathetic that comrade you trust so much actually is. You don't know what the conclusion of the world he wishes for is. The secretive plotter faintly grinned as he rained down his breaking the sky swordsmanship. When this world line opened for the first time, Kim Dokja's goal was to merely survive. I dazedly raised my head and looked at Yu Sang-ah. Quite likely this woman will die. And so will I. In the gap between the two blades, the fables I lived through were breathing with life. His next goal was to become stronger by using you. Make me your comrade. I can fill in the part you lack. Yu Young Hyak is definitely necessary in order to clear the numerous scenarios still remaining in the future. As if pages were flipping over, fables I lived through were being projected right before our eyes. As if to stop that story, Yu Young Hyak viciously swung his sword, but all of his attempts were denied by the plotter's heaven-shaking sword. Meanwhile, the plotter continued on. After that, well, after he found himself with a little bit of leeway, he even dared to dream of this world's conclusion. Young, aren't you going to make a wish for something? I quietly stared at Yi Gilyong for a little while before making my reply. I made a wish to see the epilogue of a certain novel. The great sage Heaven's Equal said this before, that it wasn't only me who read other people. Just as I've read them, they were also reading me at the same time, he said. He was right. While I was busy reading The Ways of Survival, the secretive plotter was also reading my story. He had been observing the entirety of the life I experienced. Kim Dokja began dreaming the same thing that I used to dream about once upon a time. He wanted to destroy the Heaven Star Stream and destroy the world beyond the wall that I couldn't overcome. He wanted to save every one of his comrades and even, I saw the group of nebulas floating in the middle of the darkened sky. Vedas, Olympus, Papyrus. I shall never forget everything you have done. I will create a fable that hasn't existed before. Memories continued to stream by before our eyes. Some were as exactly as I remembered, while some were distorted or twisted around. Because it wasn't an intact fable, that's why. This was the plotter's interpretation of Kim Dokja's story. This is what the secretive plotter feels. He continued to speak. Kim Dokja will not achieve that goal now. Specifically, he won't be able to. I wanted to ask why he thought that. The fourth wall is faintly shaking. A fable could be made up, but ITLL never tell a lie. The plotter's left hand touched Yu Young Hyak's hair. The dark heavenly demon sword reflexively slapped that hand away, but by then it was too late. Fable, One Who Is Loved by an Archangel, has begun its storytelling. As if they were newborn babies, the fables I possessed began crying out one by one. Some of them were fables I was familiar with. On the other hand, Fable, The Fifth Sun Wukong, has begun its storytelling. Some were fables I had earned not too long ago. And Fable, Rival Acknowledged by the Dragon, has begun its storytelling. Fable, The Sea God's Comrade in Arms, has begun its storytelling. Fable, Gorios No. 2 Sword, has begun its storytelling. And there were some fables that I didn't even know I had them. All of my fables were speaking up at the same time. Oh, Demon King of Salvation, you can't destroy the star stream. Stars in the sky were flickering brightly. They were the same stars that I used to hate. Constellation, God of Wine and Ecstasy, is watching you. Constellation, Father of the Rich Knight, is watching you. Those who had been watching me, allowing me to get this far. Constellation, Queen of the Darkest Spring, is watching you. My supposedly oldest enemies. Because you do not hate the constellations. Even as I listened to the secretive plotter, I couldn't say anything. I wanted to say that it wasn't true. I wanted to say that I hated constellations. I wanted to say that bringing them down was still one of my goals. However, I couldn't. Because, god damn it, Constellation, maritime war god, is watching you. I knew now that not every star in the sky emitted the same sort of light as the others. Constellation, bald general of justice, is watching you. Constellation, Goryo's first sword, is watching you. From the absolute throne scenario to the demon world. Without the probability they had gathered for us, I'd not be able to get this far. Constellation, demon-like judge of fire, is watching you. Constellation, abyssal black flame dragon, is watching you. Constellation, most ancient liberator, is watching you. I had no choice but to acknowledge it. All of my fables were created together with them. You do not wish for any loss to occur to this world line, because you grew to love this story. And that is why, as if he was putting a full stop on the story, the secretive plotter declared loudly, you shall never witness this world's. Thunders roared in the heavens. The battle between the great sage and emperor was intensifying. Many audience members are watching your battlefield. Constellations were looking down at us from above. Some pitied me while some got angry in my stead. Countless indirect messages flooded in endlessly. Yu Jung Hyok remained wordless. The raindrops falling on the Tongtian River substituted for any spoken words. I wanted to say something, anything. But before I could open my mouth, though, someone else stole the opportunity away. So, what is it that you're trying to say here? It was Yu Jung Hyok. Since Kim Dokja doesn't have the qualification, you will see this world's in his stead. Is that it? A faint crease formed on the forehead of the secretive plotter. It seems that you can't think straight anymore. That man whom you thought of as your comrade is no different to the constellations that you hate. That bastard is... He's a pathetic fool, indeed. Yu Jung Hyok cut him off in the middle. He was just some contracted worker for a no-name game developer, and his hobby was reading novels. His shabby self-introduction-like words reverberated around the sky. Those were the things I told Yu Jung Hyok some time ago. His specialty is to run his cocky mouth off, and he has this habit of throwing his life away so that we can overcome any and all impossible situations hindering us. Yu Jung Hyok was talking about me that even I didn't know about. Someone like that managed to lead his companions this far. The dark heavenly demon sword shoved the heaven-shaking sword, along with a loud kriawak. For the first time ever since the battle commenced, Yu Jung Hyok was going on a concentrated offensive. The plotter's expression shook. Yu Jung Hyok's sword strikes were now digging into the outer god's defenses for the first time. Regardless of what the incoming conclusion is, this world wouldn't have come this far without him around. You don't know Enit. It seems to me that you're the one who can't think straight here. Why are you interfering with this world line, then? The wrathful, breaking the sky swordsmanship mowed the darkness down. The plotter's figure wavered around greatly as he was pushed back. Not missing that small opening, Yu Jung Hyok's sword rained down like a raging storm. What is your goal, anyway? If you found Kim Dokja an eyesore, why didn't you kill him earlier? If you found him using your life to survive that disgusting, then... The dark heavenly demon sword was now aiming at the neck of the secretive plotter. Constellation, secretive plotter, is glaring at the incarnation, Yu Jung Hyok. The moment when the two gazes collided, Yu Jung Hyok asked again, why are you still watching this story? Chapter 448, 1864. 4. Why did the secretive plotter watch our fable until now? Answer me. He was the king of outer gods, and he had seen his conclusion. Meaning, if he wanted to eliminate me, he'd have done so even if it cost a huge amount of probability. However, he didn't do that. The secretive plotter was now looking at Yu Jung Hyok and me. His consciousness was far too deep and extensive that I'd not be able to understand even if I used the omniscient reader's viewpoint on him. That might have been the case, but at least in this moment, I thought that I could understand him. If I plagiarized the ways of survival for my novel, then what were you plagiarized from? Han Suyong of the 1863rd turn asked me that question. Even though I knew the answer, I didn't give her one. Because I didn't want to admit it. The world created by her during the 1863rd turn was, in a way, far more complete than the life I had led. Everyone from the original novel was alive, and Seoul possessed the necessary infrastructure to deal with the final scenario, too. The only thing missing in that picture was Yu Jung Hyok. I thought that was unfair. I thought that the world copied from the original with its main character excluded was wrong. Certain copies can surpass the original. Despite that, I couldn't take my eyes off the world that Han Suyong had created, even when I thought it was wrong. Because her story contained the elements that I was also aiming for. Constellation, secretive plotter, is looking at you. Did copyright exist for one's life too? But, was it okay to describe one's life as a work of an author? Demon King of Salvation. The one who offered up his life for the sake of another world line's success was now looking straight at me. The only man in this world who possessed the right to witness the conclusion. Even then, he couldn't see the end he wanted to see. Such a man grabbed Yu Jung Hyak's dark heavenly demon sword with his bare hand and spoke up. Is a story with no proper ending a failed story? Fables flowed out from the fingers cut by the blade. Fables that I was intimately familiar with. The story that I read for over 10 years. Do you truly, honestly believe that a proper conclusion exists in this world? Yu Jung Hyak hurriedly swung the dark heavenly demon sword, causing the plotter's figure to distance himself. Stay sharp, Kim Dokja. He's gonna come at us seriously now. Attribute Demon Kingslayer is activating. Attribute Terror of Stars is activating. The sword made to cut down demon kings and constellation began crying out. Fable Hellscape of Eternity is howling out. Great Fable Pilgrim of the Lonely Apocalypse is continuing with its storytelling. A person who completed a great fable through nothing but his own life was right before us. Kagagagagak. We couldn't handle the approaching fable and were forced back. Like soaked cotton, the whole body felt heavy. The Tongshan's waters overturned and the bottom of the river got exposed. We used the exposed bottom as our support and swung the sword towards the sky. Breaking the sky swordsmanship. Destruction technique. Breaking the sky meteor strike. The thunderbolt stabbing into the sky shot out from the tip of the dark, heavenly demon sword. The statuses of a demon king and a constellation, as well as a transcender, were added on top of the multiple sword lights that hacked the sky like a falling meteor shower. And the other side shifted his heaven-shaking sword as well. Quaqua quaqua. He also possessed the same techniques we possessed. Two identical meteor showers collided in the air and a massive explosion rang out. When the technique was the same, what decided the outcome was the proficiency as well as the status of the fable. Great Fable, Pilgrim of the Lonely Apocalypse, is remembering the story. Unfortunately, we couldn't claim an advantage in either of those aspects. Kim Dokja. That didn't mean we'd back off here, though. I desperately unleashed other fables while still operating the hellscape of eternity. Fable, One Who Murdered the Outer God, has begun its storytelling. The reason why our opponent held the upper hand was due to the two attributes Demon Kingslayer and Terror of Stars. In that case, we needed to unshackle the fable that allowed us to fight against the Outer God. Kugugugugu. One status collided with another. Blood trickled down Yu Jung Hyak's nose. However, he didn't back away. Not just him, but even the fables seemed to understand it. They perhaps knew that, if they stopped telling their stories now, then all stories would stop right here. It's useless. The plotter's status moved. The great fable's aura that previously existed in vague ripples was rapidly changing. The pilgrim of the lonely apocalypse morphed into a giant, and its huge palm began crushing down on us. Yu Jung Hyak roared out in opposition. We too have great fables. Great Fable, Demon World Spring, is continuing with its storytelling. Great Fable, Torch That Swallowed the Myth, is continuing with its storytelling. The world of the great fables streamed past before our eyes. The Demon World Spring that battled against Surya during the Demon King selection. The torch that swallowed the myth we earned while experiencing the Gigantomachia. Two great fables, one taking on the figure of a lion while the other, a dragon, began biting and tearing into the giant's palm, and resisted it. 41st turns Yu Jung Hyak is watching you. 666 turns Yu Jung Hyak is watching you. 999th turns Yu Jung Hyak is watching you. Countless Yu Jung Hyaks within the secretive plotter were observing this battle. I recalled the 666 and 999 in my mind. They should be in there somewhere. Along with the plotter himself, they had been watching me from the beginning of this world line. They were watching the heated battle between two Yu Jung Hyaks and were growing agitated. The stage transformation is activating. The sky split open. Then light and darkness began creating a new world. Great Fable, Season of Light and Darkness, has begun its storytelling. The Season of Light and Darkness was our great fable. But at the same time, it was the plotter's fable as well. And even in this great fable, Yu Jung Hyak still lost to the plotter. You cannot win. The effects of the stage transformation were absolute. The history of defeat would only go on to create yet another history of defeat. A man wearing a white coat was looking up at the sky, and the man wearing the black coat met that gaze. The plotter's eyes trembled. Without a doubt, this was the exact same battle against the same Yu Jung Hyak as before. Yet, something was different. The plotter looked down at his own coat. It was black. The color of his coat was the opposite. Light and darkness were colliding, and one single watcher was observing the whole story. Incredible status gathered on Yu Jung Hyak's right arm. It was clear which technique he was planning to use. The greatest technique the current him could call upon, the shooting star slash. Back during the Apocalypse Dragon battle, Yu Jung Hyak failed to defeat the secretive plotter with this technique. Incarnation, Zhang Hui won. has temporarily transferred her share of the great fable. Everyone from Kim Dokja Company in the not-too-distant battlefield was adding their strength to us. Everyone who held shares in the great fable was now participating in this battle. Incarnation, Han Suyong, has temporarily transferred her share of the great fable. Incarnation, Shin Yusung, has temporarily transferred her share of the great fable. Incarnation, Yi Gilyong, has temporarily transferred his share of the great fable. Every fable of Kim Dokja Company gathered on Yu Jung Hyok's dark heavenly demon sword. After seeing his fable balloon up like that, the secretive plotter began pouring out his own status as well. They might be two identical Yu Jung Hyoks, but the fables they created were completely different. Who is Yu Jung Hyok? The fables they possessed acted like that question's answer. Great Fable, Pilgrim of the Lonely Apocalypse, is continuing with its storytelling. The fable of the secretive plotter was Yu Jung Hyok from the first regression turn, second, then 100th, and even the 1000th. A fable built up solely by one person's existence piling up on top of one another. All tragedies had become dull, and only one being's existence grew bloated. The sword light from the swung, dark heavenly demon sword opposed that very fable. Fable, comrade of life and death, is continuing with its storytelling. That was Yu Jung Hyok's reply. Fable, child of the past and future, has begun its storytelling. Yu Jung Hyok was Shin Yusung. Fable, judge of apocalypse, has begun its storytelling. He was Zhong Hui One, and Fable, false savior, is continuing with its storytelling. He was also Han Suyong. And then, Fable, demon king of salvation, is continuing with its storytelling. And he was me. Qua. The shooting star slash collided with the plotter's great fable. This fight was quite literally at a deadlock, and a moment's carelessness could very well decide the victor. Every fable we possessed powerfully slammed forward. And then, 666th turns Yu Jung Hyok is. A very small change occurred in the midst of this battle. 362nd turns Yu Jung Hyok is. A deafening boom went off, and the exploding spray of the river water formed a curtain of gray fog. The river water then rushed down on us and swept Yu Jung Hyok's body away. His consciousness was fading. I subbed for him and dragged the incarnation body towards some nearby floating debris to climb on top of it. When I took a closer look, though, it wasn't some normal piece of debris, but a small island created out of the corpses of the outer gods instead. It was then that I heard a voice. There is only one difference between you and I. As the gray fog of river water rescinded, the figure of the secretive plotter flopped down on the corpse island revealed itself. You simply got lucky, and I didn't. Such it. Chut-chut-chut. His black coat was in a tattered mess. Sparks were dancing all over his body. 1562nd turns Yu Jung Hyok is. 1321st turns Yu Jung Hyok is. Yu Jung Hyoks inside him were now rebelling against him. They were refusing to heed the plotter's will. 999th turns Yu Jung Hyok wishes to see the end of the 1864th turn. His status was decreasing little by little, and his body was also gradually shrinking as well. His bulging muscles were getting smaller and his height decreased too. Soon, the secretive plotter that lost his status had morphed into the figure of a boy. I staggered back to my Yu Jung Hyok's feet. I wanted to say something, but no voice wanted to come out. The absolute majority of the audience are shivering at your battle. A portion of the audience is. We won. Countless indirect messages flooded in, but not one of them entered my head. The secretive plotter was sitting on his but all alone on top of this island. The heaven-shaking sword stabbed into the floor was the only thing supporting him. While gripping the dark heavenly demon sword tightly, I cautiously approached him. Even though he was the same Yu Jung Hyok, why did he have to live such a different life? Why did this guy have to overcome all these tragedies by himself? Great Fable, Pilgrim of the Lonely Apocalypse, is faltering in its storytelling. Was it because he didn't have any comrades? Comrades. 41st turns Yu Jung Hyok is staying vigilant of you. No, he definitely had comrades. Coma Yu Jung Hyoks emerging out of his body were standing right there. Yukin. Coma Yu Jung Hyoks were now surrounding him protectively. And then, the outer gods were surrounding those Coma Yu Jung Hyoks. There's Sanli One. The history that the secretive plotter had lived through every part of the ways of survival he lived through was now protecting him. Don't kill him. They were stories that got discarded because they failed to reach the conclusion. I moved Yu Jung Hyok's body again and lowered my posture towards them. When I reached out, one of the small outer gods bit the extended finger. Crimson blood formed on the tip of the bitten finger. It was a lie that this world line was a brand new story. Even now, Yu Jung Hyok's story, The Ways of Survival, hadn't ended yet. Kim Dokja. He must have regained his consciousness. Because Yu Jung Hyok began talking to me. I didn't reply immediately, and made my way past the outer gods to approach the secretive plotter. Now, in the form of a boy, he was looking up at me while being surrounded by the outer gods. Yu Jung Hyok saw me holding the dark, heavenly demon sword tightly and spoke. You'll regret this. No, I want. I raised the sword only to slowly sheath it back in its scabbard. Besides, you weren't going to kill him anyway. Yu Jung Hyok's retort came back a little later than usual. Even if we kill him, he'll simply regress again anyway. Even if he was saying that, it was pretty clear what he was thinking of right now. We had enough of this tragedy already. Many constellations are watching you. Many constellations can't understand your decision. I didn't make this decision for the sake of earning a fable. And I knew that this wouldn't even offer a tiny speck of solace to a life that lasted for 1864 lives. But even then, secretive plotter. I called out and he looked up at me. Even if this world had changed from the original story, even if this world was no longer a simple novel. If it wasn't for this guy's story, this world wouldn't have existed. Without him, the current Kim Dokja wouldn't be here. I definitely owed him a debt that nothing could possibly repay. You said that a sentence once written can never be changed, right? I disagree with that. Indeed, sentences could be changed, just like how the revised versions of The Ways of Survival existed. My fable has already come to an end. And then, there is no then. That is what it means to end. Some stories can only begin anew after coming to its end. Back in the world I lived in, there was this guy who repeatedly said that his story would end that year, but he kept it going for over 10 years. And that very story was what helped me to survive. I think I heard that the story was supposed to end at around the 500th chapter, but before I knew it, it went past 1000th and then it shot past 2000 chapters. What is it that you want to say? That story was written up to the 3149th chapter. But the 3150th hasn't been written. Even if a full stop had been laid down, as long as the next sentence was written, then the story would continue on. The secretive plotter should be well aware of this too, because he was a guy who had been telling his story far longer than anyone else out there. I spoke with a grin on my face. It feels like that story is still continuing on even right now. And maybe it is really continuing on. I feel relieved, actually. Because I'm a constellation, you see. As the plotter's expression hardened, I added something else with a cold voice. Constellations are creatures like that. This was the answer I had chosen. This was the only way to not belittle him, even if it ends up hurting him. The secretive plotter's eyes were glaring straight at me. That story you bastard have seen. His seething voice was directed at me. Will result in your death. It will show you the worst end result imaginable. And as for your nebula, doesn't matter. I knew that what I was saying here could be seen as irresponsible. My petty attempt at atonement could bring upon untold misery and misfortune for everyone else. I knew that. Even then, this was the best I could do right now. Every time that happens, I'll do my best to fight back. The plotter's expression was changing to one that I couldn't make. An expression seemingly reserved for when analyzing the ends of the distant universe. With that sort of expression, he scanned the battlefield. The rain falling on the battlefield had stopped, and the storm clouds that the great sage Heaven's equal had summoned were receding away. The great war against the heavenly worlds was drawing to a close. Emperor's fallen constellations were looking up at the great sage and the Yogos. The sense of defeat thickly drawn on their faces told me who today's winner was. Currently, the fable chamber I've become the retired SSSS grade Sun Wukong is in possession of the sacred texts. Scenario will automatically conclude if the sacred texts are guarded for 1 hour. 10 seconds currently remaining until the conclusion of the scenario. Finally, the lengthy scenario was coming to a close. I looked up at the blindingly bright skies of the star stream. The great Dakibis who'd control the final scenario were there, glaring at me. Scenario has concluded. Fable chamber I've become the retired SSSS grade Sun Wukong has won the scenario. Bright messages announcing an incredible amount of reward payout and words of congratulations sent by the constellations rained down and blanketed the sky above. I spotted Shin Yusung, with Bu riding on top of her head, hurriedly running towards me while waving around the sacred texts. The title of the texts was the following. I've become the retired SSSS grade Sun Wukong. A juicy. Shares for Outer God in the applicable scenario is enormous. Starstream is acknowledging the existence of Outer God. Outer Gods can now officially participate in the scenarios. As the blinding rays of light accompanied them, the Yogos all rose up to the air. Yogos gathering around Sun Wukong as their center all howled towards the heavens like a single colony. I heard their cries. It sounded like a song from an unfamiliar foreign country. Next up, I spotted Zhang Huiwen carrying my incarnation body while waving her hand. I might have heard it wrong, but I thought I heard her say, "I finally got you," or something like that. Next up, I saw Yu Seng'a, now the Sakyamuni's successor, and Zhang Haiyang carrying the enervated Yi Gilyong. I looked to my side to discover the secretive plotter witnessing the same spectacle as me. The journey to the west will end here. One scenario came to an end, yet the story continued on. However, even that story would have an end. You have acquired a new great fable. You have partially completed the fourth condition of the hidden scenario, a single fable, and so, ever so quietly, your great fable has completed the first half of the conclusion. The message foretelling the end of this world could be heard. Your nebula has acquired the qualification to enter the final scenario. Episode 84, 1864, 4, Fin. Chapter 449, The Final Wall, 1. 95th main scenario has concluded. After the scenario ended, the great sage and the outer gods gathered in the center of the Tongtian River to celebrate. Those with the identity of extras in the great fable journey to the west has now been freed. Outer gods that became the scenario's slaves under the bureaus and emperor's combined suppression were now being freed. Oh, Monkey King, Monkey King, Monkey King. Some of them even happened to be the ones that followed the secretive plotter and joined the scenario belatedly. And as his status grew weaker, they naturally began gravitating towards the great sage Heaven's equal after he emerged as a new outer god. Reward distribution will now commence. Incarnations saw the 95th scenario's reward items descending from the sky, and their lips stretched wide in huge grins. Unfortunately for them, though, their joy was short-lived. Their gazes soon drifted over to a certain group of incarnations receiving that huge cache of rewards over yonder. Wow, I should have joined that fable chamber. It was Kim Dokja Company's group. Each one of them received 1 million coins as individual rewards, while some of them even acquired Emperor Star relics as well. Since the rewards were being distributed according to the rules, none here could complain about this procedure, either. Nebula Emperor is protesting the scenario's fairness to the Bureau. No, there was someone who could. It was none other than the host themselves, Emperor. Of course, they would feel wronged by the fact that the rewards of the large-scale scenario they organized for themselves had ended up in the hands of a small nebula. Starstream is ignoring the Emperor's complaint. A portion of Emperor's constellations couldn't hold back their rage and were about to unleash their statuses. But then, someone unexpected stopped them. Please, that's enough, everyone. We have lost. It was the greatest incarnation of Emperor, Fei Hu. What would our myth-grade constellations think if they witnessed our current actions? Emperor's myth-grade constellations didn't participate in this journey to the west scenario. They were simply watching the proceedings from the final scenario. Behave yourselves in a way that won't bring shame to our honor. Emperor's constellations heard the resolute voice of their incarnation and lowered their heads belatedly, their cheeks flushing. A bit further away, Zhang Huiwen and Yi Hai were observing that spectacle. That's a surprise. You can say that again. All the influential individuals from the large nebulas they had run into so far didn't want to acknowledge their victory. But it was a different story this time. Maybe he sensed their gazes. Fei Hu formed a sheepish grin and approached the two. Incarnation Zhang Huiwen. Zhang Huiwen got tense and held the steel sword tightly. He was easily one of the strongest enemies she had ever faced so far. But he began speaking in a warm voice. Incarnation Zhang Huiwen. Our battle this time left a deep impression on me. Okay. If an opportunity arises in the future, I'd love to invite you over to China and treat you to a hearty meal. One could spot slightly flushed cheeks in between Fei Hu's sideboards. Yi Hai definitely caught that, and through voice projection, spoke up in pure admiration. Wow. Even though the world went down the crapper, a guy like him still managed to survive. Zhang Huiwen dazedly stared back at him. Meanwhile, he couldn't dare to meet her gaze and began fidgeting slightly. Yi Hai lightly elbowed Zhang Huiwen in the side. Yoni, what are you doing? He's probably the best out of all the men we've seen so far, you know? Sure, he's far below my master in the looks department, but still. I'm sorry, but... Zhang Huiwen replied in a polite voice as if she was an expert from Murim. I've decided to dedicate my life to the sword, so... It's the same story for me. Pardon? I'd like to invite you to China and share our views on the ways of the sword for the whole night. Fei Hu's eyes burned passionately as he began his long-winded speech, prompting Zhang Huiwen to feel a bit repulsed for a moment there. She glanced to her side and discovered Yi Hai, who used to be cheering on with her sparkling eyes, now shaking her head in helplessness. If this whole thing was nothing more than their misunderstanding, fine, but if not, then something rather bothersome might happen in the future. Such it. Her sponsor was unable to watch this anymore, and the sounds of her making a move could be heard next. Constellation, demon-like judge of fire, is... It's fine, Uriel. Please be still. If Uriel unnecessarily stepped up here, then the dying embers of the war might light up again. If it was left up to her, though, she might just fight him unknown now and nip the bud right away. But the gazes of the constellations nearby were fixed on them, so, I'm sorry, I'm already. Just as she got that far, the steel sword she held suddenly began vibrating. Hyun-sung had transformed into this sword. For some reason, though, she felt just a little resentful. Why couldn't this sword be a talking sword? What the heck is this? Get out of the way. The one to help her out was, surprisingly enough, Han Soo-young. It was unknown when she entered the scenario, but regardless, she shoved Fei-hu away and made her entrance before throwing out a question, her eyes scanning the surroundings. Where is Kim Dokja? Kim Dokja? Jong Hui-won shifted her gaze to a certain incarnation body slumped on her back. Fei-hu glared at the uninvited guest Han Soo-young with unhappy eyes. Jong Hui-won alternated her gaze between him and Kim Dokja on her back, and a nice idea suddenly popped up in her head. My liege. As if she was reenacting the flag contest, she quickly embraced Kim Dokja and shouted out in an impassioned voice. My liege, are you all right? His pale incarnation body sagged limply in her arms and shook around a little. Oh my king. Everyone was now looking at her. Iji-hai's jaw dropped slightly, while Han Soo-young looked dumbfounded. As for Fei-hu, he looked as if he understood everything now. I see, incarnation Jong Hui-won. So, that's how it was. His gaze shifted from Jong Hui-won, Han Soo-young, and to Iji-hai, before eventually landing on Kim Dokja's face next. He sneakily bit his lip, like a tragic extra feeling envious of the chosen protagonist. He slowly lowered his head and turned around to leave. Iji-hai watching that sent a voice projection to Jong Hui-won again. It's all right now, Yoni. He's gone. Looks like he's fallen into some kind of a weird misunderstanding, though. However, Jong Hui-won didn't stop. My liege. Wake up. My liege. If you don't wake up, he'll kill you. Slap. 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 Kim Dokja's left cheek began swelling up after her palm kept hitting him there. Han Soo-young stared at her with a less than impressed expression and asked, What are you doing? Revenge. She nodded her head in acceptance, and took over from Jong Hui-won to grab hold of Kim Dokja's neck and shook him around hard. Hey you. I told you that I'd create your new modifier, didn't I? But then, you couldn't wait and got yourself a new one anyway? Did you hear that last part? How was it? It's fine to come out clean, you idiot. I know you were moved to tears. Weren't you? Kim Dokja still didn't reply. Han Soo-young frowned deeply and began slapping the other cheek that wasn't swollen yet. Shin Yu-sung couldn't watch this sight any longer and hurriedly ran over. What are you all doing? Don't worry, he's still breathing. He's not dead yet. Despite all this ruckus, he showed no signs of waking up. That caused opinions to split up among the group. Most likely, he's deliberately not waking up here. He knows he's in the wrong. Makes sense. In that case, how about we let him taste pain so unbearable that he... Aren't you all being a bit too much right now? Such a situation carried on for another 5 minutes. But, even after another 10 minutes, he still showed no signs of regaining consciousness. That's when the expressions of the group grew serious as well. What's going on here? Eventually, the group had to search for one person capable of explaining this situation for them. It was Yu Young-hyuk lying unconscious next to Kim Dokja. Hey Yu Young-hyuk, open your eyes. Why isn't this idiot Kim Dokja waking up? Slap, 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 slap. His firmer cheek didn't swell up as easily as Kim Dokja's. How long went by like this? Yu Young-hyuk's eyes cracked open just a little. I am Yu Young-hyuk. Damn it, what's wrong with this guy now? Like a mental patient, he kept repeating the same thing over and over again. Yu-sang-ah belatedly made her entrance and stopped Han Soo-young. Please stop grilling Young-hyuk like that. His memories got jumbled by the fable, so he's most likely not himself right now. Sang-ah Yoni. The group belatedly came back to life with the joy of reunion and gathered around Yu-sang-ah. A different type of vibe was now coming off from her newly reincarnated body. Han Soo-young observed the change and asked a question with a smirk. I heard that you're now the Sakyamana's successor, but you haven't shaved your head. Religions nowadays have gotten rather trendy, you know. Welcome back. You were a bit late, but still. It was difficult to return just in time before you caused us trouble. But I made it. I'm not the one causing trouble. It's this guy. Yu-sang-ah shrugged her shoulders and extended her hand towards the unconscious Kim Dokja. The constrictive headband on his head began emitting a bright glow just then. Jong Hui-won nodded her head in satisfaction. That's a good idea. I guess he won't be able to run away now. It's unfortunate, but he seems to have run away already. His soul hasn't returned to his body. A very thin thread was extending from the headband on Kim Dokja's head to the sky above. It seemed to be connected somewhere. Usanga observed the end of this thread and spoke up. But, don't worry. He didn't go far. And it doesn't seem that he left on his own volition, either. Didn't leave on his own volition, the meaning behind those words was clear. Han Suyong hurriedly looked around the vicinity and asked, "Where did the secretive plotter disappear to?" The view of the dimensional portal was moving past me at a rapid pace. Everything happened in the blink. The moment I deactivated Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, something grabbed my soul, and by the time I regained my wits, I was already jumping through this portal alongside the secretive plotter. Now normally, something like this would have been impossible. But it was a special case this time. You failed to uphold the existence pledge. Your soul will be temporarily tied to the existence pledge's contract. Your contractor will possess the rights to your soul for the next 24 hours. I looked at the messages rising up in the air and chuckled hollowly. I had no idea the existence pledge could be used this way. The existence pledge: do not contact Kim Dokja Company during the scenario's duration or reveal my identity. That was the only thing I failed to uphold during the scenario. Since the scenario's contents changed midway, I figured there was some room for differences in opinions, but it seemed the Starstream had judged that I went against the pledge in the end. "Are you going to kill me?" The secretive plotter, now in the form of a boy, was enveloped from head to toe in bursts of powerful sparks. I sensed countless Yu Yung Hyoks looking at me from inside his fable, but I didn't sense any hostility from it. He clearly wasn't planning to kill me. Just like what Yu Yung Hyok opined earlier, if this guy wanted me dead, there were several opportunities to do so already. Not too long afterwards, the portal closed. Our destination was a familiar one. It was a forest covered in the overgrown darkness. It was the Nye's forest, the home of the secretive plotter. "Go inside." Along with those words, my soul got sucked into something. I blinked, and my eyes moved. However, I had neither arms nor legs. I wondered what on earth was going on here and looked around, only to discover my reflection in the mirror on a nearby wall. I was now a small Murim dumpling. Somehow, I got the feeling that it was the same figure that 999 was using before. How does it feel like to end up as a dumpling? Not sure when they popped out, but well, a lynch mob of the coma Yu Yung Hyoks rushed at me and began kicking me around. Thankfully, it didn't hurt all that much due to them being all comas. I hunkered down to stop the dumpling skin from tearing and shouted out, "Not sure what you're trying to do here, but you can't stop me. In 24 hours, I'll return to my incarnation body, you know. If you want to kill me, you better do so now." Of course, I didn't really mean that he should kill me. I asked the secretive plotter, perched up on the throne. "Secretive plotter, what's your real goal? Why are you keeping me alive?" My question caused the coma Yu Yung Hyoks to stop hitting me. The secretive plotter looked down at me. There he was, the strongest outer god as well as the constellation that I knew of. Also, the strongest Yu Yung Hyok out of all Yu Yung Hyoks. I know that we'd have never won if you really went all out. Even if Yu Yung Hyok regained the memories of 1864 regression turns and combined his powers with mine, it was still impossible to surpass the plotter through purely the status of our fable. Not only was he the total sum of the histories spanning from 0th turn all the way up to 1863, but he also endured an uncountable period of time afterwards on top of that. Even then, the secretive plotter chose to lose rather than to kill us. "Because you are a necessity, you fool." 41, listening to me yap on, replied, "You possess the last fragment of the final wall, that's why." Episode 85. Final Wall 1, Fin. Chapter 450, The Final Wall 2. Bai Hyung was in a very good mood. It couldn't be helped, since the Dakibi had witnessed the scenario playing out in the panel right before his eyes. "Every time that happens, I'll do my best to fight back." Accompanying Kim Dokja's voice was the scenario conclusion notice. Indirect messages from innumerable constellations flooded in, and the whole of Starstream was trembling grandly. A new owner of the great fable journey to the west had been decided. He did it. That Kim Dokja, he really pulled it off. A storyteller was supposed to remain neutral. The thing was, though, all judges secretly rooted for a team they liked. This was true for Bai Hyung as well. Like a parent looking at his wonderfully matured children, Bai Hyung stroked the faces appearing on the screen with a deeply moved expression. "Congratulations, Bai Hyung Directornim." The subordinate Dakibis around him offered their congratulations. They all knew that Bai Hyung had been watching Kim Dokja Company for a long time. I just knew they would pull through. Madame too. Me too. Not only that, some of them had been cheering on the Kim Dokja Company alongside him, too. Several carried expressions just as excited as Bai Hyung's. For these Dakibis that only sought out new, potential stimulations in order to find the next story's objective, being this earnest about something was indeed an exceedingly rare thing. "These kids are mine. Stop drooling over them." Ahat. Of course we wouldn't. It was then an urgent piece of news arrived for him. "Director, the great Dakibi, Baram is... You've been promoted. A promotion? Baehyung Directornim. Truly, honestly, congratulations. Looks like the bureau is doing its job properly for once. Baehyung couldn't make heads nor tails while subjected to the outpouring of messages. He was an upper-ranked Dakibi, not to mention the director of the Seoul branch. He had already climbed to the highest possible position through one's hard work alone. However, getting a promotion here could only mean, Directornim? Without a doubt, this should be a good thing. But why was he overcome with this ominous foreboding? Great Dakibi is waiting for you. Baehyung was guided by lower-ranked Dakibis to a portal, and entered it. Soon, the thick fog receded away to reveal the figure of a great Dakibi waiting for him at the end of a gray-colored passage. You've come, Baehyung. Baramnim. As if to imply that Baehyung had worked hard, Baram patted him on the shoulder and spoke up. Congratulations. Your promotion has been decided. Pardon me? We need to do something about your dazed expression. Don't you understand? It's been decided that you'll be chosen as the last one to become the Great Dakibi. The Great Dakibi, the highest honor that all storytellers dreamed of reaching. Something that he only daydreamed about had now become a reality, leaving Baehyung utterly bewildered and lost. Great Dakibi? You mean, I am? That's right. This promotion is unprecedented in the history of Starstream. Baron chuckled contentedly and took the lead. Baehyung didn't even know where they were going and simply chased after him. He had so many things he wanted to ask. Just where was this place, and also, you'll soon become a great Dakibi, so it's about time that you meet that person, no? Baram smiled as if he could see through Baehyung's thoughts. When you say that person, could you be? Even though he did ask, Baehyung could already guess the answer. The surrounding air seemed to distort and faint traces of sparks bounced around in the atmosphere. When he took a closer look, those sparks were taking on the shapes of letters. Something was before him, a being that he had never seen before. We've arrived. They circled around the gallery and went past the fog-covered passageway to reach a massive hall. No, could this place even be called a hall? It was so humongous that its dimensions couldn't even be estimated. And inside this place, there was a wide wall spanning across it. The length of this mysterious wall could also not be measured due to its sheer, immense size. Letters engraved on the surface of the wall seemed to be burning many cracks and various damages, both large and small, could be seen on its surface. In that moment, Baehyung got the feeling that he had seen that wall from somewhere. The Plate of Revelation. It was undoubtedly the Plate of Revelation. Although its shape was different, that wall the constellations received their revelations from possessed the similar overall vibe. However, why was another Plate of Revelation here? And also, what was up with its humongous size? Everyone has gathered. I see. The moment he heard that voice, Baehyung prostrated on the floor even before he realized it. He might have dealt with countless constellations until now, but at least this time he couldn't control his nervousness. He couldn't even guess the vastness of the status felt from that voice. He glanced to his side and saw that all the great Dakibis, including Baram, were prostrating towards the front as well. Someone was standing in front of the Plate of Revelation. Baehyung hid his shivering and slowly raised his head. And that's when he realized it. So that was it then. Now he understood it. That creature was the absolute being that ruled the bureau and controlled the Starstream. The King of Stories. The king extended his lengthy and pale hand to stroke the wall while slowly opening its mouth. The one fable that decides the next world will now be chosen. You saying that I have the last fragment of the final wall? That's right. 41's words made me frown deeply. I could guess more or less on what they were talking about. The final wall, I tried to gather information on that thing during this regression turn, too. It was one of the things that never got fully explained in the original ways of survival. I was pretty sure of this wall being the clue that would determine the end of this regression turn. And as for this last fragment thing they were talking about, exclusive skill, the fourth wall, is powerfully activating. Kim Dokja. Don't worry. They'll never hand you over to them. I slowly blinked my eyes and focused. The secretive plotter was staring at me. He might have lost a lot of his status, but he was still the strongest constellation I knew, and he was an outer god to boot. I recalled the first day I arrived at the Nyes Forest and opened my mouth. We talked about this before, didn't we? You said that I need to figure out why I had to be brought here before the 3 divine questions and answer came to an end. I did. You actually want to see the end of this world, don't you? You might be saying this and that, but you too have placed your hope on this world line. The plotter's brows quivered ever so slightly. No matter how hard he denied being Yu Jung Hyok, he still failed to get rid of his old habits. And for that purpose you need the fourth wall that I possess. That's why you're keeping me alive. Am I right? He didn't answer me. If he was planning to behave like that, I could think of a way to get him to talk. Such a chuch it. I didn't get to hear that final answer to the 3 divine questions. 3 Divine Questions and Answers has resumed. You have one more right to ask a question. Back then, I asked the secretive plotter this. The 3 ways to survive a ruined world. Secretive plotter. Are you someone who knows the epilogue of that novel? Secretive plotter. Just what did you see at the conclusion? The Ways of Survival I read ended with the 3149th chapter. However, the plotter lived on past that even though I didn't get to see it. He survived that unrecorded history and reached the conclusion reserved only for him. Just what did he see in that place? What was there that it prompted him to become an outer god and appear in this world line? 41 stepped forward first to answer my question. He shouted at me with a slightly angry face. That question is 41st. Yu Young-hyaks all shut their mouths up after the plotter stopped them. The Yu Young-hyak, currently in the shape of a boy, the secretive plotter, was looking straight at me. For a moment there, I felt a bit weirded out. Yu Young-hyak's childhood years had never been fully explained in the Ways of Survival. No, it just got a few brief passing mentions in the form of reminiscence. Of course, not getting a proper explanation didn't mean he had no childhood to begin with. It was kind of similar to the 3150th chapter of the Ways of Survival. Yu Young-hyak was born in a place I didn't know of, and managed to survive until he became the story's protagonist. Just how much of my journey was described in that novel you read? The protagonist with a face I didn't know was asking me. I hesitated slightly before replying. Up until when you were about to reach the Dakibi King. I recalled the final moments of the Ways of Survival. He journeyed to kill the Dakibi King. Waiting past the final fog, Yu Young-hyak rushed into the final phase of the story. There was no further explanation on what happened afterwards or what he saw there. That was also the reason why I got flustered back then while reading the last released chapter. I grew scared, wondering if it really was the end. What was I like during those last moments? Now that unexpected question got me truly flustered. I didn't think he'd ask me about something like that. Why would you? Did it look like I succeeded? Did it look like I'd get to achieve my goal at the end of it all? The moment I heard his question, I was overcome with this unexplainable stifling feeling. I couldn't understand why the secretive plotter asked me that. My thoughts regarding that were not important at all. Not even by a small speck. Wait, was it really not as important? You? My lips barely managed to bob up and down. I wasn't prepared for that question. However, I still needed to answer it regardless of whether I was ready or not. In that very moment, she realized that this world had completely left her hands. Memories from Peaceland came bubbling up, the mangaka Asaka Ren's expression as she let go of the world she had created. The duty of the person who had created a new world. I wasn't like her. I didn't write the Ways of Survival, but I was. This story was able to see the light of the world all thanks to you, Dokjanam. I was someone who had witnessed the story's end. You did succeed. Because you gave it your all. Answering him was the duty of the one who had seen the story until its conclusion. I carefully and slowly recalled all the sentences I still remembered. Didn't matter which regression it was, you always made the best choice you could have made. I don't know what kind of a conclusion you reached, but you were not wrong. All of Yu Young-hyak's regression turns brushed past my mind. Everything he earned and then all the things he had lost during them. I'm sure that your comrades thought the same too. And also, his lonely back as he reached the final page by himself. However, did I possess the qualification to say this, though? I couldn't tell. You didn't look all that happy for some reason during your final moments. Even now, the scenes I read didn't want to leave my mind. Finally, Yu Young-hyak, who had lost everything, was looking at the fog. The hollow answer he'd been searching for was just beyond that fog. The face of the secretive plotter that exactly matched the description from that scene was now looking at me. I see. Why did you suddenly ask me that? I was merely curious. You're the only one who had seen that from the beginning until the end, after all. I couldn't say anything back to him. I was curious about what my life meant through the eyes of someone other than mine. That's all. Episode 85. The Final Wall to Finn.